The dragons were attacking people. Frightened, everyone shouted to Eliza to run away immediately, but the girl only reassured everyone. They said that everything would be fine, because Alec had already aimed and was about to send the monster into oblivion. The guy resolutely supported her words. The dragon threw a fiery jet towards the young man, who was desperately facing the threat. His comrades shouted warnings, trying to warn him. This could be deadly. Despite his young age, his gaze was imperturbable. He only held his hand to his face, shielding himself from the blinding glare of the flames. The hero stretched out his hand, and a powerful spell threw the dragon's attack back. The flames that burst from their mouths turned against the fire-breathing monsters themselves and engulfed them in flames. The warriors watched in delight, amazed by Alex's magical power, which boldly competed with the highest SSS-ranked spells. In this world, reincarnation existed. Before receiving a new life, souls went to the afterlife, where gods and angels decided in court in what form they were destined to be reborn. Another soul arrived at the gates of heaven. When the angel saw her low rank, he sighed and said that things were not going well for her. He advised the newcomer to put in more effort in the next life, even if it was as a water flea. The soul exploded with indignation. But the higher being coldly replied that such a sentence was well-deserved for someone who had become a murderer in the past. Another soul was informed by an angel that in the next life it would be born as an ordinary person, and this choice brought the spirit into true delight. The soul, destined to live the life of an ordinary flea, exploded with indignation. It ardently desired to become a man. Such audacity angered the guardian angels. They sternly declared that this was absolutely impossible, and ordered the spirit to immediately taste the holy water of the runner. The angel stepped to the next soul, which had already managed to switch its attention to another spirit. The girl explained, "This is a reincarnated emperor. During his life, he managed not only to commit dark deeds, but also to leave a lot of light as a legacy. So in his new life, he was destined to live the fate of an ordinary person." Angel glanced down at her biographical section of the map. Her hands were shaking with excitement. She couldn't believe her eyes. The rank of SSS was displayed before her. Soul confirmed. The girl's colleagues were also amazed. They had never encountered such a level before. She turned to her soul with a question about how many good deeds she had done during her life. The spirit thought, remembering that she had lived her existence quite mundanely and calmly. Angel offered the SSS-level soul 2 paths. The first was to become God, the second was to live as the highest being. The girl leaned towards divinity, but the spirit interrupted her and advised her to choose a human life. At first, the girl did not notice the address, absorbed in browsing her tablet. Only a moment later, she exclaimed in surprise, asking if the soul really did not want to become a holy being. To this, the disembodied, light, like a shadow entity, calmly replied that in fact, it did not understand the life of God. At the same time, it was certain that the door to an even better human existence was finally opening before it. The angel did not understand the wisdom of the spirit, who had already reached a high level and could enjoy a wonderful life. Either way, the girl had no choice but to write down reincarnation on her work tablet. The angel explained to the creature that to be reborn, all she had to do was jump into the ominous black abyss. The girl asked again if the spirit would really jump, and received an affirmative answer along with gratitude for the support. The angel suddenly remembered that the creature had not drunk the water, and rushed to stop it, but it was too late. The soul fell into the abyss. While the etheric body was being reborn in human form, it wondered, would it remain human, even with the incredible rank of SSS reincarnation? What would its new life be like? These questions haunted it at the moment of rebirth. The first thing he felt in his new body was a gentle warmth and a pleasant aroma. Before his eyes stood a man beaming with joy, welcoming the birth of his son. A tired mother smiled as she held her baby, Alexander Carling, heir to the Duchy of Carling. The husband praised his wife, and she thanked him in return. The protagonist thought about this, because he believed that due to his high position, he would soon find himself in the circle of the emperor's son. Meanwhile, the father was incredibly happy about the birth of an heir. Anticipating the future, he immediately ordered this joyful news to be conveyed to the emperor himself, so that he could find a bride with unique abilities for Alex as soon as possible. The reborn could not understand whether a happy future awaited him, but suddenly he had a flash of insight. For some mysterious reason, The memories of his previous life remained with him. The hero had no idea whether this was a normal phenomenon and how he should behave now. Suddenly, a familiar angel appeared from behind his father's shoulder, and at that moment the boy remembered. Before jumping, he had to drink holy water, which erases memories. The divine being sighed wearily and immediately dissolved into thin air. The man picked up his baby son, and an indescribable feeling of happiness enveloped the boy. This was the only moment the hero saw an angel. It was from that day that the reincarnated soul began a new story in the family with the highest SSS rating. Time passed. The hero grew not only quickly, but also carefree. He was already 6 years old. Waking up on another wonderful morning, the boy pushed back the curtains and saw clear, friendly weather outside the window. When the maid noticed the little master in the hallway, she asked if he needed anything. He greeted her politely and thanked her warmly for his hard work. Alex asked her to tell her father that his son was going to visit to say hello. The girl didn't understand why that was necessary. Then the guy explained, "Such are the rules of etiquette. The younger one must warn the older one in advance about his arrival." The maid blushed, touched by the insight of her young master, who, even at his age, was surprisingly quick-witted. Amelia felt proud as she watched Alex grow up so quickly. She promised to inform her master of his return. The girl straightened up and solemnly promised that she would never marry. She could be trusted in this. The hero mentally noted that she was a rather strange person. Unexpectedly, the girl appeared behind Alex and greeted him. Before him stood Angie, the daughter of the Baron's old friend and the bride of the heir to the Duchy of Carlin. The hero reminded her of the magic lessons scheduled for today. Hearing this, the girl admitted that she was a little worried. But despite all her worries, Andy smiled kindly and assured him that she would do everything she could to support Mr. Alex. In their first magic lesson, the children were supposed to discover their magical tendencies by observing how the surface of the water changed. So they spent the lesson by a small pond. When Andy waved her wand, a green plant rose rapidly from the water. She looked at her fiancé with a joyful smile and pointed to her water potion. The teacher nodded approvingly and emphasized that the girl had a healing gift. The man in response turned to Alex, inviting him to test his strength. Before setting off on his journey, the hero decided to test the power of his own magic. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he didn't need a magic wand. However, he still wasn't sure whether he would retain his skills and memories. The student sighed and closed his eyes. Stretching his hands forward, he made the water shine with an amazing light. The teacher exclaimed in surprise, and when Alex opened his eyes, he himself could not believe what he saw. The water in the pond disappeared without a trace. Annie asked the sensei in confusion what exactly had happened. The old man thoughtfully replied that the young lord's magic was so powerful that the water simply couldn't withstand such a transformation. They moved on to another topic. The hero stopped near a massive stone standing on a concrete pedestal. His parents watched everything carefully. The woman asked the teacher if her son would really be able to use this. Sensei replied that to test Alex's strength, you need to use a stable object, specifically a stone. The parents, along with Angie, began to support their son. The hero noticed their enthusiasm and realized that events were gaining momentum, which he could no longer control. He touched the cold cobblestones with his hands and emotionlessly reminded himself that he was still in the midst of the task. The stone suddenly lit up, as if a blazing fire had ignited within it. In a brief moment, it dissolved, without a trace. What it saw shocked everyone. Even this stone could not withstand the powerful magic that had accumulated in the duchy for centuries. The father asked the teacher if there were other ways. The teacher thought for a moment and suggested using gold. Alexei immediately agreed with this idea, because gold is known for its exceptional durability and perfectly resists magic. The hero noticed that this metal was also surprisingly flexible. The Duke thought for a moment, and then agreed to test it in practice. The teacher asked with interest how the young gentleman had learned about this feature. The father laughed and replied enthusiastically that the reason for everything was Alex himself. This answer did not satisfy his son at all. Instantly, a veritable mountain of gold bars grew before the young lord. Such a gift from the Duke was to be expected. The reincarnated part announced the beginning and stretched out its hand, touching the shiny metal. Suddenly, a bright light flashed around, forcing everyone to cover their eyes with their hands. The Duke looked at his son with anxiety and impatiently asked what had happened to the gold. When Alex opened his eyes, there was nothing left in front of him. The gold had also disappeared without a trace. There was a whisper around. People were saying that the power of the air element was so powerful that even the strongest metal could not withstand its pressure. The hero finally understood. This was the advantage of the Sss-Rank. Late that evening, the Baron's daughter came to the young gentleman's room. Half-jokingly, the young man remarked that her pajamas were exceptionally cute today. The girl smiled cheerfully in return, sincerely thanking him for the compliment. Seeing the stones on the table, she asked what they were. Turning them in his hands, he replied with a smile that he practiced with them from time to time. After today's magic detection test, Father ordered everyone to carefully study the available books. However, nowhere in any of the treatises was there even a hint of cases where someone could destroy gold. Everything around him was buzzing with talk about the most powerful wizard of all time. But despite his parents' high hopes, Alex couldn't help himself. He had to find out something. He gestured to Angie at the stone. The hero squeezed a small stone in his palm, and as soon as he opened it, gold was already sparkling there. This really impressed the girl. Finally, thanks to his own persistent training, Alex learned to use magic in such a way that the things he created remained in the world and did not disappear. Despite all these wonders, the hero was well aware that he could not allow such a store of mana to get out of control. So he decided to subordinate this power to his will through careful choice. As soon as the gold was on the table, it turned back into stone. The young gentleman noted that the creation of gold could have its dark sides, and asked that the incident be kept a secret between them. Angie was determined to keep her promise and not tell anyone. The hero gently patted the happy girl on the head and expressed his gratitude. Alex thought for a moment. He understood well. There was only one way to turn magic to your advantage. The boy remembered his brief time in heaven. He realized that although in his past life he had tried to help everyone he could reach, it was simply impossible to reach the entire world. In his past life, his abilities were too modest to save others. But now, the hero felt as if fate had given him a real miracle, sent by God himself to save humanity. Alex took a deep breath, feeling the full significance of this moment. He remembered that in a past life he had come across extremely interesting information, and decided to test it in practice. As he clutched the stone in his palm, the man heard a question from Angie. She was eager to know what he needed this find for. Alex exclaimed, and the hands that were gripping the stone suddenly lit up with a bright glow. Mysterious magical runes appeared around them. The hero felt his palms blazing with heat. He understood. He needed to concentrate, because the slightest loss of control over magic could turn into a threat. When the glow faded, Alex sank to his knees, exhausted. Angie rushed to him, overcome with anxiety for the boy's condition. She asked if he was okay. The patrol was delighted that despite losing most of his magical power, he had managed to hold out. But he knew full well that it was reckless to take such a risk. The girl was completely confused and, not understanding anything, asked what Alex had done in the end and what stone had ended up in his hands. His intuition told him what lay before him was not just any crystal, but the legendary philosopher's stone, a source of incredible power. Angie squatted down, carefully examining the information about the stone. She noted that she saw nothing but an exquisite jewel in front of her. Meanwhile, Alex explained that the philosopher's stone was valued above all else, since its creation required incredible effort. The girl asked if the hero was capable of creating it. The heir confidently answered in the affirmative and noted that thanks to this stone, one could master all the knowledge of this world. However, even Alex was not completely sure about this. He suddenly sat down at the table and began to write something quickly. Angie was surprised to ask what he was doing. When the boy finished writing, he handed her a sheet of paper and explained that it contained the entire known history of healing magic and its effects. The girl admired her fiancé's intelligence, which easily grasped any idea that came to his mind. Alexei noted that for true mastery, he would need something much more substantial. Their library shelves held numerous high-level books, which were closely guarded. However, he was certain that his own magical skills would be more than enough to deal with the philosopher's stone. Some time passed, and the children went out onto one of the busy streets of the Principality of Karlin, in the city of Molech. The merchants invited them to taste the new delicacies that had recently appeared on sale. The boy, without hesitation, wrote a check for the amount that was enough to cover all expenses. Watching the sky, the townspeople were lively discussing the recent adventure with the gold. Most were convinced that it was the boy who possessed the most powerful magic. The men were talking about the precarious balance between the rebel and defense forces in Haibai, a situation that was causing concern. However, none of them showed any fear, for they trusted Alex. Meanwhile, a boy slipped by nearby, overhearing snippets of their conversation. Due to the terrible rule of the previous emperor, the empire was beset by rebellions that led to a large-scale civil war. To protect the new emperor, information about his identity was carefully concealed. Meanwhile, children leisurely strolled through the bazaar, admiring the variety of amazing goods. The Carlisle estate, run by Alex's father, was considered one of the most peaceful in the region. When they entered the premises, they were greeted warmly and politely. Angie watched the bird chirp happily as it sat on a branch inside the cage. The girl squealed in delight, amazed by its cuteness. Alex explained that they were looking at a mockingbird, which is currently very popular among the nobility. The girl wondered why this particular species fascinated people so much. The guy suggested that they learn about it together. Ens sang. The melody of a nursery rhyme, familiar to anyone who had heard those notes, rang through the air. The shopkeepers watched with interest as the girl, captivated by her singing. The man clapped his hands in delight and exclaimed that it was wonderful. Angie bowed, slightly embarrassed, and timidly asked why her fiancé had asked her to sing. The hero placed the bird in her palm and advised her to watch carefully. He gave the bird a signal, and it immediately spoke in Angie's voice, singing the same melody that the Baron's daughter had recently sung. The girl froze in surprise. The boys assured that this bird was surprisingly skilled at imitating human speech, and thanks to this rare ability, it gained immense popularity among the aristocracy. The bird happily circled around the delighted girl. Alex took out his checkbook and, addressing the seller, stated that they would like to keep the bird for themselves. The seller thanked them sincerely. Suddenly, a street boy suddenly ran into the hero. He rushed past, cutting through the air, and the hero suddenly felt something slip imperceptibly into his inner pocket. The intruder smiled cheekily and told them to watch their belongings more carefully. He had stolen an important certificate. Angie grabbed Alex's hand, worriedly asking if he was okay. The boy was determined to catch up with the thief. He used restraint magic. The hero stretched out his hand, and mysterious writing and a magic circle flashed on it. His goal was to bind the thief with a spell. Suddenly, the boy froze in place. Invisible bonds bound him, preventing him from taking a step. Alex slowly approached and advised the young thief to stop stealing. The hero insisted on having the certificate returned to him. He emphasized that only he could use it, so the thing would have no value to the thief. Angie stood quietly behind her defender. The boy finally gave vent to all his pain. He was sure that wealthy people would never understand the suffering of the common people, especially those like him, refugees who had no choice but to steal to survive. Alex learned that the thief was from the south. The hero wondered how to convince the innocent boy to abandon the path of theft, because deep down he was sure that justice still exists in this world. As a result, they caught the thief and went to the garden, where the boy was serving tea to the invisible guests. He was confused and looked at them indignantly. The boy asked why they had brought him with them. Alex only smiled in response and said that this was his favorite coffee shop. Here he could really relax. The hero set out to teach the thief the art of brewing tea. First of all, you need to warm the teapot and carefully measure the amount of leaves. Then, pour water until the tea leaves are completely open. The guy, unable to stand it, shouted loudly so that he could finally be heard. Alex ignored his exclamations and calmly remarked that this tea brewing technique was known only to those who served the nobility. The thief looked at him in surprise. While the boy hesitantly asked the heir if he really wanted to hire him, the hero wondered how to tell the thief about the philosopher's stone. Meanwhile, Alex noticed that the tea had cooled and had almost no aroma, so he ordered the drink to be prepared anew. After tea, Angie noticed that the boy grasped everything on the fly. The hero supported her opinion, adding that the young man was also very obedient. In addition, the thief had an excellent memory. Alex remembered how the guy sincerely apologized and thanked him. In any case, only time will tell what their cooperation will lead to in the future. The young gentleman gently took his bride by the hand and suggested that they return home. The girl happily agreed to this idea. Alex trained hard and discovered that there was a special way to perfect the release and control of his power. This method is called creating magic orbs. They loomed over the children. Angie assured them that mastering all 7 magical elements at once was always an impressive sight. The boy confessed that he was happy with his bride's achievement. The girl smiled in return and agreed with him. Now they were both 7 years old. Armed with the knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone, they made magic their main hobby and goal. As the balls of energy swirled in his palms, the hero thought, unlike ordinary people, a high-ranking magician is able to control all the elements simultaneously. While the children were talking excitedly, their father suddenly ran out from behind the bushes and brandished his sword. With a loud shout, he announced that the gates were now open. Alex threw one of the elemental balls, and Andy, her fiancé, instantly hid behind her. The ball hit the sword directly, and it immediately enveloped in a cloud of steam. The red-hot metal from the blade, hissing, began to flow to the ground. The father smiled contentedly, proud of his son, and could not hold back his words of admiration for his mastery of fire magic. Alex was unhappy with the unexpected attack, and asked his father to refrain from it, because defeat by his own son would cast a shadow on his reputation. The man was not at all offended by the child's words, because he himself considered his son the greatest wizard in the world. However, our hero was convinced that the father should not behave like this, because otherwise neither the guests nor the Empress herself would take him seriously. The Duke pondered, hearing that the Empress might be their guest. Alex, meanwhile, raised the hilt of the molten sword and noticed that his father was still worried about his own reputation. However, the man suggested calling the Empress and showing her the young heir's magic with her own eyes. That way, she would see for herself how gifted his son was. Angie felt a surge of inspiration. Her father reminded himself that the Empress had intended to visit their land during the summer holidays anyway. The longer he thought about it, the more convinced he became that he had made the perfect decision. He laughed, thinking it was a great idea. The Duke winked at Angie and suggested they head home. It was time for something tasty. Alex, meanwhile, wondered thoughtfully, what if the Empress really did come? Several days passed. The children were leisurely descending the stairs, lively discussing where they should go this time. The girl suggested visiting the flowering garden in the west of the estate to admire the plants there. But suddenly the father, turning to Alex, sternly asked his son to stay where he was. Some time passed, and the hero heard about a cruel serial killer. The man took out a postcard with a portrait of the criminal and announced that 10 victims had already been found. Among the dead were both children and women. The father begged them not to visit the city. The girl clung tightly to Alex, gripped by terror. The hero was fully aware of what frightened her to the core. On a piece of paper it was written, "The murderer is wanted dead or alive." The heir confidently declared that one could not remain on the sidelines. Crimes could get out of control. Alex pulled his hood over his head and plunged into the city's evening alleys like live bait. Determined, he sought to free people from the burden of terror. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness. It grabbed the boy from behind by the neck. In the other hand, the criminal clutched a long knife. The madman exclaimed that he wanted the flesh of babies, because it was the tastiest food for him. Calling on the power of the elements, Alex melted the killer's knife with one movement and stood right in front of him, issuing a strong call to immediately stop the criminal activities. The hero stretched out his hand and sternly warned, if the man did not stop his audacious actions, his actions would be severely condemned in the next life. But the madman no longer listened to him. He rushed at the boy like a beast. At that moment, Alex realized it was impossible to negotiate with this man. The young gentleman calmly warned that the criminal would have to suffer a little. A pentagram flashed before the boy. The killer was struck by lightning. His entire body was stricken with tension, and sparks flew around him. The man fell to the ground, unconscious. After that, Alex fixed him with a spell. They knew that this would at least restrain the madman a little. Meanwhile, his father and Edgy had found the young gentleman and were immediately concerned about his condition. However, the boy hastened to reassure them, assuring them that everything was fine with him. The patrolwoman grabbed the boy's hand and said with relief that she was glad he was okay. The father admitted that despite how well the team had done their job, he and his mother were still nervous when Alex suggested luring the enemy with a decoy. The young man turned to the guards, handing them the arrest case. They nodded in response, picked up the criminal, and thanked him briefly. The madman muttered some incomprehensible words under his breath. Looking at him, Alex felt this man had a harsh future ahead of him. The judgment in the afterlife would be a difficult test for him, although the hero was unable to help the criminal. He would pray for his mutilated soul until his last breath. In his prayers, he would ask that a brighter fate await this unfortunate man in the next life. Several townspeople turned to the boy, thanking him heartily for catching the thief. He asked if everything was all right now. However, their attention was distracted by the noise and commotion that had arisen around them. The girl was being harassed by a boy. She insisted that he leave her alone, but he ignored her words and continued to insist on spending time with her. He brazenly grabbed her hand and, without taking his defiant gaze away, declared that he could be a wonderful companion for her. Angie tugged at Alex's clothes, clearly hinting that she should help the girl. The guy supported this idea. Meanwhile, the guy finally lost his patience and roughly pulled the girl, telling her to stop being angry. However, the main character managed to block the way for the impudent man, confidently demanding that he immediately leave the girl alone. The girl was shocked that such a desperate boy would come to her defense. The man became angry and prepared to hit the child. Alex gripped the philosopher's stone in his palm and resolutely put the criminal handcuffs on the braggart. The braggart suddenly felt a cold metal ring click on his wrists. But that wasn't enough to stop him. He immediately determined that the child's magic was too weak. The boy tried to strike, but missed. The handcuffs tightened, restricting his movements. The hooligan screamed in unbearable pain and fell to his knees. He could not understand why the handcuffs suddenly began to squeeze his wrists tighter and tighter. Alex explained that the witch's handcuffs tightened every time the wearer did something bad, and would remain on him until he changed for the better. If he didn't break his habit, the shackles could even cut off his wrists. The thug's face was frozen in shock. The young master told him to return in a year. That's when he would be ready to lift the spell. In addition, the young master told him that he was Alexander Carlite, his subordinate. The girl, upon hearing what kind of family her savior came from, immediately remembered the rumors about the magical abilities of the Carlite clan, and confirmed that these legends were true. A little time passed, and the new acquaintances were already sitting at the table, savoring tea. Eliza gave her name and sincerely thanked them for saving her. Alex also introduced himself and introduced them to his fiancée. The girl noticed that the guy could have given the brawler to the guards without any magic. She remarked that if he ever did something like that again in the future, he would have been better off handing the criminals over to the guards. Eliza wondered why he had done that. The hero noticed that the man opposite had a subtle, observant mind. Alex admitted, "Indeed, it would be easier to just hand the hooligan over to the guards, but then this guy would never be able to prove that he was capable of anything good." The girl asked what exactly he meant. The young man answered without hesitation, "The true appreciation of a person comes only with his death." Eliza noted that she had come across this theory before, but she had no idea that Alex had experienced it firsthand. She realized that a hero gives people the opportunity to correct their mistakes, but at the same time reminded them that there are those who remain unchanged. The hero was convinced. It cannot be denied that those guilty, albeit small, still have hope for change. After all, the point here is not condemnation, but the desire to show the way. Eliza called him virtuous, but she wasn't sure if that was a real compliment, because he might later regret it. She believed that decent people ended up with nothing. The boy, however, saw it as not the worst quality, and didn't complain about his honesty at all. Eliza bowed her head and sincerely confessed that she liked the young man. If they had been the same age, she would have fallen in love with him, without a doubt. The boy thanked her for her frankness, and the girl, without looking back, left. Angela could not help but notice Eliza's charming eyes. The heiress silently agreed with her. It was rare to meet a person with such indomitable strength of spirit. Despite her young age, 16, the girl impressed with the maturity of her gaze and the prudence of her words. Alex noted that Eliza's eyes reflected the look of someone who is forced to carry an excessive burden. This burden, which she does not want, seems to oppress her soul. The girl wondered if she could ever be like this girl. Alex gently ran his hand through his delicate bride's hair, reassuring her that she was special and charming in her own way. That was how he liked her best. The real her. The girl smiled in response. The children returned home, where they were met by a servant who respectfully greeted the young heirs. However, suddenly the hero felt threatened. The sword flew towards them. Alex was not confused. He instantly called forth flames, melting his father's weapon before his stunned father's eyes. The man laughed and assured him with a sincere smile that he had no doubts about his son. Alex, a little irritated, asked why he was doing this again. Suddenly, the boy remembered his father's advice to invite the Empress. He understood everything at once. And at that very moment, a girl's loud praise was heard in the address of the heir to the Carlite Duchy, who, without a doubt, justified his fame. A girl who had been helped earlier approached them. She introduced herself as Empress Elizabeth Forsyth and asked the Duke for a favor. Alex, although surprised, did not forget to politely greet the Empress and introduce himself. Angie, imitating him, also bowed low to Her Majesty. The girl asked him to raise his head, adding that the young man was really well versed in events. She asked the Lord if there was a place in their house where they could talk privately. The man offered to use his office. Angie said a cordial goodbye to everyone. Just in case, the gentleman used some soundproofing magic. When they were comfortably seated in the office, Eliza suggested that they should not waste time on formalities and get straight to the point. The Empress was convinced that they knew about the rebellion that had broken out due to the terrible rule of the previous emperor. Alex confirmed that this had happened before he was born. The girl added that the people had not had time to forgive the previous ruler. Even when she had already taken the throne, new small uprisings broke out throughout the country. The Empress was convinced that the imperial army would soon launch a large-scale offensive against the rebel stronghold. She sought to destroy their leader in order to avoid unnecessary casualties. Alex instantly understood why the girl had turned to him. Eliza remarked, "With such incredible abilities, the guy was quite capable of capturing the leader during an attack." The hero thought about her words and mentally acknowledged their correctness. He bowed, assuring her that he understood everything. The girl said with a slight smile, "If he succeeds in completing the task, this land will be his." She also noted that she had finally received this request from his father. The boy turned to his father, but in response he only heard that this was an extremely important order from Her Majesty herself. Alex objected that such an award was too much for him. However, the Empress replied that such an award was the most fitting for such a large-scale task. Besides, she would be more at ease if he were the one leading them. The girl leaned towards him and frankly confessed that she was interested in the heir to the duchy. The boy could not understand the reason for such admiration. The day of the attack arrived. Eliza and Alexei climbed to the highest point and saw the soldiers preparing for the assault. The girl resolutely said that the moment had come to prove what he was capable of. The Empress noted with admiration that the boy had been named after his father, and now she was eager to see how he would cope with his mission. When Alex had spoken to his father, there had been a depressing, even disturbing atmosphere around her. Now she seemed like an ordinary teenager. The hero sighed and wondered if he should only catch their leader. Eliza approved the task and emphasized that she wanted him to capture the criminal alive, even though he faced the death penalty. She wondered how he planned to accomplish this. In Alex's hands lay a magical sphere made of earth, but the Empress was not impressed. The boy explained that he planned to use it simply on the ground. He aimed the sphere at the ground, and at that moment the surface began to seem as if it were sucking it in. A staircase opened up before them, leading down. Alex suggested that the Empress go down this path. As they descended deeper and deeper, Eliza confessed with surprise that she had never imagined that it would be possible to bypass the enemy by moving through underground passages. She asked if the boy knew exactly where they should go. The young gentleman, without stopping to form the stairs, confidently confirmed that he was on his way. Alex noticed that buildings of this plan usually have a similar structure. The girl agreed with this. Some time passed, and they reached the enemy's compound. The guy assumed that the target was already very close. They noticed a door ahead. The young heir noticed that this was where the leader was. Despite the boy's concern, Eliza pressed herself against the door and whispered confidently that she heard a familiar voice. Lord Fleming stood by in the role of a rebel. His accomplice spoke up, saying that the time had come. Fleming agreed and noted ominously that their soldiers had shown remarkable skill. After that, he ordered the army to be withdrawn. The rebel admitted that he was urging the Lord's army on more for show, because if their conspiracy were discovered, they could lose everything they had worked so hard to gain. Fleming said he was aware of the situation and ordered his accomplice to make sure his men handled it perfectly. The latter thought for a moment. At this time, Eliza and Alex overheard every last word. Suddenly they heard the men get up and head for the exit. The boy hurried to warn the girl, but she could not believe that a traitor had appeared among them. But they didn't even try to hide. When the men emerged, a look of surprise flashed across their faces. Her Majesty stood before them. The merchants instantly realized that their conversation had been overheard from beginning to end. With a serious expression on her face, the Empress turned to Lord Fleming, demanding an explanation. Her persistent questions left the husband at a loss for words. Alex suddenly interrupted, noting that the Lord had worked as a financier after the war. According to him, the Lord had used resources intended for paying off fallen soldiers by reporting their deaths. He wondered if that was true. The merchants were no longer going to listen to their words. They drew their weapons, determined to silence their empress forever. Alexei immediately stood up for the girl, urging her to step aside. The guy was about to pin her to the ground. A ball of magical energy flashed in his hand. He aimed it at the criminals, who were shrouded in a light haze. They immediately turned to stone and then fell powerless to the ground, feeling an insurmountable weakness throughout their bodies. The boy explained that he had stripped their bodies of all power. They would not be able to move a finger for a whole day. A tiny ball of magical energy hung in the air above the magician's palm. Eliza took a step forward, and on behalf of Her Majesty, solemnly announced, "For Lord Fleming's betrayal, he was permanently deprived of all rights to his title." When the criminals were finally caught, they came outside. The girl sighed with relief and told Alex that she had instructed her subordinate to complete the rest of the work. She sincerely thanked the boy for his support. The young gentleman thoughtfully remarked that no one would have thought that the highest command of the Imperial Army could deceive them. Eliza replied with irritation that it was all her own weak character that was to blame. The boy reminded her that her reign was just beginning, so she should do her best. The girl smiled warmly in return and thanked her for her support. Meanwhile, Alex noted that now it was time to take care of the soldiers' wounds. The young man continued to ponder aloud what he should do when he suddenly felt the Empress's gaze on him. Smiling, he asked gently if something had happened. The girl was embarrassed and lowered her eyes in confusion. She turned away sharply, pressing her hand to her lips. The Empress exhaled heavily. The young man's gaze did not at all resemble the gaze of a servant. There was no doubt about that. The boy, however, did not understand the reasons for such an act. In the capital of the empire, the hero met Hosen Chosa, a general in the Imperial Army. He was a middle-aged man with a good beard and a radiant, cheerful energy. The boy introduced himself and announced Angelica as his bride. He said that they would be staying here for a short time. Meanwhile, the girl did not take her eyes off the warrior. Alex's voice suddenly snapped her out of her thoughts. Coming to her senses, she quickly bowed. The girl was sincerely glad to meet Horsain. The man laughed cheerfully and assured them that there was nothing to worry about, as he had already heard about the children from Carlite. He also added that they should feel at home here. After the traitor was exposed, the staged rebellion ended. Alex gained recognition for uncovering the insidious plot and received an invitation to an audience with the Empress, where a reward awaited him. The place where the air froze turned out to be the house of Sir Horsen, an old friend of his father. The host showed the guests to the bedroom and invited them to use it as they pleased. Finally, he assured them that he was always ready to help if they needed anything. Before leaving, the army general asked the guy how he felt about alcohol and gestured for a glass. Alex honestly admitted that he didn't mind having a drink in good company. Hearing this answer, Horsen immediately hugged the boy and cheerfully promised the bride to borrow her fiancé for a short while. The girl, smiling, wished them a good time. The man approached Alex and remarked that his wife was a wonderful woman. The guy just smiled in response to these words. They entered the luxurious banquet hall where the Imperial Army general usually met with his friends. One of the guests turned to the maid and ordered her to serve drinks. The girls briskly brought 2 bottles and a plate of rock salt. Alex took the dishes and remarked that salt made the evening especially pleasant. At first, Gorsain did not quite understand what the young gentleman meant. Seeing the salt, the man instantly understood what the boy was hinting at. He patted Alex on the back approvingly and noted that, despite the age difference, they had already managed to get along. The young gentleman winced in pain. He caught himself saying something from his past life, when he had been accustomed to quenching his thirst with alcohol and salt. He couldn't help but notice how energetic and cheerful Horsain was. Alex was sure that if his father were around, he would definitely join their company. The general understood perfectly well why those around him showed so much attention to the heir to the Duchy of Carlisle, because he himself felt sympathy for him. Some had already tried to grab the young man by the shoulders, offering to become his brother. This unexpected invitation stunned the boy. It seemed to him that the general was hinting too strongly at their closeness. Clumsily trying to dissuade the man, he began to remind him that they had just met, as well as the age difference. However, the man remained adamant, even persistently offering to marry his granddaughter. The maids could not hold back their laughter. The general sat down at the table, placing the bottle in front of him. He impatiently motioned for the boy to sit next to him. At that moment, Alex regretted what he had said about his father. One horseman was enough. Meanwhile, Andy was sitting on the bed in her room, humming softly. Suddenly, in the silence, there was a knock on the door. She immediately thought it was her fiancé who had returned. The girl happily opened the door, preparing to greet Alex, when Eliza appeared before her. She noted with a smile that it had been a long time since she had listened to the children's song that Angie had written. The girl asked permission to stay a little longer because of an unexpected visit. She politely greeted Her Majesty, but she only smiled and advised her to do without ceremony, addressing her by her usual name. The Empress stepped into the room. Angie instantly reported that Alex was gone. But Eliza already knew about it. It was she who had called Horson to entertain the boy. The girl approached the Baron's daughter. She looked up in surprise and asked how she could be of any use. Eliza asked if Angie was Alex's fiancée. The girl confessed her feelings for him without hesitation and with great passion. She declared that she had no doubt about it. The Empress asked Angie how she would react if she found out that someone else liked her fiancé. The girl replied with a smile that it would make her happy. Her Majesty did not hide her surprise. The young lady said that she wanted to cooperate with this girl and talk to her about Alex. This way she would discover even more fascinating facts about him. The more she learns about him, the more her feelings flare up. The girl was sure that exciting adventures await her. Eliza thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up. After thanking her for the conversation, she leaned over to her interlocutor and quietly asked her not to tell anyone about her visit. Angie understood this request immediately. Eliza admitted that she wanted to surprise him and give him a pleasant moment, something he might like. Within the walls of the royal palace, Alex's audience with the Empress began. The young ruler sat on the throne, surrounded by her loyal courtiers. Lord Corlith was greeted with due respect. Eliza noted that the capture of the traitor was a significant feat for the Empire, so she suggested that the Lord choose his own reward. Alex bowed and assured her that he would accept whatever Her Majesty decided to give. Etiquette did not allow him to ask for anything directly, but if there was anything truly valuable among the gifts, the boy would be happy to return the money to the soldiers. The girl smiled and rose from her throne, addressing Lord Corlith. The young man instantly straightened up and froze in complete silence. Eliza announced that she was solemnly appointing him vice-emperor. The hero was taken by surprise by this news. The counselors whispered among themselves. Horsasan watched everything that was happening with interest. The Empress declared that for the sake of the Empire's well-being, Alex would become her right-hand man, revealing her true potential to everyone. The hero could not have imagined that events would unfold in this way. For the holder of the Sss-Rank, this seemed simply incredible. The young man bowed low, and with his eyes shining sincerely, said that he gladly accepted the offered position. A stack of letters awaited Alex at Corson's estate. The boy inquired about their contents, and the general explained that they were mostly invitations to banquets from vice-emperors, as well as proposals for meetings. The Duke repeated his question. The man, sighing, admitted that it was not easy to pronounce these words, and explained, the letters were simply left at his house. The second part ended up in the residence of the heir to the Duchy of Carlisle. Orson remarked, was he really not prepared for such a turn of events? The young man had anticipated this development to some extent, especially after his appointment as vice-emperor. After the audience, Elise shared with him her desire to ensure the Empire's long years of prosperity and peace. She sought to build a stable, harmonious world and restore order to the Empire after the chaos left behind by the previous emperor. This was her true goal. But for this, she needed reliable people, those who could be both wise and kind mentors. Alex wondered if she meant him. The girl nodded silently in response. The hero realized that he had powerful enough magic in the Philosopher's Stone, so he had to live up to her expectations. Embarrassed, Eliza added, now that Alex had become vice-emperor, he was perfectly suited to the role of husband. However, the boy did not hear her and repeated his question. However, the Empress remained silent. She only stretched out her hand and asked if the hero would help her in the end. Alex confidently assured her that he would definitely help her. Hearing this, the girl blossomed with joy. She smiled sincerely and thanked him. After this story, Horson praised his younger brother's courage. The hero, a little uncertain, asked if he really thought so, and heard an affirmative answer. At the end, the general ordered a whole stack of letters to be left for him. The boy timidly asked if this would cause unnecessary trouble. However, the man only waved it away and chuckled. Now everyone who wanted to get an appointment with the viceroy must first pass the test of a duel with Horsian. As soon as she accepted her new position, Eliza immediately gave Alex a responsible task. She wanted him to achieve the title of Senior Master at the Magic Academy. The Empress and the hero were leisurely strolling through the garden. The boy wondered if this was really a place where soldiers and officers hone their skills in magic. He had also heard that monsters patrolled the area for real battles. The girl emphasized that the academy was the last bastion of defense. Eliza assured him that it was enough for him to maintain his status and take care of his own safety. The boy nodded in agreement, and the girl quietly left him alone. When Alex arrived at the academy, he was met by the institution's director, Ethan Hundred. The young man greeted him politely and thanked him sincerely for the invitation. The old man noted that he was greeted with honor and respect as an experienced and respected master. Alex was invited to the academic courtyard. Director Hundred was eager to show the boy all their achievements. Alex was about to enter, but suddenly he crashed into an invisible wall, like glass. It was a powerful magical barrier field, capable of scaring away any uninvited guest. However, the hero was eager to get into the academy. Stretching his hand forward, he used a splitting spell. The protective curtain instantly crumbled into small fragments, like a shattered mirror. The teachers were stunned as their protective barrier was shattered in an instant. Alex immediately apologized and promised to fix everything quickly, making the barrier even stronger than before. Within seconds, a new protective wall had grown around the academy. The boy solemnly declared that from now on, no one who came with evil would be able to penetrate inside. Alex wanted to address Director Ethan, but noticed that everyone around him looked depressed and despondent. The teachers were amazed, because the previous barrier was created by a whole group of people. From their conversation, the boy understood that this test was arranged precisely in order to learn more about the new vice-emperor. The director apologized to Alex. He noted that everyone was delighted to see the strength the boy had demonstrated. Alex had surpassed all their expectations. Alex turned around abruptly to 100, which made him lose his mind. The hero showed written proof, an order from Her Majesty, which clearly confirmed his appointment to the position of senior tutor. He convincingly assured that the Empress had personally entrusted him with this honorable role. The director carefully studied the document. Alex's powerful magic so impressed Ethan Hundred that he did not hesitate to offer the boy to conduct practical classes at the academy. He was sure that the students would be delighted to meet such an extraordinary personality. Alex himself was sincerely surprised by such an offer. The director was annoyed that their academy was significantly inferior to others in terms of the number of students. So he had high hopes for this idea, believing that it would attract new applicants. Alex did not hesitate to support this proposal, believing that such a decision would open up new opportunities for Eliza in the future. Alex immediately explained that his only difficulty was the long distance to the academy, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to hold classes all the time. The director thought for a moment and suggested using magic to solve this issue. Longing for the throne, she tirelessly solved the problems of the empire. But as soon as she had a free moment, a deep sigh would coolly escape from her chest. Her thoughts kept returning to Alex. How was he doing at the academy? But suddenly she heard someone calling her name. Suddenly, a hero appeared in front of her, as if he had materialized out of thin air. The girl was confused and asked in surprise where he had come from. The young man carefully descended to the floor and explained that he had just tested teleportation. The young gentleman remarked that now he could no longer think about the magic of flight. He honestly admitted that despite his anxiety, he had managed to cope, because at the crucial moment, the young man had wondered what the Empress would do in such a situation, and in the end, he had not made a mistake with his choice. Lisa blushed, pleased to hear that. Alex apologized for scaring her. Now that he was convinced that magic really existed, he should go back. The girl, meanwhile, was lost in thought. The Empress assured her that the hero could appear at any moment. The boy smiled in response and sincerely thanked her. Alex soon disappeared from the room, using teleportation magic. Meanwhile, Horseshen struggled with the endless stream of letters. They constantly arrived and disappeared one after another. Alex noticed that the building looked completely different. The director replied that one should be prepared for any surprises. The boy hesitated about what kind of magic he would teach him. Ethan jokingly added that he could do anything. The old man laughed and said that he would like his granddaughter to study with the hero. The boy's gaze involuntarily fell on the girl standing by the bench. He asked who she was. The girl looked intently at the glass of water standing on the bench. She concentrated on trying to influence it with her magic, but nothing happened. Alex came up behind her and suddenly asked if she really couldn't do anything. She flinched at the sudden voice and screamed in fear. The girl ignored the boy and immediately turned to the director, asking who the stranger was. Ethan Gundert was also present at the Chomet and introduced her to Vice Emperor Alexander. The girl exclaimed in surprise. The young man, smiling kindly, turned to her. Immediately noticing that she was doing a magical exercise, the girl admitted that she had been doing this for a year, but the water still hadn't moved. The director sighed heavily and said that it was probably just bad luck. He thought that she didn't seem to have any magical abilities at all. Shum sighed in bitter disappointment, finally admitting her helplessness. Her heart sank even more as she realized how much effort her father had put into getting his daughter into this academy. While the girl was talking about her failures, Alex suddenly noticed a dark glow emanating from Shalmi's ring. The director immediately asked what had happened. The guy noticed an eerie shadow appear around the ring, as if enveloping the girl in complete darkness. Alex claimed to have figured out the reason for everything, and asked the girl to extend her hand. Xiaomei obeyed without objection, and as soon as her hand was in his, the guy tenderly kissed her ring. The girl's cheeks instantly flushed with blush. She rushed to flee from the Vice Emperor, anxiously asking about his intentions. Meanwhile, the ring on her finger flashed with a bright glow. The air, as if picking up the girl, lifted her up. The light of magic shimmered around her, enveloping her in a light radiance. It seemed that she had become even more beautiful and had blossomed before our eyes. Alex explained that what he had seen was the girl's true witchcraft. The guy added that someone had been preventing her magic from fully unfolding, but now she had overcome it. The girl just looked at him in confusion. The meaning of his words remained incomprehensible to her. The young master explained that the ring on her finger connected her to her heart, and that was where the magic was born. That was where the power that flowed through this invisible path originated. Alex noticed that for some unknown reason, Xiaomi's ability to use magic was blocked. The guy held up a glass of water and assured her that everything should be fine now. He suggested that she repeat the exercise again. Principal Ethan agreed with the Vice Emperor, but was concerned that the teachers had not noticed this yet. The boy assured him that the real reason would soon be revealed. The hero noticed that Xiaomi hesitated and asked the reason for her doubts. The girl honestly admitted that she was not confident in her abilities this time. Then Alex, as an experienced mentor, promised her that this time she would definitely succeed. The student dared to believe and took a glass of water. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on calming the magic. The water really turned to ice. The girl exclaimed with delight that she could do it. The director emphasized that Xiaomi had the magic of ice. Alex pointed to the ice-covered river, and Xiaomi could not believe that her power could freeze not only a glass, but an entire river. She still couldn't believe that it was her fault. Alex told the director that the girl's magical power was impressive, and in order to see her talents, one had to be no weaker than her, or even more powerful. Only then did Ethan understand why they had not been able to notice her hidden potential before. The director was pleased to say that this was wonderful, and asked the Vice Emperor to continue to support their students. The boy promised to do his best. He approached Sum, who was crying with joy, and gently reminded her that everything had turned out for the best. The next day, Alex used teleportation magic to travel to the Dragon Guardian Temple. He was convinced that the Empress had shown kindness by appearing here. Eliza was kneeling in the room, dressed in a ritual cloak. Hearing the hero's address, the girl instantly turned to him. Alex wanted to talk to her about returning home, but heard back from the castle that she was busy performing a ritual. He apologized, worried that he had disturbed her. The girl just smiled and assured him that everything was fine. The boy gazed with admiration at the statue, which he had seen with his own eyes for the first time. Eliza assured him that before them was none other than the legendary defender of the Empire, who, according to legend, had bestowed his power upon it at its very foundation. Before them stood a majestic snow-white statue of the legendary dragon, the invincible defender of the Empire. According to legend, the guardian dragon gave its power to the first emperor, and then disappeared without a trace. All subsequent rulers were obliged to offer prayers at this temple every month, Alex noticed the grandeur and expressiveness of the statue. He wondered if the first emperor had created it. Eliza replied that it was a protective dragon. The boy didn't immediately understand what she thought was a real dragon. So the girl explained. Once, during the founding of the empire, an event occurred after which this creature turned into a stone statue. Suddenly, the philosopher's stone shone in the hero's pocket, and this strange world attracted the empress's attention. Alex took out the precious stone. It glowed so brightly that it was impossible not to notice. The young master suddenly found himself unable to take his eyes off the statue of the guardian dragon. The heir to the Duchy of Carlite suddenly felt an invisible presence enter his mind. A plea resounded in his mind. Someone invisible, begging to be set free. Alex asked Elise to step aside. It became clear to him that the creature was asking to remove the stone shell. The boy placed his hand on the statue. He was going to awaken the true defender of the empire. The girl assured him that it was impossible, because no one had ever dared to do such a thing. Meanwhile, the wind had risen. The boy, determined to see it through to the end, ordered the dragon to wake up. As the stone shell disappeared, the guardian dragon came to life and took its first breath. Steam swirled around it. Eliza and Alex could not believe their eyes. The legend appeared before them in all its glory. The dragon leaned towards the people and asked if they had woken him up. The boy boldly greeted the majestic creature, and the empress was deeply impressed. She could not understand where the possibilities of air magic, granted to the Carlite Duchy, ended. The creature called itself the Lord of Heaven. The boys also introduced themselves, and at the mention of Forsyth's name, the dragon immediately recognized the girl as his descendant. Then he wondered who had finally set him free. Alex replied that it was him. The creature thought for a moment, and then spoke of his desire to thank the Chosen One. The boy assured him that it was quite simple, and asked again if he had heard correctly that the dragon called him the Chosen One. He discovered that he had turned himself into stone so that he could one day meet the one he believed would finally free him from the spell. Eliza pondered. She had finally solved the mystery of why the guardian dragon statue had turned to stone. Alex was astonished to realize that the creature had made such extraordinary sacrifices and turned itself to stone. The guy asked why he was waiting for the Chosen One. Beta replied that he hoped that this man would help heal his wounds. The hero, confused, asked what kind of wounds he was talking about. The Heavenly King said that during the Battle of Forsyth he was seriously wounded. He was pursued by thousands of soldiers, and only by a miracle did he survive a blow that could have been fatal to him. Hearing this, Alex was instantly alarmed. He assured him that he could immediately heal his wounds. The dragon replied that he would be infinitely grateful to the Chosen One for this help. Without a moment's hesitation, the hero rushed to heal. He directed his magic at the disaster. The boy had already mastered all the healing spells thanks to the Philosopher's Stone, and their power was quite enough even for such a giant dragon. Although Alex was pressed by incredible resistance, he did not even think of retreating. Confidence in his own abilities, especially with his Sss-Rank, did not allow him to fail. Around the hero swirled vortexes of magical spheres, sparkling with energy, which was constantly directed towards the dragon. The giant Sky King shone with a bright light. He immediately felt an incredible relief. His body was filled with lightness, as if all the weight had disappeared from him. As soon as the boy finished, his strength left him, and he fell to the ground exhausted. Eliza rushed to him. The boy assured her that he was fine, and explained that he had simply used up all his magic. The Empress merely nodded in response, for ordinary magic was truly powerless against dragons. Calamity himself agreed with this, so he patiently waited for the appearance of someone who would surpass him in strength. Although the Heavenly King did not expect that the Chosen One would be able to completely heal him, the dragon noted that this was enough. Meanwhile, the boy, still sitting on the floor, did not cease to be amazed by the words of this powerful creature. Alex wondered if the dragon could heal itself, to which Catastrophe replied that this was out of the question. The dragon had completely lost any ability to heal, even the simplest healing magic. The boy laughed and agreed. With such powerful magic, danger lurks even for the Lord of Heaven himself. Suddenly, when silence fell, the hero heard the voice of Stormy Calamity. He wanted to turn to the Chosen One and ask something. The creature wondered if the young lord was a deity, since healing a giant dragon was almost impossible. The dragon himself was convinced that no gods actually existed. Alex once had a choice: but he called himself a simple man. At this, Liho noticed that he was more and more like the chosen one. Eliza only watched their conversation in confusion, not understanding its meaning, and the dragon suddenly said that he was willing to give his life for the chosen one. The Lord of Heaven wondered if the boy would agree to become his master. Alex turned to the astonished Empress in surprise, asking her advice on this unexpected proposal. The hero noted that such a dangerous force could become their ally in the coming trials. Her Majesty doubted whether such a thing was even possible. The boy approached the dragon and lightly leaned against its cheek. The hero confidently declared that he accepted his offer. From now on, Alex gained a reliable ally, the Heavenly King himself. Andy was in the garden of Corsane's estate. She was picking flowers when she suddenly heard someone's voice. Looking around, the girl saw not a soul, and suddenly her gaze rose upward, and she saw her fiancé, riding a huge dragon, rushing towards her. The boy shouted loudly that he had returned home. When they landed, the girl curiously asked what kind of strange creature was standing next to him. Suddenly, Icarius Horsane appeared next to the boy as if out of thin air, and he himself did not notice how he ended up next to him. Alex introduced the disaster, which bowed politely. The hero organized a brief introduction between everyone present. When the guys learned that the guardian dragon himself was standing before them, they could not hide their surprise. Someone incredulously announced that Alex had actually subdued the dragon. When the boy confirmed his words, the army general was filled with pride for his brother. At the same time, she wondered where this dragon would now reside. Then the boy remembered that he needed to ask his father for permission. Before leaving, he asked if Woe could settle in their residence. To this, Horson replied, if his father did not allow him, then the Heavenly King could stay in his own residence. Alex's father was sitting in his office, deep in work. Suddenly he heard a knock on the window. Looking in, the man saw his son. The Duke, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked what had brought his son there. The man opened the window and at that moment saw a huge dragon in front of him. The father exclaimed in surprise, not believing what he saw. The hero, as if feeling completely calm, sat directly on the wing of the terrifying creature. Alex cautiously descended to his father's office and shared the news of his becoming vice-emperor. He handed him an official letter to back up his words. The man was pleased with the news and smiled, noting that this was exactly the decision he had expected from Her Majesty. Seeing his father, he suddenly remembered the warm atmosphere of home. The boy asked if something was bothering him. The man remarked that the weather had been unusually good this year, and that the harvest in this region was expected to be more abundant than usual. The young man did not quite understand what was being said, for he took these words, on the contrary, as good news. The father noticed that there would be so many vegetables this year that there would be a large surplus, and the prices for the harvest would fall rapidly, leaving the peasants with nothing. The man was at a loss. What to do? Destroy what had been grown or buy up the leftovers? The Duke noticed that if he bought them, he would face difficulties with storage. He would have to find premises and hire people. The manager would take care of this. The guy understood the essence of the problem and thought about it. The most important thing now was to find a suitable place and recruit a workforce. He reached into his pocket and gripped the Philosopher's Stone tightly, confident that it could solve any riddle. Alex glanced out the window, mentally conjuring up trouble. The young master turned to the Heavenly King with a request to give him one of his claws. The dragon granted his request without hesitation. After all, these creatures possess amazing magical power, and each part of their body is special, endowed with unique, extremely rare properties. The bag instantly fell from his paw. The man asked in surprise what it was, but the boy only suggested that his father wait and see for himself. He warned him that he would be leaving for his desk for a while. The young gentleman opened the bag, and a veritable whirlwind burst forth, picking up the table, spinning it in a wild dance and swiftly disappearing back into the bag. The boy said that he created this storage bag using his own magic and a dragon claw. Its space is limitless, and the food placed inside will never spoil. The son suggested to his father that he buy up all the surplus, put it in a bag, and use it later when the need arose. The Duke enthusiastically agreed, calling it a brilliant idea. The man grabbed the bag and demanded his table back. All he had to do was send a letter notifying him of the purchase of the harvest. The guy sincerely thanked the dragon for his support. The Duke came up with the title for the letter, inspired by Alex's brilliant idea. He asked his son how he felt about the offer. The latter was genuinely surprised. The man also suggested naming the Harvest Festival after his brilliant son. The dragon jokingly noted that the chosen one's father was a surprisingly cheerful man. Alex only looked at his duke in silence. Since then, 2 harvest festivals have already taken place. The hero sat thoughtfully, going over topics for the next lecture in his head, and she, satisfied, called her fiancé to congratulate him on his successful work. The girl also noticed that the weather was wonderful outside and suggested that they relax together in the garden. The guy happily agreed to this idea. The mimic bird perched on its little mistress's shoulder. The girl noticed that the academy had significantly more students. Alex agreed, noting that everyone had come with the intention of studying hard. Angie added that she herself would not mind listening to his lectures. The hero reminded her that he was already helping her with her studies at home, and she was doing great, so attending lectures wasn't necessary at all. The girl, a little hesitantly, tried to explain why she still wanted to go to class. Angie smiled and remarked that her fiancé looked very attractive when he was teaching others. The young man smiled warmly in return. Now everything became clear to him. Alex advised the girl to attend the next lecture at the academy. Angie enthusiastically asked if she could really join in. The guy reassured her once again, confirming his offer. The dragon found himself next to the children and immediately noticed how happy Lady Angie was about this event. The girl happily agreed. Alex promised to keep it a secret from her father. The bride asked with interest why everything had to be hidden. The hero remarked that in that case, his father would certainly want to join them. The girl laughed merrily, confirming that the Duke would definitely not resist such an offer. At that moment, the man suddenly sneezed. For several days, the boy helped his father manage the estates in the village of Renitra. Alex carefully examined the soil and informed the owner that the land here was excellent. To this, the worker gratefully remarked, "All this was possible thanks to the Count and the young master, because thanks to them, many people were able to preserve their savings." Suddenly, a frightened man ran up to them and shouted that a locust invasion was coming. The farmer was stunned by the news. He was told that the Silva district was already suffering from the attack. Silva was the same town where Angie's family lived for Alex. The young man began to worry for the safety of his fiancée. Meanwhile, farmers were loudly warning that the locust swarms were steadily approaching. A black, sticky creature was wandering nearby. The hero wondered if it was a locust, the same one that causes vegetables to rot. The workers confirmed that it was the one that had been terrorizing villages, ravaging forests, and destroying crops. It was a real monster. People were sure that nothing could stop her. The guy quickly assessed the circumstances and promised to think about how to fix this problem. The villagers begged the young owner, hoping for his help. Alex reassured the people, assuring them that there was no need to be afraid. According to him, the locusts did not threaten people, and therefore he advised everyone to quickly seek shelter. Using teleportation magic, he materialized right above the locust. The monster slowly walked along the village. The hero watched him carefully, when suddenly the creature let out a deafening roar. The philosopher's stone explained to the boy that neither magic nor ordinary blows had any effect on the monster. However, if nothing was done, the harvest would perish. Then the young master decided to use the magic bag obtained from the claw of Calamid. Alex opened the bag, and it immediately began to pull the monster in. The monster began to scream and hiss at the top of its voice, but the hero held the magic thing firmly in his hands, not allowing the force to escape. A little time passed, and the bag was tightly closed. The monster disappeared. The boy managed to win. He prevented disaster, and now, as long as the bag remains closed, the monster will not be able to escape. A peasant ran up to him, and filled with excitement, asked what had happened to the locust. The young gentleman replied that he had managed to catch it. The worker was delighted with this news, but at the same time he was stunned, because even witchcraft was powerless against this monster. The locals began to admire the boy and his strength. They gathered together to celebrate this incredible event. At the same time, Alex felt sad that he could not save the rest of the places. A month had passed since the hero had settled in the Carlites' home. One day he turned to his father, asking if he had been called. Angie was already waiting for him on the doorstep. Alex was met by the father of his second, the Baron himself. The hero was sincerely happy about this meeting. The Baron said that he had come to express his gratitude to him. The Baron bowed low and reported that the locusts had caused terrible damage to his estate. He sincerely thanked the Duchy of Carlisle for their help and support in this difficult time. He expressed special gratitude on behalf of all his people to the Viceroy. Smiling politely, the young man assured them that there was no need to thank them. They already had enough supplies. Help was a common thing here. The man assured him that he was a true gentleman, and jokingly added, with such a vice-emperor, everyone could sleep peacefully for many years to come. The Baron proudly noted that Andy was Alex's fiancée. The guest still couldn't understand how such a decent man still didn't own his own land. The Duke just sighed, and explained that his wife categorically objected. They said their son was still too young for such a responsibility. The Baron proposed an alliance in which Alex would become their representative, while each would retain the right to govern their lands as before. The father thought this idea was excellent. The boy wanted to restrain the Duke, but the Duke no longer listened to him. The man enthusiastically thought about the prospects that their alliance would open up for strengthening Alex's influence and fame. The Baron also supported the proposal to invite Horsan to the alliance. Angie thought it was a great idea too. She admitted that she would be happy if more people knew about him. The guy mentally noted that his fiancée was simply incredibly cute. The hero, peering out the window, informed the evil of the decision made. Carlite and Silova would join forces. He gave the dragoness an important letter, asking her to go to Her Majesty and get approval for the alliance. He rushed to the Empress and soon returned, holding her in the saddle beside him. Eliza said quietly that she had heard his confession. Alex was shocked. He had not expected to see the girl. Her Majesty assured him that their union would not cause any difficulties. Moreover, she was convinced that it would only strengthen the hero's authority as vice-emperor. The girl announced that she was willing to give her consent. Everyone was overcome with joy, but before they could properly rejoice, she turned to the Empress with a request to put forward her own conditions. Eliza insisted that Alex keep her informed about his decisions. The guy sighed and reluctantly agreed. His life with the Sss-Rank status became brighter and richer. There were always those around him who sincerely admired him and gave him their love. The angel continued her work of judging reincarnated souls. Turning her gaze to Milin Huang, she wondered if she had managed to live this life with dignity. The soul replied that she was tired of earthly life, left behind 100 grandchildren, and went to eternity without suffering. The angel was overjoyed to hear such good news. The girl said that in her next life she would have the same rank of B as in the previous one. Returning to Milan, she asked, what does she want to become? The daughter of merchants or the most talented healer in the whole village? Suddenly, another angel intervened and advised her to take a closer look at all 9 of Melon's lives. The girl looked at the details of each of them with interest. She was amazed that the soul had never sinned in all 9 lives. It seemed incredible. Her colleague fully shared her astonishment. The angel informed the soul that its life was numbered, and its next reincarnation had already been determined as an S level. The spirit pondered this news carefully. Malin wondered if she was destined to live her life surrounded by many people. The angel assured her that they would all be kind and sincere. That was enough for the soul. She happily accepted this fate. The girl gave the soul holy water so that it could erase the memories of its past life and begin a new story. The angel wished Melina good luck in her new incarnation as Angelica Silva. The academy was training in fire magic. Alex demonstrated the power of weak magic techniques using a target that burst into flames. He explained that his magic had its own rhythm, and that the streams of magical power moved in a circle. A flash of fire burst from his palm as he stood before the awed students. The young man added that only by feeling this rhythm could they unlock all the secrets of magic and reach its true power. Alex threw another fireball at the mannequin. The flame instantly engulfed the fabric, quickly spreading over the entire surface. The students noticed that the power of the flame had changed. The guy suggested that they also try their strength. The vice-emperor noted that the students had already reached the age of 18 and would soon graduate. They were fully prepared both morally and physically, so he expressed hope that success awaited them. The students immediately began to put the teacher's instructions into practice. They immediately noticed how their strength began to grow rapidly. Director Ethan thanked Alex for another brilliant lecture and promised to try the proposed method himself. The boy asked if Hundred wanted to discuss something. The director replied that he would like to talk about the future of the graduates, since most of them dream of serving in the palace, joining the army, or working for nobles. Given that the land belonged to Alex, the director asked if he could invite some of the graduates to work for him. The hero immediately clarified whether he was talking about organizing jobs on his territory. the old man happily confirmed. Alex thought for a moment. The alliance his father had made united the lands of Corsana and the Baron's domain, and this year he was to become their protector. Finally, the boy agreed, and the director was pleased with the news. He bowed and assured everyone that he would immediately inform everyone of this decision. The young owner thanked Ethan, entrusting him with an important mission. The next day, Gossain visited him. The general immediately noticed how quickly the vacancy had become popular among students. It seemed incredible that as many as 500 young specialists had applied. This discovery came as a surprise even to the boy himself. Horson reported that 200 graduates had decided to skip the ceremony and take the job exam right away. So another 500 applicants were delighted with the news. Alex wondered in amazement how he was going to choose the best from 1,000 applicants. Xiaomi had been honing her magical skills within the academy. This time she was practicing with the fire element. A small flame danced in her palms. Alex stood next to her, enthusiastically praising the girl. She had mastered the Mupa-Pat method flawlessly. The girl asked uncertainly if he really thought so. To this, the guy replied, when had he ever deceived her? The student silently shook her head in denial. From the moment they met, the hero paid special attention to her. He conducted individual lessons, placing great hopes on her abilities. The young gentleman confidently assured her that many opportunities would await her after graduation, and the girl sincerely thanked him for his support. Suddenly, they were interrupted by the excited cries of the students, who were calling for the master. Some kind of trouble had happened in the dormitory. When they arrived at the place, they saw that the door to Xiaomi's room was blocked with ice. Alex immediately asked what had happened. Patrick admitted his guilt. He apologized, and explained that he had been researching a magical artifact that had suddenly exploded, causing a catastrophe. The hero immediately understood what was going on. Ordinary magic would no longer help in this situation. The students turned to their senior mentor with a request to melt the ice. They sincerely believed that Alex's abilities would make it quite real. The guy glanced at Xiaomi. The hero clutched the Philosopher's Stone tightly in his hand. His mind was racing anxiously. He had no idea what the misuse of this mysterious artifact, capable of generating ice magic, could lead to. Alex raised his hand. A magical sphere flared in his palm, but the Vice-Emperor was about to respond with a sorcery of pure, elemental nature. He threw the ball, and it immediately broke the ice ring around the door. Patrick, the culprit of this trap, did not hide his surprise. The owner managed to break the permafrost, which seemed insurmountable. Hearing these words, Xiaomi asked again. Alex quickly took stock of the situation and asked how the student was going to explain everything. Patrick instantly realized that he had been exposed. The Vice-Emperor briefly recounted the recent events to the director. Both glanced at Patrick, who had decided to tease the young teacher with his joke, for he was sure that the icy cold was unmoved and would not melt anything. Now the braggart was forced to remove the weeds himself. Alexa called out to Xiaomi, wondering if she could take advantage of the permafrost that Patrick was researching. The headmaster warned that this was not a simple magical act that could be performed by ordinary means. He doubted whether anyone other than His Highness was capable of mastering this magic. Instead, Alex sincerely supported Chami's interest and advised the girl to simply repeat after him. He wanted her to believe in her own abilities and not give in to doubts. Together they reached for the doorknob. The hero suggested using the Mupa-Pat method, and the capable student repeated it without hesitation. He was sure that if she saw it, she would definitely learn. Alex decided to just give her a little push to action. In an instant, the feather froze. They tried to melt it with ordinary fire magic, but in vain. The flame would not take it. Xiaomi happily tasted victory. Alexander did not hide his admiration for the talented student. Looking at the girl, he was convinced. She had already become the strongest sorceress in the entire school. After another training session, the students sincerely thanked the master, assuring him that they would look forward to the next lecture. The Vice-Emperor waved them warmly in return. He was happy to see how the students were improving their skills with each lesson. He was sure that if this continued, the employment rate would increase significantly. Meanwhile, the boy was walking near the walls of the academy, when suddenly he heard an unusual noise. It was Carla. She fell, bow and arrows scattered around her. The master asked anxiously if she was okay. The girl hurriedly gathered her arrows, admitting that she was a little worried. The teacher wanted to bow in farewell, but the arrows fell out of her hands again. Alex eventually joined her, helping to collect the arrows and carry them to their proper place. Cariola remarked that a senior master shouldn't have done that. The hero noticed that the arrows were already quite worn out. The girl said that she needed to fix them before the next lesson. The boy offered to help Carly. The girl hurriedly stopped her friend, worried that after the master's intervention the arrows might become enchanted, and then the students would no longer be able to use them. Alex confidently loaded his crossbow and assured her that there was no need to worry. It wouldn't change anything. To demonstrate his words, he aimed an arrow at the target. Curls saw earth magic swirl around the crossbow. The young master concentrated, tensed, and fired the arrow precisely at the target. Carla asked what it was. Alex said that he had created an arrow out of the ground, because in the future he dreams of learning how to make an infinite number of arrows out of soil. The girl jokingly expressed concern that his talent might make other teachers redundant. The viceroy solemnly assured that he would be careful. However, the students' fighting skills had increased significantly thanks to Alex. They demonstrated their skills right in front of the Empress herself. She turned and asked her interlocutor's opinion about what she had seen. The girl smiled slyly, making sure that everything was happening exactly as the report stated. She also noted that the hero was teaching the students skillfully and with incredible speed. The Empress was sincerely delighted with Lord Alexander, and did not hide her delight. She turned to the boy with gratitude, and he replied respectfully that Her Majesty was extremely kind to him. The girl promised that one day she would definitely thank him. The young gentleman only smiled politely in response, and noted that he had already received his reward, because she had turned to him for help. The Empress blushed awkwardly at these words. She thought for a moment, then cautiously remembered that he had a fiancée. Alex couldn't hide his surprise. She was talking so directly about Angie. He nodded and confirmed. His fiancée was the daughter of the Baron himself. Her Majesty noticed that a daughter of a baronial family was not the best match for a vice-emperor, so she officially recognized Angie as her younger sister. Thanks to this, Angie will gain the status of a representative of the royal family. Alexei thought about it, but first he wanted to ask Angie's opinion. The girl hoped that she would agree. The hero imagined his bride as a royal messenger and thought that this role would suit her best. Alex admitted that he hadn't expected to see Eliza so soon after sending the report. The girl explained that she had come because of the director's enthusiastic feedback. It had intrigued her quite a bit. Now she too was eager to retrain adult soldiers. The Empress remarked that, while watching the students' training, she had the idea of founding her own school of magic. The heir to the Carlite house thought about it and said that such an idea would require a large-scale organization. The girl remained adamant and asked if he would accept her offer. The guy clenched his fist. His gaze shone with confidence and determination. He solemnly promised to do absolutely everything for Her Majesty. The girl was about to thank him, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected roar. They turned around and saw Xiaomei practicing with ice and roses. The girl was binding fresh buds in immortal ice. The teacher came closer to the student and noticed that she had completely rejected the magic of eternal frost. Xiaomei thanked the teacher, but suddenly her ears caught the voice of the Empress herself, which greatly shocked her. Her Majesty turned to Alex with a question. Why is such a gifted girl studying at the academy? Eliza had no idea that anyone at school was capable of such magic. She grabbed the student by the shoulders and persistently persuaded her to skip class and immediately go to the palace with Anya. Shame was confused and could not find the words to answer. The young student trembled from the unexpected tension and timidly said that she only wanted to continue her studies under the guidance of Master Alexander. Eliza cautiously stepped back from the trembling girl. Turning to the hero, the Empress said that now everything was clear to her, and asked him to forget her previous words. But the young ruler remained completely bewildered. He could not understand anything. She would probably apologize to Eliza. The girl assured her that everything was fine, and remarked that the little student had tried hard in her past life, which was why she had become Alex's student. The Empress wished her not to stop and to make every effort. The hero had already made up his mind about one thing. Suddenly, a powerful explosion sounded behind him. It all happened right near the training dungeon. The senior mentor ran to the students and asked them with concern what had happened. Meanwhile, the loud explosions continued. The students gathered around and watched the events carefully. One of the students said that they were learning a new magic and decided to test their powers, so they went deeper into the dungeon than usual. There they were unexpectedly attacked by a monster. The Empress declared that the situation was getting out of control and ordered the Imperial Guard to be called in. Alex agreed, and advised her to leave the place as soon as possible. Suddenly, something burst out of the dungeon. A demon with 6 wings and fire magic appeared before them. He was amazed and could not understand how these people managed to survive. The hero, introducing himself as Alexander Carlite, asked about the reason for the attack. The demon named Azazel replied that the meaning of his existence was to destroy. Without wasting time, the demon threw the burning fire into the crowd with sarcastic gratitude, calling it a kind of thanks to the foolish mortals who had freed him from imprisonment. The projectile hit right next to Alex, but the boy managed to deftly jump away. He loudly ordered Azazel to stop, warning that if he didn't stop, his fate would be decided by the court of life. However, the demon ignored these threats. After all, even if he died, he would be reborn as a demon again and again. He told me that the life of a demon was a constant pain, radiating through the body simply by the fact of existence. Azazel no longer remembered why he had become this way, but the only thing that remained constant was the feeling of suffering. Azazel was filled with anger at those above him, for they had turned him into what he had become. If fate had made him a demon again, he would not hesitate to unleash his power on destruction. The hero understood. This creature was in complete despair. The guy had no idea that the demons had already disappeared, but he was still going to end his suffering with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. The magic balls, one after another, flew straight at Azazel. The demon roared in unbearable pain, engulfed in the glow emitted by Alex's spell. The hero was convinced that even if God himself were testing Azazel, he could not let him suffer pain. Without hesitation, he sent magic spheres at the demon again and again. But suddenly the ground beneath his feet shook, and everything around him trembled. Alex almost fell, but the Empress managed to catch him. The girl asked worriedly if he was okay. The boy sincerely thanked her for saving him. Caught up in his anxiety for his mentor, Shomei was instantly at her side. He hastily reassured her, assuring her that everything was fine, although in reality, the hero was well aware that he would not be able to stand on his feet for long in this child's body. Eliza, looking anxiously into his eyes, quietly asked if he had managed to defeat the demon. Alex replied that the sight of destruction had completely changed Azazel's very essence. The demon's wings had turned snow white, the pain had disappeared, and he felt as if he had been reborn. The young lord said that with the help of his magic he had transformed Azazel into an angel. The former demon could not believe his own eyes from such incredible astonishment. Alex said that he had no reason to destroy anything now. Azazel still couldn't understand how a human could be so powerful, so he asked if the boy was a god. But the senior master only replied that he was an ordinary man who possessed powerful magic. Azazel clenched his fist. Although everything was clear to him now, it no longer mattered. The voice of the angel still echoed in the young master's head, calling the boy his savior. The former demon declared that he wanted to dedicate his life to the one who saved him, Alex. Moreover, he called the hero his brother, which genuinely surprised the heir to the duchy. Azazel showed determination and asked to say immediately what exactly was required of him. Although he was inferior in strength to a human, he firmly relied on his magical abilities. The angel's manner effortlessly reminded Alex of the Duke and his passion for horses. The hero assured Azazel that he was a respected mentor at the nearby academy. The angel responded, as befits his new brother. Alex explained that in the event of an emergency, this shelter serves as a fortress and could be besieged by numerous enemies, so he tasked Azazel with guarding it. The angel blushed awkwardly at the unexpected request. The hero promised to be sincerely grateful for his help. And Eliza noted that this was a rather appropriate thought, because a fortress under the protection of a higher being is not at all a place where it is easy to gain favor. But it didn't end there. Alex boldly added that he wanted Azazel to make a deal with Eliza. The angel and the girl looked at each other in surprise. The hero confidently declared that he wanted to defend his empress. She even blushed, and blushed from such passionate words, feeling how sincerely he wanted to protect her. His determination and passion did not leave anyone indifferent. In the end, the boy agreed to support the one who saved him. The creature asked what this agreement meant. The boy told him that he was going to unite them with a magical agreement. From that moment on, even when they were far apart, they would always feel the presence of the other person. At this moment, the Empress cut him off mid-sentence. She sincerely thanked him for everything he had done, and admitted that she truly trusted him. Azazel also did not stay away and assured that his brother could rely on him even more. Alex, however, was not at all used to such statements from the angel's mouth. Whoreson sat with the Duke at the Carlite estate. He claimed to have seen an angel with his own eyes. The general could be seen holding a bottle. Alexander's father admitted that the thought of such a development had already crept into his head. But he still did not expect his son to be able to tame even an angel. Or let us recall how it was said that the student's skills had noticeably improved. This did not surprise the Duke, since their mentor was an experienced master. The general emphasized that teaching others is not an easy task, and requires considerable effort. When the children entered the room, the boy immediately noticed that the adults were again enthusiastically discussing him. Angie assured him that it was only because they liked him very much. The girl accepted all the compliments with a smile. Whoreson suddenly stood up and firmly declared that Angie was a true wife. She really understood everything. The general tirelessly talked about the hero's feat. He enthusiastically emphasized that he had managed to create a protective barrier stronger than all the previous ones, and even tamed the angel. Every approving mention he made of the groom made Andy melt with happiness. The Duke of Carlisle and Whoreson cheerfully raised their glasses filled with wine and proposed a toast to their younger brother. Angie gave him a thumbs up, and Alex immediately noticed that they had had enough drinks. Suddenly, Whoreson was curious about the event that only happened once every 4 years. It was Alex's championship, a tournament organized by his father to glorify the hero's name. Generous prizes awaited the winner. The man noted that this year's event promises to be even bigger than last year. The boy promised that he would definitely be present at the award ceremony. His father asked what kind of award was planned this time, because previously they had given both land plots and cash prizes. So now they needed to think things through carefully. Whoreson agreed, noting that during a tournament one shouldn't skimp. While the adults discussed the details, Alex mused that a cash prize was a fitting prize. At last, Whoreson reached his final verdict. Raising the bottle aloft towards the Duchy of Carlisle, he solemnly declared that the winner would have the right to choose the prize. The general handed Alex a large bottle and asked him about his impressions. The guy only skeptically asked if that was all they could surprise him with. The men asked indignantly what he meant. The young gentleman did not like the strong smell of alcohol that came from their mouths. Angie suggested that if the girl won, she would receive an extraordinary prize, the chance to marry Alex. Her father supported this idea, as it was considered normal for an aristocrat to have a concubine. The girl asked what Alex himself thought about the one who would live next door. He replied uncertainly that he had nothing against it. Angeli frankly admitted that as soon as she became Alex's fiancée, her life was filled with true happiness. Now she dreams that someone else can experience the same unique emotions. The hero noticed that his young bride was already beginning to think like a real mistress of a harem, so he decided that she wouldn't mind having an assistant. The guy willingly accepted her offer. Dreamy Alex thoughtfully wondered what to do if the guy won. The girl, hearing such an unexpected question, blushed and looked away in confusion. She apologized awkwardly, admitting that she hadn't even thought about it. Angie hesitated for a moment and asked for a few more seconds. The girl brought Amelia with her, who did not understand the reason for this at all. The girl herself was visibly excited and full of expectations. As the main reward, the maid offered, I quote, a token of approval from Alexander Carlisle. The girl explained that if the farmer won the tournament, they would appear in his fields as vice-emperors. Such a visit would make his name famous throughout the district. Then the prices of his crops and the demand for his goods would skyrocket instantly. Another award could be to name the fields after Alex. The hero thought this idea was great, although he thought about it for a moment. He suggested adding another distinction, since the tournament only takes place once every 4 years. An unexpected thought struck the hero. He beckoned his bride with his hand, as if inviting her to come closer, and asked if she had a moment to talk. The girl and the maid approached and asked what was going on. The boy, smiling happily, announced that he had come up with something interesting. He stretched out his hands and suggested that they try using mana in a completely new way. In front of him, a clump of elemental magic suddenly took the shape of a cube. Before the astonished girl's eyes, it began to rapidly increase in size. The boy replied that this room was created with the help of magic. He suggested that she visit it tomorrow. The maid and the baron's daughter cautiously climbed the slippery walls and found themselves in a spacious hall. Amelia, looking around in confusion, asked what had happened. The guy explained that it was a type of spatial magic. Here you can do anything you want, Angie exclaimed, amazed to admit that she had never encountered such magic before. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Her heart beat faster with excitement. Angie even wondered how trouble itself could fit in this cramped room. Amelia approved of such an unexpected trophy for Alexander's tournament. The guy was happy that they had finally decided on the award for the men. As soon as the prizes were announced, the number of participants increased. 100 more people registered for the tournament than last time. Today, as always, the Lord has much to do. Here before us is the village of Casson, which lies on the very edge of the Duchy of Carlisle. The main character found out that the delay in paying taxes was due to bad weather, so he decided to personally investigate. He promised to take immediate action. He raised a huge barrier over the entire harvest, enveloping the vegetable beds like a shield. He crouched down in front of it and carefully ran his hands over it. The people standing nearby watched his every move intently. Angie gently put her arm around his shoulders, and beaming with joy, announced that the greenhouse was finally up and running. They both burst into genuine smiles. She added that spatial magic was extremely convenient to use, after which she asked if she grew roses in her own garden. The man turned to Alex and thanked him profusely. He added that the weather had been unusually cold this year. Unfortunately, the family lacked the funds to build a greenhouse. They asked how they could thank him, to which Alex simply asked the farmer to stand up and not kneel before him again. Alex replied that the cold had already been dealt with, and so he asked to be taken to the other crops so that he could cover them as well. He nodded in agreement and gestured in which direction to go. Suddenly, the stranger called out to Alex. Looking around, Alex noticed that other people were already standing nearby. Yes, when asked about their origins, they replied that they came from Miller's estate. Alex clarified whether this was the same territory that borders theirs. To this, the man replied that it was already the property of Count Miller, and he himself did not have the best reputation. The stranger suddenly fell to his knees before him and begged to be accepted into his family. Alex and Angie could not believe their eyes. The protagonist asked what exactly they meant. In response, they told him that they had already heard many stories about him and his amazing abilities. For example, about the harvest from the magic bag, and those incredible greenhouses that appeared earlier. He said that their village had been beset by many calamities, and although the inhabitants had repeatedly appealed to the Count for help, he had stubbornly ignored their pleas. Many fields had already been devastated, so now the people were asking to be allowed to join Carlisa's possessions. She asked what he planned to do. The protagonist only smiled under his breath. In his mind, he admitted, seizing another territory could create new difficulties, but the people had suffered so much that now they pinned all their hopes on him. Alex replied that he would try to talk to Miller, so they should wait a little. The man in response knelt down in front of him again, bowed his head low, and thanked him sincerely. The protagonist asked him to stand up and not kneel again. The main character thought, he can't just return home, and he won't be able to give him the surplus harvest either. He approached the farmer and asked if they used the cold-damaged vegetables as fertilizer. The man confirmed this and added that they had never done so before. Now, thanks to greenhouses, there was no need for that anymore. The protagonist smiled and asked if they would mind if they bought them. The men exchanged glances, after which one of them nodded in the affirmative. Alex decided that he couldn't just invade someone else's territory with the appearance of an advisor. Instead, he suggested a simple exchange between houses, buy vegetables, and hand them over to the owners. The man sincerely thanked him from the bottom of his heart. The main character was mentally happy. Now both villages would be safe. Amelia turned to Alex and told him that he had a visitor. The protagonist turned around and asked anxiously if it was really his father. Gathering his thoughts, he decided to approach the guest to apologize for the delay. Across from him sat a blond man, arms folded and legs crossed. His entire demeanor radiated aloofness and isolation. He informed Alex that this child was Her Majesty's true deputy. He closed his eyes and called himself Alexander, emphasizing that it was a great honor for him. However, he was addressed as Count Albert Miller. The man laughed and remarked that despite all the politeness, the man was still encroaching on his land. Miller's face lit up with anger. Alex hurried to explain that it was all due to an unfortunate misunderstanding, but the man cut him off abruptly, declaring that he had no intention of listening to any excuses. Count Albert Miller had earned the reputation of a mighty warrior, but rumors painted him as a ferocious beast, showing no mercy to his enemies or his own soldiers. The man exclaimed that he would certainly make him answer for everything. Alex watched him in amazement, feeling a strange aura. Something was clearly wrong here, because no man in his right mind would behave in such a way. Miller kept attacking, insisting that it was all in vain. He declared that he would never let an inexperienced boy get in his way. Miller lunged at Alex again with a punch, but Alex deftly parried the attack with his palms. Suddenly, Alex noticed something interesting. A mysterious dark glow circled around Miller's metal. The protagonist involuntarily felt that something invisible had attached itself to the Count. It seemed obvious to him. It must be gotten rid of immediately. Alex gathered the energy ball in his palms and threw it straight into the net. He had no idea what would happen next. He screamed in surprise. A moment later, the man fell unconscious and fell heavily to the floor. Alex noticed a mysterious energy gushing out of his body, but he wondered, had this power really vanished without a trace? After a while, Miller opened his eyes. Scratching the back of his head, he noted that the boy was not bad. Alex asked if he was okay, and if he was in any pain. After thinking for a while, he finally admitted. The headache that had been bothering him for 50 years had suddenly disappeared. Even the doctors had been unable to help him, and now the pain seemed to have disappeared. Then Alex asked if that terrible bloodlust had disappeared, to which the stranger cautiously asked how he knew about it. The protagonist, with a serious face, declared that he suspected it was some kind of terrible slander or curse. The man asked again, to which the main character confidently replied, this was the cause of his headache. His aura was noticeably different from a normal human one. Hearing this, the man began to ask again, but Alex advised him not to focus on such trifles. Miller laughed and thanked him. He noted that he had understood everything in just a few minutes and had instantly mastered the task. This was a testament to his extraordinary abilities. Alex mentally noted that this was exactly the man's true character. The Count smiled and noted that the main character aroused his considerable interest. Then he suggested moving on to discussing the details of the exchange between the territories. Some time passed, and Alex told Her Majesty the reason for the Count's desire to join the alliance. The girl again asked about Albert Miller and said, isn't it wonderful? Everything is to his liking? Another loyal brother in our ranks? Alex stepped onto Miller's land and was immediately struck by the devastation around him. Everything was almost completely destroyed. The man asked if it was really that bad, to which he was told that nothing could grow properly under such conditions. It seemed as if he had left these people for a very long time. The man asked if it was that obvious, and clarified that he was actually inciting people to quarrel and fight over loot. Alex asked if that could be considered theft. Miller laughed and said that yes, I guess you could say that. After Miller's lands were annexed, he began receiving requests for help from all over the region. This village was just one of many. The man warned that if the villagers did not pay the tax, they would resort to more radical measures. He looked intently at Count Miller and added, even if you squeeze a rag to the point of a drop, what doesn't work will never work. Alex, looking at it, thought that even with its appearance, it didn't at all resemble tyrannical rule. Miller asked what he was going to do with it. The man replied that if it just needed to be cleaned, he could do that easily. However, another person standing nearby pointed out that it wasn't just dirt. Miller turned to the man and smiled with a slight surprise. The man, quickly understanding his look, explained that they were also struggling with water. A recent storm had turned the well into a ruin. Miller noted that there was no place in the city that was more suitable. Alex suggested that if this were true, God would have to intervene. Miller replied that he shouldn't ask too much of the old man. The man then added that the first thing to do was to take care of the water and fix the well. The main character used magic and repaired the well. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard. The water in the well began to bubble, and everyone immediately guessed that something unusual was happening there. Miller approached the well, but Alex abruptly stopped him with a shout, warning, "Don't touch it, there might be poison in there." In an instant, a hand emerged from under the water, and the girl began to rise after it, making strange, incomprehensible sounds. The girl finally got out and opened her eyes. Grabbing her head with her hands, she let out a piercing scream. Miller remarked that he had seen it many years ago. Alex, for his part, assumed that, if he was not mistaken, it was Astaroth. He also remembered that this creature had previously looked remarkably similar to Miller himself. Miller noticed that his headache had only gotten worse since he had met her. Alex assumed that the culprit had cast the curse. The boy took out the Philosopher's Stone and sharply asked who it was. At that moment, the girl rushed to attack. The stone responded to the hero, and he finally understood what it was. Miller immediately turned to him, but the guy replied that everything was under control. Let him leave everything to him. Alex formed a glowing sphere in his palms and aimed it directly at the girl. She opened her mouth in shock before she could even recover. A moment later, an invisible force picked her up, and the girl felt herself begin to fall. First the girl bent her knees, then fell helplessly to her side. While she lay unconscious, the main character quietly approached her. Miller was accused of being able to easily get rid of what was troubling him, to which he replied that he didn't kill her. In a moment, the girl regained consciousness, and her vision cleared. She moaned softly. Alex bent down to her, asked if she was okay, and if she was in pain. Then she revealed her true nature to her. Miller was genuinely impressed that she was able to speak and communicate without hindrance. The main character was quick to reassure her. She was not an enemy, but a goddess who gave fertility to the world. The man was surprised and asked if it was really a goddess standing in front of him. He had not expected this at all. Alex ignored him and gently asked the girl if she was okay. She smiled and said that he had saved her, and then thanked him. Then the girl told him that she had been bewitched by an evil curse. It seemed to her that it was impossible to stop, and her torment would continue endlessly, like a doom without end or end. The main character, Danny, reflects on her words and thoughts, comparing her fate with that of Azalea. Aren't their sufferings similar, like vicious circles that don't give rest even after rebirth? The girl asked what his name was, but something told her that his name was Alexander. Upon learning this, she asked about the origin of his name, and from then on Alexander became her master. The girl's words surprised him quite a bit. Miller noted that the goddess Sumbit's visit to him seemed quite unusual and intriguing at the same time. To this, she calmly replied that she simply wanted to settle accounts with this child. The main character said that if she wanted it, she should give him her love. The girl smiled warmly in response and agreed, gently calling him her master. Alex explained that it was for this reason that from that day on, Astaroth, the goddess of fertility, would live with them. The girl asked everyone to treat her kindly. Angie proudly remarked that she was extremely beautiful. The protagonist asked what the goddess could not do. To this she replied that she had the power to grant fertility to the earth. Alex asked if it was possible to ensure a bountiful harvest on the Alliance lands. In response, Astaroth noted with a smile that this was quite possible, but for this, she needed a special condition. In each village they must allow the construction of a temple where the residents would glorify her name. The main character agreed with her and allowed her to work on the construction. However, he immediately apologized for asking for the job, as she had only recently started to recover. The girl smiled warmly in response, a slight blush filling her cheeks, and she tenderly thanked him for his concern. At the same time, she noted that if it would make it easier for the master, she not only did not object, but was also ready to destroy this body herself, if necessary. They shook hands. The protagonist, smiling, thanked her once again and jokingly added that she should never give up. Then Alex turned to his father with a question whether it was possible to build temples. To this, his father replied that he saw no reason to refuse. He would immediately decide to send a messenger to Housen and Miller. So shrines were erected in every village in this area, and by the time Alex held the tournament, joyful rumors about a bountiful harvest had already spread like wildfire throughout the region. Later, during the tournament, a voice suddenly rang out announcing that Alec Gosen-sama and Miller-sama had reached the finals of the second tournament. Hosen turned to the latter, remarking that he had not expected to hold out until the very end. In response, Miller noted with a smile that he himself did not seem to have given up his positions. Then Hosen remarked that it was a real shame to underestimate those who were still serving. Miller sarcastically replied that he was too irritable today. The girl laughed, joking that they were more like old friends. A moment later, Amelia announced that she would be the host herself. Duke Kurosama watched them with interest. She wondered who would emerge victorious from this fight. Alex's father thought about her last words about who would emerge the winner today, and then advised his daughter to let everyone see for themselves. Alex, watching everything that was happening, asked if the master could join in. In response, Angie smiled broadly and remarked with delight that they were both extraordinary. Amelia approached Alex's father and asked him to announce what the upcoming event would be about. He asked the audience, "What about the latest event? What is its name and what is its main idea?" The man pointed at Alex and said that this was his test. Alex didn't understand this right away. He froze in surprise, not expecting to suddenly find himself in the spotlight. The father continued that Alex had called out many names. To remember them and pay due respect, he himself called them out again. the audience noted that he was fully worthy of the status of a duke, just what Alex needed for his tournament. Angie smiled and said that she knew about Alex too, which intrigued her. Alex confirmed, a little hesitantly, that this was indeed the case. Hosen remarked that the task was easy, since Miller was his adopted brother. In response, Miller admitted that he had often heard of Hosen and his possessions, so he was not going to give in to him. The men turned to each other again, and an argument broke out between them. It seemed as if a fight was about to break out. Amelia declared that the first person to make a mistake would lose. She immediately asked the first question: what magic did Alex use first? In the end, rumors of a brilliant victory spread rapidly. Astaraf brought new papers into the room more and more often, and Alex thanked him for it each time. The girl only replied with a smile, as if she were simply following the will of her master. When the main character listed one of the letters, a look of genuine surprise flashed across his face. The girl, noticing this, asked what had happened. Later, the boy came to his father to discuss this year's harvest in the village of Goral. But in response, he heard that there was nothing unusual about it. Alex noted that this is true for the harvest, but if we compare the volumes with other villages, taking into account the area of cultivated land, then 3 times more is obtained in just one individual village. His father asked if this meant inflation, because that would have put the village headman in trouble. Alex was alarmed, and immediately asked what it all meant. The man explained that fake messages from Alex have been appearing recently. Many have taken advantage of his tournament for their own fraudulent purposes, so this message could very well be one of them. The father assumed that this man obviously wanted to anoint him, and then held out his hand. On it lay a meteorite with the main character's name neatly engraved. Alex picked it up, and his father explained that it was a fake, passed down by the villagers as a talisman that looked like the original. There was no real harm in it, so he simply dismissed the village headman. It turns out that Alex's influence is extremely powerful. If it continues to grow, like the authority of the headman, it will sooner or later lead to disaster. It is necessary to act ahead of time and stop the threat before it is too late. The protagonist turned to his father, who also turned to him. The young man explained that he understood his words, but it was too early to make a final decision. Alex nodded towards Astrov and emphasized that the bountiful harvest was also due to the girl's indomitable strength. He was convinced that there were reasons for that. The praise pleased her, and Astrov smiled as she turned to him. After that, the main character said that he would personally deal with the situation. After that, they set off for the village of Sorel. Alex looked around and said enthusiastically that it was just incredible. The harvest was excellent, and no one was complaining. It seemed like the numbers weren't wrong. Then he turned to Astaroth and asked her opinion on this. The girl calmly replied that everything would be as the master decided, and she saw no harm in it. She raised her hand to her chin, saying thoughtfully that she had made up something. Then Alex asked if she had any ideas. She replied that this temple was the only one in this area. Moreover, she remembered that it was built differently from the others. As they walked through the village, their eyes fell on a newspaper article about them. Alex, seeing this, thought that he too was being honored. Astaroth admitted that she was impressed by how accurately he had depicted the relationship between her and her master, and she had gotten too carried away. The harvest had tripled. He noted that she had gone too far and had produced 3 times the planned harvest. Then they were called. The man addressed him as the rebellious emperor, and a child nearby exclaimed joyfully that the goddess was here too. They came closer, and all bowed respectfully. When the harvest was over, Alex announced that he was already here, having been summoned. Eliza assured him that she had an urgent errand for him. She handed Alex a sheet of paper and asked him to read its contents carefully. Taking it in his hands and carefully examining the contents, he asked if it was really about a rebellion. To which she smiled slyly and replied that he was a clever boy, and had probably guessed long ago what it was leading to. Then the main character asked if she wanted to prevent this, and the girl confidently answered in the affirmative. He believes that the most powerful warrior in the Empire, Hosen, is far more worthy of the role than he is. To this she replies, yes and no at the same time. Such a large-scale rebellion is the most serious test of her entire power, and they need to strike a decisive blow and finally restore order. Eliza told him that he was their hidden trump card, and then asked if he would volunteer for it despite everything. In response, the main character only smiled and confidently stated, let her rely on him. He will do everything in his power. After some time, they got into the carriage and set off towards the scene of the riots. In the end, The path led them straight to the rebel headquarters. The girl pointed with her hand and announced that the 7th fort was in front of them, Al-Qaeda. At first, the main character was about to say something, but suddenly he noticed that Eliza had changed into a maid's uniform. This struck him, and he wondered why she had done that, to which he replied that rulers were strictly forbidden to intervene before hostilities began. But she insisted on personally witnessing everything that was happening. Eliza blushed slightly and quietly admitted that she wanted to be with Alex. Hearing this, the guy asked about her last words, but she hurried to calm him down, assuring him that there was nothing wrong with it. Then Alex remarked that he should consider how to suppress the uprising. The girl replied that this was not a priority at all, because the territory was protected by a barrier. She clearly showed him this. Eliza asked if he could see numbers, then added that they would film him in the order determined by numerology. The protagonist wondered what kind of elaborate magic had been involved this time. The girl agreed with him and noted that this item is only used once every 100 years, but no one has yet been able to unravel its true nature. Alexa wondered, could the knowledge gained through the Philosopher's Stone really be trusted? It seemed that even if the enemy surrounded him from all sides, not a single person would be harmed. Eliza said that she had asked permission to walk through the place, but he had suddenly stopped her and, without wasting time, jumped out of the carriage. In surprise, she cried out his name loudly. Alex cast one of his spells and aimed it directly at the barrier that was already in place. The next moment, everything exploded. Eliza half-stepped out of the carriage, looking around with interest. She was about to ask what was happening when she suddenly noticed something was happening in the fortress. The girl wondered in surprise how this was possible, since the bastion was protected by a barrier. Alex only smiled mysteriously and explained that the protection only worked against people, and the fortress itself remained uncovered. This answer stunned her. The main character explained seriously. It seems that the barrier only affects people, and nothing else. So if the fortress is blown up, only people will survive. Eliza couldn't believe her ears. She declared that this was complete nonsense. In response, the protagonist asked if she was still not sure. She shook her head and said that this all seemed extremely strange. Even if the fortress was not guarded, using magic without a bright explosion was far from easy. Then Alex suggested that she look there. In response, terrible screams came. Naked men stood before them, loudly indignant about where their ammunition had gone and what had actually happened. They were frankly disoriented. Eliza understood immediately what was going on and blushed with embarrassment, covering her face with her hands. He wondered if she finally believed him. Then the main character noticed that it affected others as well. Eliza admitted that she definitely believed him, because he had exceeded all her expectations. She had no idea how gullible she had been. Amidst the uproar and shouts, the capture of the fortress took place without any difficulty. The man asked permission to report and said that all the fortifications had been destroyed and the supreme commander had been taken prisoner. Eliza noted that it had only taken half a day. Alex asked if there were any casualties, and was told that there were no casualties. Eliza couldn't believe what she was hearing. She asked again if that was true. Alex nodded, indicating that he understood. The girl was surprised that there wasn't a grand battle with the rebels, as she had expected. Eliza sank into a chair, pressed her hands to her ears, and confessed that what she had heard was making her head spin. It was so amazing. The protagonist immediately asked how she was feeling. One of Eliza's soldiers remarked that now they would have to deal with the consequences. Eliza suggested that they hand over the enemy general to Alex. Alex was stunned by the suggestion. She seemed to trust him completely. The protagonist was about to make his proposal, but suddenly the strangers abruptly intervened in the conversation. They resolutely declared that they were going to take revenge and urged everyone to prepare immediately. The attack was aimed at Eliza, but Alex managed to rush to intercept her and turn the attack against those who started it. All the men fell to the ground, cursing, then apologizing. Alex reassured them, saying he was no longer their enemy. The battle was over. One of the men told him that centuries ago, the emperor had driven them north, all the way to the border. He begged to lift the curse that bound their land and prevented them from returning to the holy city of Zulan. Eliza then wondered if he meant the nature tribe. She added that she had heard of a curse that held the people in the north, preventing them from leaving. Alex joined the conversation and assured them that everything was fine. They could go back there. The men were stunned by this response. He announced that the curse had been lifted, and the city of Zulan was now his domain. everyone looked at each other in surprise. They had not expected the curse to disappear so suddenly. To this, Alex calmly remarked that he had just dispelled it with his own magic. Eliza asked in disbelief if this was really true. The men, looking at the main character, contemptuously remarked that he looked like a fool. He only scratched his face awkwardly and replied that it was easier for him to show everything in action. With these words, he directed the flame directly at one of the offenders. He screamed, and then realized that the feeling had returned because he was hot. This discovery was quite a surprise to everyone. Alex smiled mysteriously at them and informed them that their problem had been solved. Hearing this, the men blushed with embarrassment. They fell on their knees before him and with all the sincerity of their hearts began to give thanks, calling him their god. The main character asked Eliza to go with him to Zulan. In response, she smiled and said that she would be happy to keep him company. But first, she had to return to the castle and get a report. Zulani District, Alexandria Alliance Territory. Alex wondered if this was the right place, and the man confirmed his guess, noting that he had changed beyond recognition. The old man said that once, about 100 years ago, these lands had been the home of his people. It was here that an altar dedicated to their deity once stood. The other men also breathed a sigh of relief, noting that they were on their own land. One of them added that Alex, along with the rest, had wiped it off the face of the earth without leaving a trace. The souls of their ancestors found eternal rest on this altar. The protagonist, clapping his hands loudly, joyfully emphasized how important it was, so he offered to return everything to its place. Everyone at school wondered if he would bring it back. However, Perestroika would not bring back the past. To this, Alex replied that they should just watch. Holding the stone between his palms, he drew a pentagram on the ground. The protagonist offered to return everything to the way it was before. A moment later, an altar emerged from the ground. One of the men exclaimed in amazement, pointing to it, "There it is, the altar." The other only skeptically noted that it was only a copy of it. To this, Alex assured him that the sword was real, because he had drawn it with the help of the magic of space and time. Grandpa asked him again. The protagonist explained that he had moved it back in time, not recreated it. The local resident enthusiastically noted his skill and suggested that they perform a ceremony to make sure it was the real thing. The old man, without hesitation, spilled his blood on the altar. The blood began to rise. Grandfather, eyes wide open, looked at it and said that it was real, very real. Then he turned to Bella, asking if she was ready. The girl nodded in the affirmative, then closed her eyes and raised her hands to face level. Dark eddies of energy swirled around her. An image of blood pooling together flashed through her mind. A moment later, she opened her eyes. Alex looked at this spectacle with admiration and said that it was extremely beautiful. People around were filled with joy and excitedly discussed their achievements. In their conversations, it was increasingly heard that she had become a real light for them. The old man explained that before them was a bloody ritual performed over the most beautiful daughter. This is the personification of the prosperity of their family. The continuous transmission of beauty from generation to generation. 100 years ago, even the emperor himself could not win such a girl. So in anger, he placed a curse on their entire family. Looking at the smiling Mia, the main character mentally admitted, "She is truly pure and beautiful, like innocence itself." The old man turned to him and urged him to accept their thanks. But Alex was still curious. Why did he call him vice-emperor? To this, the man replied that Mia Bella was their greatest asset. But the main character was left confused as to what exactly he meant. Some time passed, and the main character returned home. However, this time he did not come alone, but with Mia Bella. He called Angie and told her that he was already home. The girl approached them, hid her face in her hands and blushed awkwardly. Angela turned to Alex, asking if she was a princess at times, because the young guest was surprisingly beautiful. Mia introduced herself and said that she would be living with them from now on. Then she turned to Angie, expressing her joy at meeting them. "This is the most precious treasure of the nature tribe." Alex wanted to refuse the gift, but he knew that such a refusal would deeply offend their dignity. So the main character decided to shelter her. Meanwhile, Mia turned to God, begging him to let everyone else know that she was okay. It turned out that she was addressing Alex. He suggested that she call him by his first name, but the girl objected, saying that she was strictly forbidden to do so. Then Alex admitted to her that she was older than him. The girl was embarrassed for a moment, and after a pause, she addressed him simply. "Alex." Angie's eyes widened in surprise. She asked if the main character was really Mia's god, to which she confirmed with a smile. Yes, because he saved her people. Turning to Alex, Mia added that she knew about his support and was grateful for it. The girl declared that she believed Alex was God, reborn to save them all. Angie, with a smile on her face, remarked that it was not for nothing that they gave him such a nickname. In response, the main character mentally noted that she was increasingly resembling his father. Alex mentally noted that she had been told this many times before, but she was never sure if what she had heard was true. However, the feeling of support warmed her soul. The hero returned to Mia and invited her to come with him. Soon they were in a cozy room where they ate cake and drank tea. Angela said that Alex's parents were not at home at the moment. Alex himself noted that they would have to wait a while to figure out how to introduce Mia to his family. At that moment, he looked closely at Mia and thought that she was even holding the cup with incredible grace. But a moment later, he noticed that her hand was trembling slightly. Amelia began to arrange the cake on the plates. Alex kept his eyes on Mia, watching her shift impatiently from one foot to the other, pressing them together. Amelia handed her a piece of cake, asking her to hold the plate. Mia couldn't take her eyes off the sweets, and her mouth was already watering. The protagonist asked if she was really so crazy about cakes. The girl, still swallowing, shook her head in the negative. But the guy immediately noticed that she was lying and reflected it in his voice. Her cheeks instantly turned rosy. The girl hid her face in her hands and tried to explain something, but suddenly noticed a stain on her dress. She told him about it with excitement, asking what she should do now, and then, confused, admitted that she was a real mess. Only now did it become clear to Alex that she really looked like that. Mia became even more upset and hastened to deny that he was wrong. The girl quickly got up and was about to leave the room, but suddenly tripped and fell, accidentally soiling herself with a piece of cake. Mia started crying over the cake, but Amelia reassured her, saying it was okay. They still had plenty of sweets left. However, the dress needed to be washed now, so she offered to help. The girl burst into tears and begged for forgiveness. She blushed, admitting that, as everyone knew, she was very clumsy, and that members of the tribe should behave themselves. She blushed even more, adding that she had to wash her dress. Mia claimed to have been taught to be clean since she was a child, but now she looked as if she had completely lost her mind. At that moment, Alex was watching her closely, catching her every move. Angie walked up to her, gently took her hand, and confessed that she understood her perfectly. He looked incredibly seductive. The girl nodded in response, completely agreeing with her friend. Mia wondered what to do with the clothes, as the dress was expensive. Alex assured her that he would give her a new one. The girl still tried to argue, but the boy only remarked that he had received the greatest treasure from the tribe, even though he had given nothing in return. The boy stood up to fulfill his promise, and promised to choose the most charming dress for her. His words made the girl blush deeply and fall silent from shame. Some time passed, and Alex and Angie, comfortably seated on the living room couch, waited for Mia. When she finally appeared, the girl immediately apologized for keeping them waiting. In response, they both enthusiastically remarked that Mia looked absolutely gorgeous. The girl asked them what they thought of the outfit. Everyone unanimously assured her that it was wonderful, and Alex also confirmed this. Mia promised to take care of it and assured her that she would never let it happen again. Alex smiled back at her and noted that the thing was in good hands. At that moment, he grabbed a mug of tea and began pouring it directly onto her dress. The girl recoiled in shock and, looking at him in confusion, asked what he was doing. Mia looked at the dress with delight, unable to contain her admiration. She noticed that the dress was again spotlessly clean, and she assumed, this dress must be magical. Alex wondered if everything about it was really perfect. The inhabitants of Alex's estate, noticing him, immediately recognized him and greeted him by name. Meanwhile, the main character decided that today he would definitely show Mia all the local attractions. After all, she herself insisted on such an excursion. I came across the statue of the main character with Astaroth. The girl noted that there are such monuments everywhere. The young man thought for a moment and added, it seems that there are more of them every day. It is said that the fertility goddess Astaroth is particularly fond of him. So many villages have erected a statue in his honor. Mies suggested that at this rate, something similar might well appear, say, a statue of Alex stepping on the goddess, to which she merely sarcastically remarked that such a monument was unlikely to contribute to a bountiful harvest. The hero mentally predicted that the girl might get angry. He noted out loud that they had already been everywhere, and then suggested that they stop somewhere to rest, eat something sweet, and then go home. Hearing this, the girl instantly perked up. Mia exclaimed without hesitation that she completely agreed, and immediately reminded him that it was time for them to leave. In response, he only laughed at her haste. A moment later, the boy drew a magic circle on the ground, and explained that as soon as it activated, she should immediately step inside. They were taken outside. Armed men appeared before them. They declared that Alex would not go unpunished for this. It was then that he realized the shadows that had passed earlier did not belong to the villagers at all. They claimed to be survivors of the uprising. They couldn't believe how such a young boy could kill their comrades. For this, they assured him, he would become food for pigs. The men kept telling him how unhappy he was, that he was here alone. This irritated me, and I declared that I was actually here too. Then they looked at me, and smiling remarked that I was beautiful. The men rushed forward, promising to deal with her later. The girl quickly jumped in front of Alex and shouted at him to duck. She decided to take him under her protection. Alex gently took her hand to get her attention. He assured her that everything was fine, that there was nothing to be done. But suddenly the men noticed an obstacle in front of them, and could not hide their surprise. Mia also did not hide her surprise. One of the men noted that he was unable to come closer. The girl turned to the main character and asked what he had done. In response, he briefly explained, it was a protective barrier. He explained that this obstacle could only be overcome in a certain order. So he created 2 barriers at once, and if the stone was not destroyed by them, then this percentage of chances would become unattainable for them. Mia asked if it was some kind of special ability. Alex said it was. One of the men commented that he was too smart. They rushed towards him, declaring that they would have to be defeated first. The protagonist just watched them, not looking up calmly. At this moment, Alex uses his power. He grabs the handcuffs. Magic rings instantly appear around the men's wrists. The man suddenly shouted. He explained that these handcuffs were put on those who had committed a crime or had behaved foolishly. They were worn for 3 years, but if they stopped doing stupid things, they would disappear by themselves. Then the men exclaimed that it would be better to kill, to which the main character resolutely replied, they will have to survive. In response, they rudely interrupted him, saying, don't make up nonsense. This is the only way to make a living. One of the men tried to justify himself, saying they were aristocrats who didn't care. But at that moment, Alex used his power again, and everything around him shook. A chorus of screams rang out. The men hung in the air, then suddenly fell to the ground. It happened right next to Alex. If Mia hadn't pulled him back in time, they could have fallen right on top of him. Mia asked what kind of place it was. He explained that it was land owned by the Carlyles, but almost no one lived there. Turning to the men, he suggested that they use this part of the family property. The protagonist told them that this land could be cultivated and provide them with food. He promised to provide the necessary tools and financial support to get started, at least for the first year. The men began to assure them that they did not intend to kill them. Instead, they were going to drag them into debt. Land alone was clearly not enough for them. Alex suddenly realized how much these people had been through, and realized that his actions had sparked the rebellion. Mia wondered what he would do next. Then he decisively turned to the men and announced, if you are not arrested and handcuffed within 3 years, this land will remain yours. At the same time, he warned that in the event of even the slightest violation of the law, all their property would be immediately confiscated. After that, he asked for their opinion on this proposal. One of the men suspiciously asked if this was true, to which Alex confidently confirmed and added that he sincerely wished them all a decent life. Then the same man approached the others with this question, and they all unanimously agreed. They explained that such an opportunity would not arise again, because soon they would have their own land. A moment after he said her name, Astaroth appeared beside him. She asked if it was really her who was being called. He asked if she had heard him, and clarified that he wanted the difference in yield between those who followed the law for 3 years and those who broke it to be huge. She replied that she understood everything. The girl leaned closer, whispering in his ear what he would do when they understood everything. To this, the boy smiled mysteriously and replied, wait, you will see everything for yourself. Mia, contemplating this, remarked that if Alex became emperor, it was unlikely that even one rebellion would start in the country. Hearing this, he turned to her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. If Alex had become always, the uprisings would have stopped forever. However, his opponent objected. noting that things were far from clear-cut. A huge number of people in the world are watching his power. If he sits on the throne of the emperor, it will inevitably start a new war. He sincerely wishes for Lisa to achieve her dream of a peaceful country. It was at this moment that Hazen suddenly attacked Mia. The shockwave flew straight at the girl. She remained in place and only prayed silently, not even trying to repel the attack. As she passed by, everyone couldn't hide their surprise. Angie remarked with delight that the attacks were so weak that it was simply amazing. The men approached the girl, noting that she had no difficulty with the barrier. Miller assured her that this was Alex's merit. Eliza noted that she had no idea how the barrier could be used in such a way. The leader reported that the purge had gone smoothly and the rebellion had been almost completely suppressed. She emphasized that this was possible thanks to Alex, to which he replied with a smile that he was happy to be of service to her. Eliza has named Angie a princess, which means she will now be her sister-in-law. Although they are half-sisters, they have a warm and friendly relationship. Hosen asked Alex how many people could fit inside the barrier, including himself. Alex replied that the maximum allowed was 7. The man nodded, indicating that he understood. Eliza suggested naming the enclosure 7-Star Pharmacy instead of the Plow, but the man replied that this idea had already been rejected. The girl turned to him decisively and asked why. He explained that the name did not contain the words son and law. She agreed with this opinion. Alex noted that it was not important to him. At that moment, someone called his name. Strangers appeared at the fence of their house and asked if the main character lived there. He confirmed his presence and announced with a smile that he was already here. The young man explained that she needed to talk to him. From his words, it seemed that the matter was important, so he suggested that they go inside. Eliza also went with them. Eventually, they found themselves in the living room. The guy apologized for the unexpected visit, and then told them that an uprising was about to break out in their homeland, in the east. Eliza was about to say something to him, but the main character realized that it would sound too harsh. So, addressing her by name, he gently took her hand. After that, he turned to the boy with a direct question whether he was telling the truth. The young man firmly confirmed his words and added that there really was a man who had raised the rebellion. Many villages had already joined him. The boy knelt down and desperately begged him for help, more than once. The protagonist asked if the man really wanted him to join them. In response, the man shook his head and explained that he expected something completely different from him, to stop the rebels. Besides, he had already heard a lot about Alex. Then he asked for help again. The boy looked at him, silently pleading with his eyes. Alex met his eyes attentively, not letting go of Eliza's hand. At that moment, a murmur of voices was heard behind them. Hosen announced that the vice-emperor had been instructed to suppress the rebellion. Miller exclaimed in astonishment that this had never happened before. Eliza jerked her hand away. The men asked excitedly, what action was he planning? Alex wondered how he could stand aside when the uprising began, but he assured everyone out loud not to worry. He would handle it. Later, seeing the outbreak of the uprising, the men declared that they had already gathered a large number of like-minded people and stocked up on everything they needed. The time had come to act. Suddenly, the main character appears behind them. With confidence in his voice, he declares that everything is over, and he will not allow any unrest. The men began to ask about this child, and later promised that he wouldn't get away with it like that. Now they would deal with him. But at that moment, the main character decided to show his strength in response. Using the force of the shockwave, he scattered people in different directions. They only managed to scream in surprise. Alex greeted them, introduced himself, and assured them that he was ready to listen to their complaints about the authorities, and then asked what exactly had happened. It so happened that living faithfully was a wiser choice than waging a doomed struggle. The uprising was suppressed. Reincarnation in this world. Your actions before death determine who you will become in the next life. The soul first looked around in surprise, and then uncertainly asked if this was really the afterlife. The girl held out her hands to him and said that she had been waiting for him for a long time. She introduced herself. Her real name was Sarah Borden. Here, all her achievements from her past life will be considered and a verdict will be passed on what her next fate will be. Before passing away, she donated her property, purchasing medicine for the front, and thanks to this, she saved at least 10,000 people. The soul agreed with her. But upon hearing this, the girl felt that her interlocutor did not seem to show much interest. The soul sadly acknowledged that it was all over, and vehemently reproached itself for having succeeded in doing only this. If it had had the strength left, it would have torn off the heads of this tyrant with its own hands. In response, the girl laughed and said, "Dear, this is such a significant event that in my next life I will definitely achieve S-Rank. But I have one suggestion for you." She asked the soul if she was ready to become the Empress. The soul looked at the girl in shock, not believing that she was serious. Such an outcome would be ideal for the Empress's life. Many high-ranking figures have already set their sights on this honorary title. Then the girl asked if she really wanted to become the child of a tyrant. To this the friend replied, "The soul is capable of changing one thing, if it makes its choice. The fate of a tyrant lasts until his successor is born and matures, and so it is she who is destined to break him." She agreed to become Empress, thus gaining the power she had long dreamed of. The soul confidently declared its readiness. The girl, surprised by such determination, replied that now was the time for several rituals. She suggested enjoying the renewed life and addressed her, "Elizabeth Forsyth-san." At that moment, Mia was again enjoying the sweets and was delighted with their taste. Alex asked what happened, and the girl, smiling a little confusedly, apologized and admitted that these treats were simply incredibly delicious. The main character smiled and offered to take a piece. However, the girl immediately objected, noting that the cake belonged to Alex. Meanwhile, Alex himself noticed that she was swallowing saliva enthusiastically again. The main character, not hiding his surprise, asked if this was some new magic. The girl in response admitted that she was still training with it. Alex tried to explain that he needed to perform certain actions to control this, but suddenly someone called his name. Turning around, he noticed Elise standing behind him. Calling out her name, he saw the girl wave at him with a smile and ask how he was doing. Alex asked about her dress. The girl blushed and whispered embarrassedly that she really had nothing to wear. He told her that this dress suited her much better than any other, and then invited her to join him and keep him company. The girl turned away, hiding her smile, laughed softly, and agreed with him. Then Alex stood up and politely pulled out a chair for her. As the girl headed to the right place, she was about to thank him, but suddenly she tripped and almost fell. The main character called out her name. At that moment, he noticed that her dress had risen higher than it should have. She asked where he was looking. Her face lit up with confusion. The boy quickly looked away, mentally surprised by such a sudden reaction. Eliza assured her that it was no problem. She had a maid who helped her change clothes all the time, so she didn't care if anyone saw her underwear. Alex wondered if Eliza was really taking it so lightly. Meanwhile, Mia nonchalantly ordered another slice of cake. The main character reasoned that despite his new birth, he remained the same person he was before. That was why his heart was beating wildly. Lisa asked what they were talking about, assuming they were discussing control. To which Mia replied that achieving the necessary power was not an easy task. Alex had just created a stunning 30-foot stone flower bed in the garden. Her work was a delight. Eliza came over and asked about the details of this amazing project. She turned to the main character and noticed that he didn't use physical strength, after which she asked if he practiced martial arts. To this, the guy replied with a smile that magic usually turns out to be much more useful, but he still wanted to try his hand at not only witchcraft, but also, say, fencing. Eliza replied that it was incredibly cute. The main character noted that he didn't want to break it. Now the slide will have to be restored. This could take a lot of time. Eliza laughed and said that Alex would get over it surprisingly quickly. Although he was still a child, he was getting stronger and more mature every day. Soon, he might even be able to protect her himself. Hearing these words, the main character did not hide his surprise. The girl immediately came to her senses and explained that she meant her country, the Empire. To this he only smiled and confidently assured her that he would undoubtedly protect it. Eliza sat there, red as a boiled crab. She confessed that she wanted to see the hill. Alex supported her desire and added that it was time to go. He turned to the girls and warned them that the road ahead would be long, so they better stick close to him. Instantly, they both pressed against him on either side and hesitantly asked if everything was okay. He nodded. Yes, but with a hint of doubt. Deep down, he thought it was acceptable, and at the same time, he was glad to be a child again. There is a huge stone mountain in the Alexander Garden. While practicing fencing, he had the idea to test his saber on this rock. However, his sword had cracked almost to the hilt. He wondered in amazement if the blade had really given up. Alex was sure that he had acted as the philosopher's stone had instructed, but in reality, he had only wasted his strength. He thought that this metal was not that strong. First of all, he needed to find a real, worthy weapon. For a moment, the name Galkon flashed through his mind. But at the same moment, his voice rang out. Behind him stood Kazan, and next to him was a young man with golden hair, whom he called Ruzin. The protagonist couldn't help but wonder, who was this mysterious stranger? The man said that this person was his new friend. The guy, introducing himself as Korra Risen, admitted that he had already heard about the main character. Alex instantly looked him over from head to toe, and immediately recognized him as a swordsman, with a confident expression on his face. Hossein explained that he had just arrived here, so he was directing the guest to all the necessary places. The protagonist nodded briefly, making it clear that he understood everything perfectly. Hassan immediately noticed what Alex's sword had turned into. He asked if he had really decided to become a swordsman. The protagonist replied that he was currently undergoing training. Rosen was surprised to note that he had no idea that he even had a sword. The guy said that he had heard about the main character's work at a magic school, so he asked him to share his knowledge. Alex agreed. But before he could finish the sentence, Rosen suddenly launched an attack. The hero realized that his sword had become useless, but he could not change anything. So, gathering the remnants of his strength, he rushed at Rosen, using only the hilt as a weapon. Such an unexpected move greatly confused the opponent. In a moment, Rosen realized that he was holding only the hilt of the sword in his hands. He only shrugged his shoulders silently, because he had nothing to add. The stranger apologized to Alex, and regretfully noted that he was no longer able to use this blade. The protagonist took out a sword with a damaged blade, and noticed that it had been in this condition for a long time. Alex awkwardly explained that he had accidentally broken it with his magic. Hosen laughed out loud, saying that nothing else could be expected from his son-in-law. And Rosen almost fainted from surprise. The man advised Alex to choose a suitable weapon. Alex immediately agreed, adding that he would be very offended if his equipment constantly broke. Then Hossans noticed that some legendary weapon awaited the protagonist, a magical or sacred sword. Alex supported him, noting that it would be great, although finding one would be a difficult task. Hosen assured him that convincing son-in-law would be quite easy. The protagonist expressed doubts about whether it was really that simple. At this moment, Alex's father joined them. He admitted that he had foreseen this development of events and had taken care of everything necessary in advance. The protagonist tried to understand what his father was talking about, but he only said mysteriously that it was already here. At that very moment, a sword appeared on the table in the middle of the room. The father explained that he had ordered this purchase especially for his son. Alex looked at the sword and thought that he must be holding a sacred weapon. The blade was enveloped in a light haze of air that floated along the edge. His father explained that the holy sword chooses its own master, and not everyone is capable of using it. Therefore, Hosen decided to test his fate and tame the blade. However, he failed. Then his father noticed that it was not as easy as it seemed, and suggested that Alex try his hand at it himself. He turned to the man and asked where they got such confidence in his abilities. They answered without a shadow of a doubt. "You can do it." Alexei reached for his sword. He calmly took the sword in his hands. Everything went without any difficulties. Suddenly the blade shone with a soft light, and the men, stunned, watched this miracle. They talked about how they had realized that only Alex could wield it. He himself believed that the stone had responded to him. Now he had no doubt that this blade was truly sacred. The stone revealed to him the secrets of the Holy Sword's past. Many different people had participated in these events. After that, Alex raised the blade, preparing to strike. He assumed his true form and swung his sword down. Suddenly, an unknown young man emerged from the blade. The witnesses of this scene froze in shock, realizing that before them was not just a sword, but a sacred weapon. The young man turned to the main character and thanked him. Thanks to his help, he finally felt free and could now return to heaven again. The father asked Alex what had happened, and he replied that their leader was locked inside a sword. God explained that he had been condemned for his crimes, and he had been forced to wait many years for release. He turned to Alex again, thanked him sincerely, and then asked if he was a god. However, Alex shook his head and replied that he was an ordinary man. God thanked him again, calling him a human child, and dissolved into thin air. Then he turned to his father and apologized for the sword. However, this did not bother them at all. They were too stunned that God had become free. Alex looked sadly at the fragments of his sword, and realized that he would no longer be able to use it. He would now have to look for a new weapon. The protagonist stared at his statue, which seemed to have received some invisible approval. He remarked with disgust that it looked horrible. Mia agreed, adding that it looked as if worms were crawling on it. This is the village of Shisk. Laura, its leader, said that there was a problem here. That's why he and Mia had come here. The woman said that some kind of monster had appeared in the vicinity. The hero asked her about the monster a second time, and the woman replied that it was some kind of insect monster, and then showed it to her visually, depicting it on her palms. They both looked at him carefully, amazed at how tiny he was. But in a moment the beetle escaped from the woman's hands and began to tear my dress to pieces. She was genuinely surprised by such an unexpected act. Alex took off his cloak, but then gave it to the soldiers. He asked the girl if she was feeling well, to which she replied that everything was fine. The woman apologized sheepishly, admitting that she hadn't expected such an attack, and then asked if the dress had magical properties. Alex confirmed that the outfit was indeed created specifically for the carefree Mia, so it could recover. In a moment, the dress looked as if it had just left the atelier. The woman took the beetle in her hands again, and explained that it feeds on objects saturated with magical energy to restore its own strength. Olex understood why the creature had eaten the statuette. People are not interested in crops, buildings, ordinary people, or anything else devoid of magic. However, the stone statue of Alex is a different matter. The protagonist voiced his guesses, and thought to himself that these statues were blessed by Astaroth, the goddess of fertility. Perhaps that is why he likes her so much. The woman handed him the gnawed bag, and noted that he had chewed it himself, so it was no longer useful. It turned out that this bag was made from the claw of disaster. Alex insisted that they should be disposed of as soon as possible. In response, the woman turned to him and warned, "This insect should not be touched while it is curled up in a ball. If the main character tries, she will swallow me herself." At that moment, the insect flew up again and landed directly on the girl's dress. She was frightened. Alex carefully took the beetle in his hands and confidently declared that it was not amiss at all. In his palms, the insect buzzed loudly, fluttering its wings. Watching it, Alex thought, "It is worth trying something." He decided to use magic against the beetle. He released it from his hands and immediately aimed a spell. The woman asked if it had worked, and unable to contain her joy, thanked the main character for having dared to call him. He turned around and replied that he had only lost one, but immediately voiced his new idea. He had finished working on the new statue, and it was glowing as if it were alive. The woman remained completely unaware, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, one of the men called his name, addressing him to draw his attention to something important. It turned out that the beetles had once again flown to the statue to eat it. Alex, seeing this, made a remark, and then, calming everyone down, added, "Everything is fine. We will just watch." As soon as the beetle gnawed a piece of the statue, it was immediately destroyed. Mia was surprised to note that this was the second time something like this had happened. Alex explained that he had concentrated all his magical power right there. So if you just took a bite, the energy would immediately burst out, tearing your body apart. Then the woman wondered, what would happen if they joined forces and tried to eat it all at once? The protagonist assured that he had foreseen all the details, and the piece that was eaten has already been restored. He made sure that everything regenerated just like Mia's dress, so now you can be sure that it will definitely not disappear again. The woman smiled and admitted that she was extremely glad that she had turned to him for help. Mia also smiled, but suddenly her gaze stopped. She noticed something. The girl noticed that the beetle was holding a piece of wood tightly in its paws. She had no idea what it was doing with this find. Meanwhile, the main character suggested that the beetle was probably trying to drag the wood into its nest. Mia asked again about the nest, and Alex replied that he was sure she was being taken there to treat her friends. However, an excerpt from the new article raises the question, what awaits them now? He smiled and added, "They are all about to explode, and that is how they will manage to destroy their opponents together." The woman thanked him, and Mia noted that this was to be expected of Alex. He himself promised to make a new bag as soon as he got another clawed leg. Subsequent reports showed that the population of these beetles had completely disappeared. Some time passed, and they returned home. A new day had dawned. Angie cheerfully ran up to Alex and greeted him with a good morning. He answered her in the same way, asking if she had rested well that night. The girl smiled happily and assured her that she had slept well. Alex suggested that they practice outside, and she happily agreed, sharing that she had mastered a new spell the day before. Angela asked him to examine the new wand, which she held up to her face. He wondered what was wrong with it. The girl looked at her closely and realized that the magic had not worked. Just then, Amelia ran up to them, calling the main character by name. He asked what had happened, and in response she admitted that it was almost impossible to explain it in words. She was very tense and claimed that the whole place had lost its magic. Alex asked her again what had happened. At that moment, Mia's scream rang out. He ordered Angie to return to her room, and he rushed to save Mia. Quickly throwing the door of her room wide open, he called out her name in alarm. He wanted to ask what had happened, but there was no time for that. His gaze immediately fell on the girl standing before him in only her underwear. The girl screamed. He hurriedly apologized and hurried out of her room. His heart was pounding in his chest. He had not expected such a surprise. After a while, he finally dared to tell his father everything that had happened. He briefly told the whole story. Everyone who had been allowed to use magic in the house had lost this opportunity. And Calamite was so seriously ill that he couldn't even get up. The man suggested that this indicated that something had happened that prevented him from using magic. Alex agreed with him. He explained that Mia's dress was made by the Magic 6, so it disappeared along with everything else. Dad just sighed and said that it was just awful. Then he turned to the main character and asked if everything was okay. The hero replied that he could now use a little less than half of his strength. The father spoke his last words again, hesitating in his guesses about the reasons for the events that were taking place. Alex replied that he himself could not give an answer yet. Without extinguishing the fire in his palm, the protagonist began to move cautiously around the room. It seemed to him that the space around him was gradually shrinking from this side, so the cause of the troubles obviously lay somewhere there. His father supported him and announced that a search was underway. All the residents of this house would join in the effort. Suddenly, he turned to the main character and spoke about a tree growing in the yard. The heroine's father ordered her to take everyone there. Some time passes, and together they go out into the garden, approaching the mysterious tree. The main character assured that it was right here. Under the spreading roots of the tree, something strange caught his attention. A whole flock of beetles. Alex immediately understood what was the matter. Now everything was in its place. These creatures feed on energy, so it is not available for them to use. His father turned to him and asked if he was capable of destroying them. The protagonist confidently answered in the affirmative. But suddenly an unknown person intervened. Her voice sounded, asking if they really intended to destroy them. It turned out to be the queen of the beetles. She said that he would not succeed. She would definitely pay for her relatives. The father tried to explain who it was, but the main character already understood everything and assured her that he would take care of her himself. However, the Queen of Bugs contemptuously declared that he was of no use. Alex approached her, reached out, and cast his magic. Everyone held their breaths tensely, anticipating the next moment. However, the attack was futile. He was surprised because this technique had always worked before. The queen laughed and asked with a sly smile if he really believed that this trick would work again. She remarked that they were much smarter than he imagined. His tricks had no chance of success anymore. The queen declared that now that the spell was broken, they were invincible. Immediately after that, she advised him to go on the offensive. However, the main character admitted that he felt disappointed. It was at this moment that he unleashed an incredible amount of his power. The queen wondered in surprise how he managed to possess magic, since this skill is not available to everyone. To this, the main character replied that, although not at full strength, he was still able to use magic, and added that he would not allow them to act as they pleased. The girl noticed that it had been a long time since anyone with an S rank had appeared here. It was a real rarity. She was convinced that only the best awaited him in his next life. The protagonist opened his eyes. He found himself sitting on the ground, his back against the trunk of a tree. A strange feeling came over him. Everything around him seemed familiar, as if he had seen this dream before. At that moment, something in his hand suddenly trembled. He screamed, quickly clasped what he had found in his palms, and it turned out to be a beetle egg. Mountains stretching for several kilometers from Carlyle's estate. This is where he went in search of beetle eggs. The other day their queen managed to escape destruction. They are rapidly evolving. If he left things as they were, the situation could get out of control. So it was necessary to act and change something. In a far corner of the nest lay an unusually large egg. It seemed to be exactly what he was looking for. He said that this insect usually lays many eggs, but here there was only one. Probably it had some special significance. He used the power of the Philosopher's Stone and confidently declared that he was right. At the same time, he carefully examined his hand. The Philosopher's Stone states that all beetles are connected by an invisible magical network. So when one of them dies, the birth of the next is possible only after this death. And having defeated the queen, the beetle itself becomes her successor. He sank to the ground, placed his hand on the egg. Images of a broken family flashed through his mind. It was at this moment that the egg's shell began to crack. After some time, a new beetle hatched from the egg. Its tiny figure with 2 horns on its head looked extremely cute. Looking at him, the main character immediately noticed a striking change in his appearance. Alex realized that he had seen everything completely differently in his imagination. It was at this moment that the beetle unexpectedly asked who he was. The protagonist realized that the bug was speaking in a female voice, meaning it was a female. He greeted her, introduced himself, and asked if she was hungry and if she ate similar food. The queen sniffed it and sensed that it was a magical stone. Alex wondered with admiration how unusual it was. He confirmed her guess and asked if she was really not interested in this artifact. To this she replied with a serious look, saying that she would not eat it because it looked too much like poison. The main character asked if she remembered anything from her past life. The queen only looked down at the floor and thought, without saying a word. He expressed himself in a way that left no room for misunderstanding. Deep down, he was convinced that if this insect had retained its memories, it would certainly be a step towards a new stage of development. The protagonist reassured her, explaining that it was an ordinary stone that he had created this morning. It had 3 main properties: the elixir of life, the elixir of death. But she would never feel hungry again. The queen assured her it was just an illusion. She shouldn't trust the new feelings of hunger. Alex agreed with her. The Philosopher's Stone resurfaced in his thoughts, the symbol of absolute power, the pinnacle of mastery, the most cherished and difficult goal. He wondered what she would do if she were him. The main character noticed that not dying at all would be extremely convenient. He suggested that she try it on herself. At the same time, he mentally reasoned, if only one queen produces offspring, remaining immortal, then the other will no longer have a chance to be born. At that moment, the queen made a decision. She said that she wanted to gain immortality. At first there was silence, and then the stone endowed the beetle with its magic. Alex closed his eyes. At that moment, a girl appeared before the queen's soul. She asked if she wanted to become immortal, and at the same time, she mentioned that she belonged to the S-class. Her abilities opened up countless possibilities for her. The queen seemed to be in a delirium. She listened to this magical voice and thought she was dreaming. It was so unearthly. At that moment, she realized that in previous lives, this child had been a truly kind soul. Some time passed, and the queen finally woke up. She felt herself in the arms of the main character. He suggested that she go home with him. A thought flashed through his mind. Now he had an immortal queen. The beetles would no longer receive any remuneration and would not be able to develop. The queen asked him again about the house. The boy replied that he would explain to his parents. She was just a favorite pet for him. The main character announced that he would name her Pichan. He assumed that her parents would certainly be happy with such news. Later, he announced that it was time to return home. He thought to himself that everything had gone even easier than he had imagined. Suddenly, the beetle jumped out of Alex's hands and quickly ran away, disappearing in an unknown direction. Alex suspected that it was up to its tricks again. It seemed that this insect was so carried away by the garden that it was not going to return, and the boy was only worried that it would do something bad. Alex said it was time to practice. He still hadn't come across a weapon that was suitable for physical attacks, because if he just swung it a little, everyone around him would instantly fall to pieces. He is capable of more, using only his own hands, and realizes with surprise, even Oriolkin does not possess half the strength that he has. It seems that there are even more powerful weapons than this warrior. While these thoughts are spinning in the hero's head, he suddenly feels a light push on his leg. It turned out that a beetle had been rubbing against his leg. Alex squatted down and asked what had happened. Then he noticed that the beetle had brought him some fragments. Alex asked if it had collected them. Suddenly, Alex felt an incredible surge of energy. The queen asked if he was interested in knowing where it came from, to which the boy admitted, a little confused, that he lacked the words to explain it. The hero came to the conclusion that the only thing he had left were habits, similar to a metal artifact that radiated even more powerful magical energy. Alex declared that this metal was even superior to orichalcum cone. He then asked if it had been tempered. This metal is so strong that even orichalcum is inferior in strength. Glancing at the beetle, he noted to himself, yes, this thing has worked out brilliantly. At that moment, the queen reached for the stone, and Alex wondered if she thought it was edible. So she quickly corrected her, so she wouldn't look foolish. This stone shone like pure gold. It even surpassed orichalcum and had excellent energy conductivity. It seemed that it could be strengthened even further. Imagining a weapon made of such a material, he turned to Pecan and asked if she could find more such stones. Hearing this question, the queen glanced at him, then suddenly jumped up and instantly rushed away in an unknown direction. The slope looks almost like Mount Tarakan, but he doesn't feel any energy in it at all. But in a moment the insect returned, holding a piece of metal in its claws. The protagonist took it from its paws and, examining the find, said that it was a Geirokan. Had she gotten this thing especially for him? He quietly asked her not to exhaust herself too much. Only 3 days had passed, and a whole mountain of such stones had already risen on the floor of the house. The main character gently ran his hand along the beetle's back and praised him for his excellent work. In response, the beetles only modestly remarked that he did not deserve such praise. Alex noted that from this amount, according to the philosopher's stone, a long sword could be forged. However, first everything had to be melted down. The hero tried to melt it with fire, but in vain. Nothing happened. However, he was not going to give up. After spending a moment thinking, he began to look for other ways to resolve the situation. He repeatedly tried to change something, but in vain. Everything remained as before. Then, without hesitation, he summoned the philosopher's stone and tried to use the magical power with which it was created. The hero believed that he had used a power that was twice that of an SSS level. In just a moment, he managed to melt the metal for the future sword. Suddenly, he heard a stranger's voice promising even greater help. The boy decided that it was the philosopher's stone speaking to him. Some time passed, and a completely new sword appeared in the hero's hands. He clenched the hilt as if he was about to swing it. Alex pondered the possibilities this weapon offered. The sword, forged from heroic steel and the philosopher's stone, seemed unbreakable. It was impossible to break it. Later, he began to diligently practice techniques with this sword. Once he caught a small leaf in the air, smiled and noted that the enchanted chopping blow had indeed worked. At that moment, Eliza informed him that he had indeed managed to make a suitable sword. Now Alex could finally fight at full strength. The protagonist admitted that he was extremely happy that he was lucky enough to find this stone. The girl confessed that she was curious about how he had managed to obtain this amazing metal. She tried to ask him for details, but he remained silent. Then she changed the subject and asked if he had gotten used to the sword yet. Eliza remarked that none of these leaves could be cut. He only sighed and calmly denied it. After that, the man got down to business. He began to skillfully demonstrate the art of wielding a sword. He cut the leaves off instantly. Alex realized that if he had wanted to, he could have easily hurt her. But he deliberately restrained himself, striving to fully master his power. Eliza looked at him in surprise and noticed that this was exactly what he really was. He stared at her in confusion and asked what she meant. At this, the girl only smiled and assured him that she had not meant anything of the sort. He smiled in return casually and replied that everything was fine then. Anjin and Alex set off on a journey together. They were both 12 years old. The girl asked if it was really a cave, and the boy briefly confirmed, yes. Today, at the request of the local residents, they went to the town of Z-Horse. Various things began to disappear here. Noticing traces of magic, the heroes soon found themselves in the right place. The main character, smiling, handed her a hairbow. He enthusiastically explained that he had tried to weave the magical power of the insect queen into this decoration. If she suddenly lost it somewhere, the bow would protect her from the effects of the spell. The girl took it in her hands and, smiling, said that it was Alex who gave her this thing, so she would definitely take care of it. After that, she sincerely thanked him. Then the main character announced that they needed to go to the cave, and then added that she should hold on to him. She agreed without hesitation. They went inside. Alex was surprised to find it was much more spacious than he had expected. Angie, covering her nose with her hand, complained about a strange smell. She said it smelled like hot springs. The main character asked her to be silent, and at that moment the basilisk and the minotaur appeared in the cave. Angie remarked that it all looked very creepy, and then asked what they should do next. In response, Alex suggested tying a ribbon over the man's eyes so that he couldn't see anything, and then the basilisk could use its magic. The girl asked if everything would be successful. The guy assured her that even in case of danger, he would be able to defend himself with a sword. Suddenly, the main character noticed that some things were missing. He realized that first he needed to stop the basilisk, otherwise it would chain Angie, preventing her from moving. Alex asked the monsters why they were stealing crops and clothes from the locals. In response, the Minotaur explained that they were doing it to lure his brothers into the cave, and at the same time thanked him for defeating the basilisk. The enemy ominously promised to gnaw through every bone of him, as he would all the city's inhabitants. However, he never had enough time to attack. The hero drew his sword and with one swift movement cut off the Minotaur's head. The Minotaur immediately fell to the ground, lifeless. Alex turned around and said, "If they're going to do harm to people, they shouldn't expect mercy." He also continued to wonder why they needed all these things to live on. A moment later, he walked over to Angie and touched her shoulder lightly. The girl said with relief that she was glad the boy was okay. The boy said that he wanted to look around a bit. This surprised Angie quite a bit. At that moment, the support under Angie disappeared, and she flew rapidly downward. Alex jumped up with lightning speed and deftly caught his wife in his arms, preventing her from falling. Looking around, the hero noticed that they had advanced quite far. At first glance, this place resembled a dungeon, but its unnatural appearance immediately caught his eye. Suddenly, Alex felt the wall radiating heat. While he was lost in his own thoughts, Angie gently nudged him and asked him to look where she was pointing. There was a whole cluster of monsters huddled together. Looking at them, the main character felt irritated and thought that the enemy was deliberately provoking a decisive battle. There was something truly strange in this behavior. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in front of them. He announced that he had been waiting for them. The man noticed that there was only a child in front of him, but he was in no hurry to let him go so easily. The stranger remarked that time is like a river, where each subsequent wave absorbs the one that came before it. When the stranger mentioned the previous wave, Alex decided that it was him. The man was tensely waiting for an attack from him, because the strangers were about to break into the city. The main character noticed that this man was a bad actor, and everything he did was just wasting time. The man asked him again, and he replied that in such situations one should act according to the instructions of the spiritual book. Alex jokingly added that he would feed them, since they had already settled in the stomach. Angie insisted that they had to get out immediately, or they would all be digested. In response, she remarked that they should get rid of everything unnecessary first. It was then that the girl realized he was going to insulate the entire building. The main character noticed that they would have to get out. Returning to the girl, he warned her to be careful. In response, she only nodded in agreement. Some time passed, and they were surprised to see that everything had disappeared without a trace. Alex thought, this cave was not ordinary at all. It rather resembled a giant creature. He decided that he should immediately report this to the city. Eventually, they reached a hotel in Sigra. Together with another stranger, they sat down at a table. He asked them to put their hands on the table. Angie did not hesitate. She immediately agreed. The woman remarked that they were simply made for each other. It was the first time she had observed them so closely. Angie admitted that she was happy with their special connection with Alex. Alex agreed with a slight smile, assuring her that the woman was his wife, Angie. In return, she gave him a truly warm smile. The girl asked if it was time to go meet the girls. The guy smiled and confirmed that it was time. Angie and Alex walked through the city streets. The girl moved forward, constantly looking around. The main character addressed her by name, and in response he heard that everyone around her was glowing like that. They concluded that this was probably one of the properties of the hot spring. The protagonist exclaimed with delight that it was truly amazing. Alex remembered the day they blew up part of the mountain, and she remarked that they shouldn't leave other things unfinished. To which he replied, for now, everything would be fine. Some time passed before subtle changes began to be noticeable on the mountain. The protagonist hugged Angie tightly and said that the peak was gradually recovering. At this, Alex just smiled and explained that everything around was just a mirage. He created a protective barrier that recreated the outline of this mountain for a while. The main character stood on tiptoe and confidently declared, before you is the embodiment of magic in weakness. The combination of the Heracana and the Philosopher's Stone enhances the energy flow. Alex noticed that this turned a lump of magic into a veritable mountain of magic. Angie sighed and said that everything had begun to fall apart. Once upon a time, there lived a sage known as the Guardian of the Mountains. He was subject to the forces that allowed him to bring warriors back to life, and he used his magic only to create new ones. The main character turned around and said that the feeling of heaviness in his stomach would merge with the world around him. And the very next day he promised to pull himself together. Angie smiled, noting that Alex had used the magic of the great sage. The young man added that thanks to the sword, everything had been done much faster. He thought to himself, he must definitely take some stone from here as a souvenir. Later, Eliza and the rest of the girls called out to them, so Alex and Angie immediately turned to the familiar voices. Standing next to Eliza were Mia and Xiaomi. Alex praised them, saying they were simply incredible. The girls confessed that they dream of going to the hot springs to become even more magical. The guy added, "Magic, combined with this water, creates a special spring with unique properties." Xiaomei quietly approached the protagonist, her palms folded. She turned to him, her face lit up with a warm smile, and sincerely thanked him for the invitation. At these words, the guy noted that she looked especially fresh in such an outfit, and this caused her cheeks to blush brightly. She thanked him a second time, and with a smile, he wished her to enjoy the walk while she had the chance. Soon they reached the hot springs, and she was delighted to note that there was a wonderful aroma in the air. Eliza turned to her and said with a smile that there was no need to hide under a towel here. Her Imperial Majesty began to jokingly urge Angie to throw off the towel quickly. In response, the girl happily jumped up and down, urging her not to be rushed so much. Mia admitted that the feeling was incredibly pleasant. She turned to Xiaomei and noted how beautifully her skin glowed. Mia added that the water felt surprisingly warm and gentle. One of the girls remarked that the main character would give each of them a yukata later. Then someone asked if it was really Angie who was wearing the yukata. At this point, Alex was left alone at the spring. Although the hot steam had almost completely engulfed everything around him, and it was difficult to see anything, he had to keep his composure. The girl looks at Alexander in surprise and asks what kind of glasses he has. The protagonist asks Xiaomi if she knows all the secrets of the Court of Transfiguration. The girl nods silently, confirming her knowledge. Deeds from a past life affect one's status in the present. The protagonist says that by wearing these glasses, he can see the rank of the people around him. The girl enthusiastically says that it's incredibly cool. She wonders if he can see her rating too. The protagonist asks in surprise if she really wants to know that, to which the girl replies with a smile that she's also interested. However, the main character nervously admits that she may be dissatisfied with the result. Alexander agrees. Such a development of events is quite possible, which is why her rank is Merrick, level Chable. The guy is firmly convinced that the girl has a bright future. He gives her his word on this. This answer surprises Shom. The girl looks thoughtfully at the main character and says with conviction, if he said so, then it is undoubtedly true. She believes that the man, endowed with all the dignity of humanity after the Silver Plague, is one of Alexander's reincarnations. The main character in response notes that something is wrong. During the epidemic, humanity decreased by 10%. Alexander is convinced. The one who manages to avert disaster will certainly become God. The main character looks thoughtfully out the window. The hero approaches the castle. Alexander reports that they have almost reached the Magic Academy. As director Tor Ethan explained to him, something was wrong with this academy. While researching the draft idea they were working on, contact with them suddenly broke off a few days ago. Alexander suspected that something was wrong here. This academy is critical in emergencies, so its communication with the outside world must be impeccable. The director is concerned about the excessive seriousness of the situation, so he instructs the main character to find out what is happening. The young man agrees and announces that he is leaving. When the heroes enter the academy, they are met with a depressing emptiness. Not a soul around. They find no traces of battle, or even the slightest signs of a fight. They decide to explore another location. Suddenly, something unexpected appears on their way, which leads both heroes into a real excitement. Suddenly, huge beast monsters appear before the friends. One of them tightly clutches the unfortunate man in its paws. The hero exclaims in horror. The girl turns to Alexander and reports that these monsters attacked people. The protagonist watches his opponents with a look of horror on his face. Using his unique glasses, he carefully checks their rank. His partner is desperate to help, while also preparing to strike at the enemies. However, the main character stops her. The young man emphasizes that these monsters are also people. He notes that the glasses show the seal of the rank of the sea. A soul with such a rank, of course, cannot be reborn as a monster. There are many types of magic for moving to another body. But first of all, they need to realize one important thing. Instantly, everything turns upside down. The monsters come under unexpected attack. People manage to escape from their clutches, and the monsters themselves fall to the ground in defeat. The hero runs up to one of the survivors. After making sure that the victim is still breathing, the main character is relieved to thank God that he is alive. Suddenly, a piercing scream from his partner rang out behind him. Alexander turned around, gripped by terror. His eyes fall on a huge monster, which is tightly holding a girl. In appearance, she is almost indistinguishable from a human. The main character angrily demands that he stop immediately. It is not known what exactly the monster is going to do, but now he is hugging the girl as if he is about to break her neck. Alexander is going to come to his friend's aid. But everything turns out completely differently. Now the girl has been replaced too. Her soul has ended up imprisoned in the body of this monster. The protagonist, unsuspecting, strictly orders his girlfriend not to move. With skillful blows, he inflicts painful wounds on the monster. The girl is released. The protagonist approaches her and asks her worriedly if she is okay. The heroine throws herself into his arms and asks with delight how he guessed that it was her. The young man replies that he would never confuse his girlfriend with another. The girl sighs with emotion, admiring Alexander's talent. The heroine blushes shyly and hides her face in her hands. And the young man, seeing such a reaction, is sincerely surprised. The main character asks the girl if she's really sick. She thoughtfully replies that at first she was just surprised, but now everything is fine. The main character turns to the girl and asks her to continue walking next to him. The young man suspects that she is influencing him with her magic. The heroine wonders if he has managed to find out the reason. Alexander confirms. Yes, he has already learned what exactly they are striving for. It has long been known that the evaluation of bodies in this world is done by reincarnation judges. A rank S body goes only to angels or gods. Ranks A to C go to mortals, but rank D is the fate of monsters or beasts. The protagonist notices that the creature's strength and abilities directly depend on its rank. Returning to the girl, he asks if she understands what he is talking about. She nods in the affirmative and says that she understands everything. Once upon a time, a wizard invented a spell that allowed objects to switch bodies. He used his magic to swap the bodies of humans and monsters. The protagonist suggests that at first the sorcerer was interested in one thing: whether the soul would be able to retain its rank if it were moved to another body. After one purchase, those who were replaced were somehow able to increase their original rank. Additionally, about a month after the spell was cast, the victims would completely lose their sense of self-worth and become puppets in the hands of the sorcerer. Under the influence of such power, the Witcher became so enamored that he began using magic to create a huge army for himself. Alexander claims that it was with this army that he intended to conquer the whole world. It was this ambitious catastrophe that claimed the lives of countless people on the planet. The girl instantly guesses what he is leading to, and filled with horror, exclaims, "Then it turns out that the magic used at the Earth Academy." She doesn't have time to finish her thought. The young man interrupts her, confirming, "Yes, most likely, the spell is to blame for everything." The girl froze in fright, not finding what to say in response. The heroes finally realize, within the walls of the academy there are those who seek to bring the Silver Plague back to life. The young man examines his sword carefully, and notices that all the students at this academy possess magic. Most of them are of high rank. Their abilities are ideal for the army. That is why, he suggests, the academy probably attracts the attention of attackers. If their students are not rescued in time, the consequences could be catastrophic. Meanwhile, the young man comes up with a plan. Suddenly, a giant dark shadow grows behind his partner. The girl is gripped by a genuine terror. The stranger makes eerie sounds and waves his arms wildly during the day. However, something unexpectedly gets in his way and prevents him from committing the planned crime. The man, wrapped in a dark hooded cloak, turns and glances at his wrists, which are bound with a spell that restricts movement. At this moment, the main character suddenly appears in front of the girl. She, stunned by fear, looks at the attacker. The young man rushes forward, covering his beloved with himself, and with determination announces that the enemy is finally in his hands. Holding out his hands, they ask him, "How did you know about this?" Alexander grips his sword tightly and replies that he felt it at dawn. From the very morning, The young man could not get rid of a strange feeling, as if someone invisible was constantly next to him. She explains, as soon as the enemy tries to use magic, the trap will work instantly. It will be impossible to escape. No resistance will help. The man notes that it was his grandfather who held the position of leader. Smiling, he hints to the main character not to rush to consider himself a leader. The opponent emphasizes that he is too young for this. Suddenly, something moves behind the characters. The characters jump up and look around in fear. The main character gradually begins to remember this place. A black mist swirls around him. Suddenly, an angel appears next to the heroes. His laughter rings in the air, and he says that Marcusius is an obedient boy. Then the angel adds that they are in a shadow world that belongs to him. In his thoughts, the protagonist turns to the angel again. The stranger behind him suddenly spreads his wings. The hero realizes that the creature in front of him is no longer human. The magician claims that this is the embodiment of perfect magic. He managed to capture the angel and lure it into the student's body. Meanwhile, the angel concentrates sinister, dark energy in his palm. The protagonist realizes with horror that the same teacher is standing in front of him. The young man asks in horror how this is even possible. Colton calmly replies that the academy is an ideal place for conducting various experiments, and there are many of them here. The teacher explains. When a person is replaced by a spell, their powers increase significantly. He surpassed even the angels themselves, so unless the protagonist is a deity, he has absolutely no chance of defeating his opponent. Upon closer inspection, the protagonist becomes convinced that these glasses truly reveal an angelic soul in a person. The young man wonders how long ago he was replaced and where his real, human soul has gone. The girl tries to bring the main character out of his stupor. She shakes him and calls his name incessantly. Then Alexander turns to her, assuring her that everything will be fine and there is no reason to worry. However, the sorcerer assures that it is too late to change anything. He is ready to shed blood right here and now. The angel releases the energy that was concentrated in her palm. There is a slight explosion. Alexander instinctively covers his face with his hands, trying to protect himself from the enemy's attack. The girl, seized with horror, calls for help from her partner. The sorcerer declares that the heroes will not get out of here until one of them dies. He cheekily adds that his puppet is perfect for dealing with opponents whose strength is nothing compared to his skill. The man assures them, there is no need to doubt, no one will have to suffer. Everything will happen instantly, in just one moment. He solemnly promises to use this power to take over the entire country. The main character feels a power unknown to him, a power he has never felt before. No goddess has awakened anything like this in him. The young man gathered his courage and resolutely rushed forward. A triumphant cry escaped his lips, and the sharp ball spun in his hands with lightning speed, describing arcs in all directions. The main character manages to strike the enemy. The young man quickly flies towards the angel and wounds him. After that, he calmly lands and hides his sword. The angel falls to the ground with force. The sorcerer is amazed. He cannot understand how the young man managed to defeat his puppet. Alexander admits that at first he thought his opponent was stronger than the angel, but in the end, he was disappointed. The defeated enemy lies helplessly on the ground, blackened with mud and covered in bloodstains. Above him, clutching his sword, stands the protagonist, his gaze full of determination. The sorcerer remarks that of course he has heard many rumors about the vice-emperor, but he never expected to see something like this from the main character. The young man looks at him. He asks the teacher when he managed to remove the restraint. The man admits that he himself does not know how it happened. Suddenly, he gathers all the dark energy into a giant ball. The angel, who had been lying helplessly on the ground until now, suddenly changes his face. The hero's companion exclaims in horror, and the young man hugs her tightly, asking if the sorcerer has really lifted his spell. The young man is trying hard to outrun the enemy, guessing his next move. Suddenly, a horror appears in the man's hands. The angel rises from the ground and stands next to his master. Colton turns to the main character and urges him to pay close attention to what is happening. The boy and girl froze in tense anticipation, watching the wizard's every move. Only at the last moment do they realize what a cunning plan he is implementing. The angel's body begins to change again, acquiring new features. The monster in the hands of the sorcerer casts a close look at the brave heroes. The young man, noticing how the angel and this mysterious creature have switched roles, carefully watches their game. The doll suddenly falls to the ground. Meanwhile, the monster suddenly goes on the offensive. A pillar of fire erupts from its mouth. The protagonist instantly erects a protective barrier, saving himself and his partner from the deadly flames. When he had to impose a new barrier, it became clear. This attack is much more powerful than the previous one. Colton turns to the heroes and announces, "Something important is about to be heard." He explains that the greater the difference in rank between two bodies, the more noticeable the effects of the spell become. The protagonist's girlfriend listens intently, trying to understand what the enemy is talking about. The sorcerer claims that the title of SSS Angel gives him power equal to that of God himself. The protagonist does not stop fighting the enemy, but with every moment the belief in victory fades within him. The guy pushes the angel away with effort a decent distance. The protagonist's partner watches the battle, gripped by horror. She acutely realizes that they have no hope of defeating the forces of God. The sorcerer, smiling wickedly, asks, "Isn't this amazing?" Alexander decides to use all the fighting techniques he knows. He takes a stance full of tension and concentrates energy in his palms. A powerful whirlwind rises around him. The main character manages to summon a mysterious body. The girl carefully watches his actions and involuntarily wonders, is this really an adult Alexander? But suddenly it dawns on her. In fact, she is standing before none other than a homunculus. The young man also dares to use a forbidden spell. Thanks to this, his rank surpasses that of his opponent. Colton laughs sinisterly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He doesn't take the main character's words seriously, and is convinced that a human being is incapable of such a thing. So Colton makes a decision. He needs the hero's body. He orders his subordinate to immediately complete this task. The enemy is rapidly rushing towards the young man. Alexander moves towards him, ready to repel the attack. Grasping his sword with all his strength, he rushes into the very midst of the battle with a triumphant cry. The rivals are preparing for a fierce duel. Suddenly the hero freezes in place. A cloud of steam erupts from his sword. He repeats the spell, and terror pierces his opponent. Alexander carefully straightens his wrinkled clothes, and remarks that for such a level, everything went just fine. The young man becomes the strongest in history. Suddenly, the angel opens his eyes. The man whose body the sorcerer had previously used comes to his senses and rises from the ground in horror. The hero bends over him, peering intently into his face. The young man wonders if the boy has regained consciousness. Meanwhile, the angel reappears. The leader is defeated, and the mission is accomplished. The angel sighs wearily. The hero's companion looks at the young man with compassion. The angel tries to say something, finding an excuse for his actions. However, the main character does not reproach him, but instead confidently points to the one who has been controlling the angel all this time. Alexander reports that he has already removed the spell from him, so now he is not in danger. How does the angel react? He assures that he remembers perfectly the feeling of external influence, but unfortunately, he still does not know the person who manipulated him. He thanks the main character for saving him. The angel kneels down and says that he will always come to help, if only he calls. The young man smiles and replies that he is glad to see the boy safe and sound. He advises his partner to find the remaining teachers and students. The protagonist emphasizes that he has already defeated that boss, so there is no danger to anyone now. Going outside, the hero notices a crowd of people supporting each other. Some help those who have fallen to get up, others provide first aid to the injured. The girl exhales with relief, glad that everything ended well. Angel notes that they don't appear to have sustained any injuries. The main character replies that he has returned the new monsters to their former habitats. This, it would seem, should be the end of this story. The people approach the vice-emperor and express their sincere gratitude to His Highness. The young man replies with a shy smile that he is glad to see them all unharmed. He modestly shrugs his shoulders, avoiding talking about his own merits and not wanting to attract unnecessary attention to himself. The director approaches to personally express his gratitude to the young man. He assures that he witnessed everything, and therefore he cannot find words to express his gratitude to Alexander. He asked if the man was okay. The man replied that thanks to the main character he was fine, but something was still bothering him. He points to the girl. The old man says that when they woke up she was already lying here. However, no one has the slightest idea who this girl is. The protagonist kneels before her, feeling her unusual body. He is surprised to notice that the creature in front of him is made of crystal. The guy admits that he has never seen anything like it, and her appearance causes him a little fear. However, he does not perceive her as a monster. He assumes that she could have appeared with them from the same shadow dimension. However, he is unable to determine the level of her power, as several souls are felt around. The young man asks you, "What kind of souls are these?" His partner turns to Alexander with a direct question. What is happening here? At this moment, the young man uses release. The main character touches the girl's body with a ball. And suddenly this touch flashes with a bright light. Small ghosts begin to circle around the hero. He finds a way to free the girl, for which she sincerely thanks him. The hero's girlfriend wonders what these are. The protagonist explains that they are souls sacrificed during the Silver Plague. They were all trapped, with no chance of escape. It was in those circumstances that this crystal appeared. The souls ascend to the celestial goddess. She greets them with a welcoming gaze, and then, addressing those who have suffered the longest, promises to decide their future fate, to determine what their next incarnation will be. The goddess says that this suffering lasted for centuries, but their endurance was not in vain. Soon their well-deserved reward awaits them. The vast majority of them will receive an A or B rank. The girl with a smile wishes everyone a pleasant afterlife. The protagonist only blinks, stunned by what he sees, and does not understand whether it was not just an illusion. He cannot understand what happened and tries to control himself. Alexander thinks that at least these souls reach their destination without any obstacles. But despite this, it seems to him that something excessive is happening. Suddenly, a question is heard from behind. Did they see him? Cries are heard from all sides. People support the judge's decision. The young man realizes with amazement. It seems that the entire country was watching the trial of the liberated souls. The girl, seated on the throne, notes that she has heard a lot about Lord Carlisle. They say that he is able to instill fear in the entire planet in the name of the Empire. But it is precisely such people who are its true shield. The young man in response expresses sincere gratitude for the trust shown. He reminds her of that incident, and the woman claims to have witnessed it. She notes that people take it as a sign. Many now believe that if you have a child right now, your life will definitely be fuller and happier. She claims that it is hope that gives strength to the country, and the Lord was able to multiply this strength. That is why from now on he will be called the Father of the Nation. She sighs and solemnly announces the birth of the Father of the Nation. The main character sincerely thanks her for the kindness shown. After this event, children with various talents began to appear in the world. The name of the founder of the country, Alexander Carlisle, forever entered the pages of history. From now on, many true heroes of the highest rank will appear in the world. The hero is filled with joy, his gaze stopping at the brightest star in the sky. He notes with admiration how much it stands out among the other stars. Who is this rushing after him so swiftly, and even calling him his son-in-law? The main character approaches the men. The young man greets him and asks how things are going. In response, the interlocutor admits with a mysterious smile that events are unfolding quite excitingly. He says that the girls are simply delighted. It seems that this is their first experience meeting pregnant women. The main character admits with a smile that he is, of course, extremely happy, but still wonders why 3 pregnant women were brought here at once. The man replies that every son-in-law deserves to be in such a situation, and he could not miss such an opportunity. Moreover, all the heroines are only at the beginning of their special state. After the liberation of the souls of the entire world, the birth rate increased, and the man decided to take advantage of this opportunity. The main character thinks about the upcoming birth of the babies and is looking forward to this moment. His friend agrees. He is also filled with anticipation and excitement. A man looks up at the sky and notices that it is surprisingly clear today. He wonders what kind of star is shining so brightly. The protagonist, in response, expresses hope that this is not a sign of something bad. Then suddenly, he notices how the star suddenly begins to fall. The young man looks up at the sky and is surprised to see her flying swiftly straight towards him. Under the starlight, a girl appears on the hero's path. The young man is genuinely shocked by this unexpected turn of events. The beautiful girl opens her arms to him, announcing with a joyful exclamation that they have finally met their father. The main character, with horror in his eyes, asks again which father she is talking about. The young man tries to understand if this is really the same soul reincarnated into a human body. In response, the girl explains that this is her true essence, and adds that she was awarded the rank of SS. She tells him that she has heard that she is the only one among millions of souls who has been fortunate enough to attain such a high rank. The girl confesses that she would like to live as a simple person again, But in order to be born into the world with such a prominent position, she needs to become someone's child. That's why she gave the role of father to the main character. A young man looks at his newborn daughter with amazement. The young man, having gathered his strength, admits that he is incredibly lucky. The man is happy that he has a granddaughter. The girl wonders, if the main character is now a father, then where is the mother? The guy, a little embarrassed, admits that this is a difficult topic, and suggests discussing it in the room. The girl turns to the named father and asks when he will finally have a child. The protagonist replies with a smile that it definitely won't happen in the near future. She persistently asks why this is considered a normal age for aristocrats. To which the main character replies, he already has a fiancée, and he has decided that she will be the mother of his first child. However, the girl is still too young for this, so he will have to wait a few years. The girl asks in surprise why she has to wait so long and wonders what she should do next. To this, the main character replies, "Can't we just be patient for a little while?" The girl replies that of course she can, but she feels deprived. She has waited for the birth of a baby for centuries, and now she lacks the words to express how she feels next. This girl is one of the souls of the victims of the silver catastrophe in a past life. She must have been a worthy person since she received such a high rank. Thanks to this, a carefree, luxurious future awaits her, so the main character completely understands her impatience. The young man looks back sympathetically at her difficult fate, but sighs and admits, "Nothing can be changed right now. We will just have to be patient." The girl sighs heavily in response, filled with sadness. Her gaze falls on the book. The main character is surprised and notices that the letter looks different than before. You answer that the population will continue to grow in the coming years. They themselves understand this perfectly well. But if events continue in the same direction, they will lack land, food, education, in general, everything necessary for life. The girl wonders, does he really intend to accept all this? She enthusiastically emphasizes, it's simply incredible. The restless heroine leans towards him, looking up into his eyes with a dribble. She wonders why he agreed to such a job at such an age, and who he is in general. The protagonist is confused and surprised that the angels have not even mentioned him to her. The girl replies that she did not overhear their conversation, but appeared immediately after she heard that she was his child. But at the same time, she is convinced that he is a truly wonderful person. The young man thanks her for these words. His newly born daughter looks at her father's documents and notes with admiration how beautiful his handwriting is. Alexander cannot hide his surprise. The girl admits that in her new life she would like to learn to write better, and wonders if it is possible to do so. The protagonist asks if she really wants this. The daughter admits that in that life he was truly terrible. Then the protagonist decides to help her improve her handwriting. He shows him his daughter. Tanya is sure that she is the perfect fit. Alexander invites her to try her hand. The girl writes something on a piece of paper, and the young man carefully reads her handwriting. He is pleased to notice that his daughter has made progress and seems to have a real talent for writing. The girl is happy, sighs with relief, and asks, "What does this mean?" The protagonist replies that he will give her a unique name that will belong only to her. After rebirth, it should become a symbol of wisdom and value. He suggests that his daughter choose a name herself, emphasizing how exciting and fateful this moment is. The girl is thoughtfully considering what name to choose for herself in the future. She sighs, hesitating between many options, and her cheeks turn slightly red. The protagonist notices this, stops her, and asks, "What happened?" The protagonist loses his shoulder and decisively declares that it's time to put an end to this. Meanwhile, the girl is overcome with longing. She sits huddled on the floor of the castle. Someone approaches her and speaks. The girl turns sharply at the voice. The protagonist approaches her and promises he will create a new body for her. The heroine asks again what this all means. The young man explains that he is currently unable to give her a child, but he can simply create a new body for her. The girl notices a bag in his hand and wonders what's inside. It turns out that the bag contains various things that could come in handy in any emergency. Using the protagonist's spell, she carefully unpacks the package. Thanks to magic, he will be able to combine them. A flash of magic suddenly bursts from the bag. An exact copy of herself appears right in front of the girl. The main character carefully examines the double from all sides and, a little confused, asks, "Is this really me?" The main character replies that this is her shared apartment, and if she wishes, she can use this body for a while. The young man solemnly swears to take care of her until she is reborn. The girl stares at him in surprise. Alexander is asked what kind of responsibility he is talking about. These words make the heroine's cheeks turn a barely perceptible pink. The young man notices how the girl's behavior has changed dramatically, and he can't figure out if he's said something too much. Doubts haunt him, so he cautiously asks, is she really capable of doing this? At the same time, the protagonist reminds the girl that she hasn't had a real body for a long time. The main character thinks about it and replies that she will definitely try. Alexander agrees with her and assures her that he will come up with something right now. After that, he begins to read the spell. The main character listens intently to her own feelings and notices amazing changes taking place in her body. She is overcome by an unfamiliar, strange sensation that covers her entire body from head to toe. It feels as if she is stepping on the ground for the first time in hundreds of years. The main character asks how she feels and if she is in pain. The heroine is so happy that her legs give out from joy. The dead girl suddenly starts jumping up and screaming as she dives into the light. The young man below watches her intently, not looking up. He wonders where the heroine got such strength from, and in general, what kind of power is this? The girl lands easily next to him and looks intently at the young man. Finally, breaking the silence, she asks the protagonist, "What just happened?" Alexander suggests that when a soul of such a high level inhabits the body of a homunculus, a crazy force arises that is difficult to cope with. Apparently, over hundreds of years, she simply lost control of it. The girl agrees with his words. She claims that it is dangerous to move in this body. Suddenly, the girl sneezes so loudly that her explosive sneeze causes the castle wall to crack and collapse. The heroine looks back in amazement at the chaos that has raged around her. Amazed, she declares, "This power is a true miracle." The heroine feels incredibly ashamed of her actions, and she turns to her new father to ask him to forgive her. The girl suddenly stops, blushes awkwardly, and dreams of disappearing from here. But the main character quickly grabs her hands, preventing her from escaping. She tries to break free, begging him not to touch her again. Without calculating her strength, the girl sharply pushes the guy away, and he ends up on the opposite side of the room with a thud. The girl is terrified by what has happened, but the boy boldly approaches and gently takes her hand. He assures her that she should not worry, she will not be able to harm him. The main character promises to help her master her own power and will certainly find a way to do it. He turns to the girl and tells her that she can stay here. The girl blushes even more and feels confused. She lowers her eyes and gives sincere thanks for her new father. A man approaches them and tells them that he heard a loud bang, and that's why he got scared. He adds that such antics could only be expected from his son-in-law's daughter. The girl sincerely apologizes. The protagonist, calming her down, assures her that everything is fine and advises her not to worry unnecessarily. The daughter asks if she can help her new father in any way. He agrees and asks her to walk around the estate with a bag in her hands. He notices that the girl is not yet used to her new body, so he asks her not to rush. The main character's daughter agrees and runs away. A man approaches the main character and anxiously turns to his son-in-law, wondering if everything will be okay with his new daughter. He is worried that the girl will mess up or break something again. To this, the young man assures him with a smile. Even if the problem arises again, he will fix everything, just like before. The man puts up with the situation, realizing, if the hero still can't change anything, then there's no point in resisting. He notes that she seems to have a strong sense of responsibility, and assures him that it is not her fault for what happened. He also notices that the main character reminds him strikingly of his own father. He replies that he doubts it. It seems unlikely to him. The man adds that he didn't expect to see his child sooner than planned. The protagonist replies that, in his opinion, his fiancée has not even thought about this question yet. Meanwhile, the girl sleeps peacefully, lost in sweet dreams. The young man dreams that his daughter's life will be full of joy and carefreeness. He sincerely wishes her good health and true happiness in every moment. The girl looks at him with admiration and turns to her mother, wondering who is standing in front of her. The protagonist understands that his daughter is extremely curious. The girl declares that she must definitely test her new medical skills on a dragon. She explains that she must temper her magic, making it more powerful than the catastrophe itself, Samus. Her daughter admires her mother's perseverance and sincerely admires her tireless work. This makes her understand that her mother dreams of becoming worthy of the main character. The girl throws herself into her mother's arms and admits that this activity was not easy. The main character suddenly catches himself thinking about her charming smile. Suddenly, another girl approached the main character. The guy greeted Eliza. He asks the heroine when she arrived, but in response, she says with a smile that she arrived here quite recently. The daughter asks her father who this stranger is. The girl, who has just appeared, is amazed that he has a daughter. The young man, with a serious look, explains that before them is Her Majesty the Empress herself. The girl is amazed by meeting the real Empress. The newly introduced guest solemnly gives her full name and declares that she is always ready to help them at any time. The daughter turns to her father in surprise, noting that she did not suspect that he knew the Empress. The young man explains with a smile, she was just abroad. The girl replies that not only is she familiar with the main character, but also that Alexander is the vice-emperor. The girl looks at her in surprise, and her first understanding appears in her eyes. She quietly admits that she was born a second time in his house. The Empress, with a smile, emphasizes again that the girl was born a second time. She recalls, everyone witnessed this significant moment. The ruler notes that Alex must have got the brightest soul. In response, the main character, with a sparkle in her eyes, admits, it would probably be fitting for her to become the daughter of the Empress herself. The girl turns away, asking Alexander not to bring up this topic. They say it's completely different. The father looks at his daughter in confusion, not understanding her reaction. The Empress turns to them again and remarks with a smile that she was glad to meet them. She recalls that the girl never mentioned her name. The girl replies that she simply forgot her name. The heroine wonders if her memory has really been erased, but the little girl shakes her head and explains she just can't remember her name. She claims that after reincarnation she will forget him anyway, so it doesn't really matter anymore. The boy asks, didn't she say she couldn't wait? The girl admits that she really said that, but she was wrong. Now she is sure that she can wait, because she knows that a new birth awaits her. The Empress wonders if the protagonist has any plan to recognize him. The protagonist remarks that it would be possible to look into her soul and perhaps awaken memories. However, he admits that this is too roundabout a path. The young man insists he is able to do everything right now, right here. The girl looks at him with admiration, not believing that he is really capable of such a thing. She asks the young man to look into the depths of her soul. The heroine begins to slowly undress, but the guy suddenly stops her and asks why she is doing this. Using magic, he seeks to look into his daughter's soul. He apologizes in advance, warning that this feeling is unpleasant, but it is the only way to break the spell. Otherwise, the girl faces eternal torment. However, her daughter assures him that she can endure and wait, so he asks not to worry about her. He opens his eyes and notices 3 girls leaning over him, each of them anxiously asking if he's okay. The protagonist assures that he was simply caught off guard. He returns to his daughter and happily announces that he has learned her name. The girl asks with delight if this is true. The young man solemnly pronounces, her name is Sans Sacrifice. He asks, is that her name? That's the name of the saint who saved the world from the Silver Plague. The girl cannot believe her ears. The next day, the events are transferred to the village. A neighbor passes by the main character and, taking a quick look, asks, is the man going to give him this land? The protagonist replies that this is their land now, and when they plant these beans here, they will define its boundaries. No one will be able to take it away from them. The neighbors sincerely thank him for the valuable advice. The daughter turns to her mother and asks if her father really behaves this way with everyone. The bride replies with a smile that yes, it's his style, but today he acted completely normal for himself. She says that Alexander can become even cooler. The girl admits that she is very interested in seeing it with her own eyes. The main character's fiancé turns to his daughter, assuring her that it doesn't matter at all that she hasn't become a child yet. She promises that she will soon see the girl happy and asks to wait a little longer. She thanks her mother and assures her that she didn't mean to seem rude. The girl stamped her foot hard and the ground beneath them split. The main character suddenly flew down into the abyss. The frightened girl screamed, calling for her mother, and in confusion admitted that she had again failed to guess with her own strength. Both heroines fall to the ground. The main character's pride reassures her. Nothing threatens the pigs, because her body is artificial and can withstand any pain. Suddenly, the main character picks up his daughter in his arms and asks with concern if she's okay. He claims, if a girl finds herself in trouble, she should immediately contact him. She can't stand it alone. He will definitely come to her aid. The protagonist's fiancé turns to their daughter and asks her, concerned, if she's hurt. The girl assures her that she's fine. She turns to her mother and asks her not to rush to share the details of their conversation. The hero becomes alarmed and asks what is happening. The daughter confesses that she would like to live like this for a while longer, without rushing anything. The mother supports the girl's decision, agreeing with her desire. Later, it turns out that Alex's daughter has secretly fallen in love with him. The protagonist's daughter suddenly cries out to her father, filled with joy. She finally learns her real name. The main character says that while studying various spells, he managed to come across one rather simple formula, so the sooner they use it, the better. However, to activate this spell, he will need her blood. He hopes that the girl will not object. She asks in surprise. Alexander confirms, everything is true. Thanks to her DNA, the real name will become known. The daughter nods. Now everything is clear to her. However, the girl thinks about her own body. She remembers that her father also created it with the help of magic. Her body was created entirely thanks to solar magic, preserving the appearance she had in her past life. The magic of the sun was able to recreate her original appearance using DNA information obtained from her blood. The girl assures him that she is ready. However, the main character asks her to wait a bit because he has to warn Yoka about one important thing, namely, to reveal her real name. He explains that it is a name engraved in the depths of her soul. As soon as she learns it, she will become calmer and more humble, because this name has a strong influence on the formation of her character and is a true gift from above. The young man assures her that once she gets her real name, she will finally experience true happiness. Her life will change for the better and shine with new colors. The girl is beaming with joy, anticipating even greater success. Her cheeks are covered with a light blush, and this does not go unnoticed by the main character. He asks with a smile, why is she blushing so shyly? He assures her that there is no need to try to please her and advises her to remain herself. However, her daughter only shakes her head and says that she does not share his opinion. She swears that she will never go against her father's will. The main character sincerely thanks her, saying words of gratitude. He utters his spell. The main character's daughter suddenly begins to experience incomprehensible, previously unfamiliar emotions and excitement. When the spell wears off, the young man asks if she felt anything. The girl answers in the affirmative. Alexander asks her not to forget his name, but warns her not to say it in public, especially in front of strangers. The heroine embraces her father and with words of gratitude envelops him in warmth. She makes a promise. Her real name will never leave her lips to anyone. She admits that she is extremely happy. The main character sincerely hopes that everything will turn out for the best for her. The events unfold a few days later. The young man is very busy with work. He needs to prepare and publish the report on time. All this must be completed before Astaroth returns. A lot of time has passed, and the virtues of the high-ranking Alexander shine like agate again. He has many matters that require urgent attention. The protagonist turns to her, noting that a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. He asks how she is doing. The girl in response admits that she rarely has a free moment now, and it is no secret to him that they are being closely watched. She adds that she appeared here because of recent events. Angels and people have long communicated with each other, supporting and guiding during rebirths. They give hints, help choose the path. However, only God is revealed the true name, because even angels are unable to comprehend the essence of the soul that has been reborn. The main character is sincerely surprised that only the Almighty possesses such an ability. He says that he has managed to master this magic. The angel in response explains, every day he accumulates energy for good deeds, gradually raising his rank. Inside his body, a force resembling divine power rages. A force that is harmful to an ordinary person, if left unchecked, will sooner or later attract the attention of God, who can take away his gift. Alexander wonders what awaits him then. The angel replies that there is only one way out. He asks if he has a divine patron. The protagonist asks the question again, feeling the tension growing within him. The angel explains that there is too much divine energy in his body, which creates certain difficulties. If he had a deity, he could pretend to use his power, hiding his true abilities even from God and, as it were, transferring them to this deity. The hero realizes everything. The angel informs him that he only needs to exchange names with the deity, and all troubles will be resolved by themselves. The young man wonders if it wouldn't be easier to erase his memory to save everyone the trouble. The girl replies that she can't do that, because he brings good to people. They need his help. She assumes that because of all his good deeds and virtues, the Lord can show mercy and forgive him for his mistakes. The hero notices that with divine support, the chances increase exponentially. It dawns on him that he must make an effort to deal with this difficult situation. The girl smiles and says that she has no choice but to support him. The young man is surprised and cannot understand what she means. The angel addresses him and announces that he is giving him a heavenly gift. She reminds him, one should remember that God can visit at any moment. The main character cannot understand what exactly has changed in him, because he does not feel anything unusual. At this, the girl smiles mysteriously and explains, from now on, he will always remain the way he is now. In other words, she has granted him immortality. One of the characters claims that he is able to continue to use God's power. Not immediately, but over time, it is quite possible. The hero asks with interest how powerful this power is. The angel replies that this is a very high rank, almost the level of a deity himself. Of course, he could consider all this a waste of time, but thanks to this, he can now take care of his own safety. She apologizes, saying she has to go because she has work to do. The hero reminds her that the harvest has already begun, so time is running out and they need to hurry. He decides to ask her later. Angela, intrigued, says that it's really fascinating. He should fly over as soon as possible and see it all for himself. She remembers this. The hero in question comes from the Lords. A girl approaches the protagonist and asks if he also has a divine gift. She reassures him, confessing that she herself is endowed with heavenly power. The angel hastily explains that she must fly, otherwise she may not make it. At first the hero will find it a bit strange to get used to the new rank and master the power that the celestial being has bestowed upon him, but he will cope with it. He has not felt any particular changes, but now it seems to him that death no longer has power over him. The main character, even without this gift, skillfully coped with all the tasks. Recalling Alexander's power, he notes, only the highest deity can control such enormous power and gain immortality. That is why Alexander needs to be extremely careful. Someone addresses the main character, emphasizing that everyone has been eagerly awaiting his arrival. The young man responds by suggesting that they take a walk together and see how the villagers live. The protagonist notices the intrusive surveillance and wonders what these people are trying to get from him. Viad wonders if something unusual happened. The young man denies it, saying that nothing of the sort happened, just a momentary flash of magic. One of the villagers picks up that they are having a festive feast today to celebrate his arrival. Therefore, if the hero needs any things or food, he can choose whatever he likes. The Twilight Village, located in the north, is known for its bountiful harvests, as the locals skillfully use the magic of greenhouses. This year, the harvest was especially abundant, so the residents expressed their sincere gratitude to the young man for his care. One of the villagers asks him to follow him, promising to take him to his room. The main character calms his bride, asks her not to worry about him and to have a snack. He reminds her that he can go without food for more than a week, since his body is powered by the energy of divine magic. So she should not worry about him. The girl assures that she understood everything perfectly. As the angel had predicted, after receiving divine power, his body began to undergo noticeable changes. However, he was never able to properly adapt to this new energy. He constantly lacked both the opportunity and the appropriate place. The main character tries for a long time to fall asleep in an unfamiliar place, but sleep stubbornly does not come. He turns and looks tenderly at his bride resting next to him. He watches in amazement how soundly she sleeps. Alexandru himself dreams of such a deep, carefree sleep. Although he still has urgent matters to attend to, he decides to postpone them until morning. The young man closes his eyes, but in a moment he snaps and grabs his sword with lightning speed. Having skillfully repelled the attacks of the spies below, the young man cautiously asks, "Who is this mysterious stranger who suddenly burst into their bedroom?" A young man suddenly appears in front of him and coldly says, "The main character is destined to die." The young man curiously asks who hired him. The hero says that he heard from his teacher. If the main character is not destroyed, the harvest will fail and the food will disappear. He solemnly swears to put an end to Alexander. In response, Alexander, with a mocking smile, asks if he has more important things to do than this. A young man asks his girlfriend to stay by his side. Meanwhile, the enemy activates his eye and declares that it's all over for the protagonist. Alexander wonders if this is the true magic of the Philosopher's Stone. Meanwhile, the child rushes into the attack, confidently declaring that this time he will definitely defeat the enemy. The heroes clash in a decisive battle. The child looks confused. She can't figure out why her spells aren't working. The young man calmly explains. His magic isn't complicated. It simply devalues the energy in the opponent's eye, shutting it down from the inside. It's as simple as 2 and 2. The thing is that something incredible is dormant in his body, an inhuman power that is difficult to contain. The child runs away, but the young man instantly stands in her way, blocking her path. She asks to let her go. The protagonist replies that the spell on his soul and mind is weakening with every passing minute, and soon he will finally lose all his powers. Alexander strongly demands to stop immediately, and points out that the girl has misplaced her priorities. The heroine asks in confusion why the master made her do this. She doesn't understand anything at all. She feels completely confused. She claims that she was born for this only. Her only reason for existence is to kill the main character. But now that all her magic has disappeared, she is lost in hesitation. What should she do next? The young man understands that all these words have already been spoken to him once before, in a past life. This scene is very familiar to him. He claims to understand this is her fate. But despite this, the magic she uses is too powerful. If the girl continues to rely on this power, her life will be in danger. Sooner or later she will die. Despite the warnings, the girl continues to remember her mentor's instructions. The main character tries to convince her, but the girl suddenly jumps out the window and runs away. Alexander notes that she has not yet fulfilled her duty, so she will definitely return. His fiancée adds, having such power, she sincerely hopes that the girl will eventually choose the right path. And while the main character remains her target, he is convinced this power will not be directed against anyone else. But despite everything, he must act somehow. The next day, the girl sneaks through the window and cheerfully greets the main character. Alexander was impatiently waiting for her, so he suggested they come inside. But the unexpected guest immediately asked, was there another girl with him? She notices that the young man looks like a real aristocrat, and among such people, supposedly, everyone is lustful and full of passion. So she is interested in what exactly he did with that girl. Alexander denies it, calling it just a biased stereotype. Then he clarifies whether the owner really told her something like that. The girl says that he ordered her to be careful and not to trust the hero's words. She wonders if he is holding this girl by force. Alexander assures her that he does not believe that his fiancée is with him against her will. The girl wonders if she is truly happy. She is overcome with doubts as to whether it is even possible. The protagonist reassures her. At least a smile always blooms on her face. Alex Patrici is sure that girls like to smile, and he would like to hear their laughter even more. The young man confidently considers himself extremely attractive. The girl smiles, her face shining with sincere joy. The main character thought with admiration that this girl was extremely cute. The little one turned around abruptly and announced that it was time for her to leave. Alexander asked her to visit again. The girl asked if he really wanted to do so. The protagonist is advised to remain vigilant about the eye, even though she has already managed to neutralize it. Its power is still capable of harming her. The young man advises her to smile more often, assuring her that the sincere warmth inside will make her much stronger than any magic spell. The little girl utters words of gratitude, and for the first time a sincere smile blooms on her face. People express their gratitude to Mr. Alexander and Mrs. Angie. In response, the young man sincerely thanks them for their support and promises to meet them in a year. He is glad that everything ended well, but notes that it is time to return home. The bride returns to him and asks if he is sure that the story with that child can be left like that. To this, the guy replies that he has already found out where the master is. The young man has put a spell on the child and can now track its whereabouts. The main character gently hugs her and asks her to hold on tight, because it's time to go home. Meanwhile, the master's apprentice carefully watches the house from a distant location. She reappears in the room, climbing through the window. The young man is sincerely happy to see her appear. The heroine just shrugs, saying that she has no other choice anyway. Alexander wonders what her name is. The girl replies that her name is Dorothy. The hero wonders who chose that name for her. The girl replies with a smile that she has had this name for as long as she can remember. The young man mentally notes that it suits her extremely well and sounds extremely cute. The girl apologizes, but notes that it's time for her to return, otherwise the owner will be terribly angry. The girl hands the main character a stone. The young man notices that its shade is identical to the color of the child's eyes. He confesses that the master ordered him to give her this stone so that she would take his life. She replies with pain in her voice that she is forced to carry out the will of the master. The girl throws a stone, and suddenly her body begins to change. She turns into a huge monster. The hero points his sword at it, suspecting that the stone is intended to transform bodies. After all, the philosopher's stone has similar properties. He is captivated by the power of the impulse that this stone gives. A girl trapped in a monster's body furiously attacks the main characters. The young man realizes that if this spell is not lifted immediately, it will destroy the girl. These stones turn people into monsters, so he must find a way to save her at all costs. The main character can't understand why her master turned her into a terrible monster. However, one unexpected thought suddenly pops into his mind. The young man is convinced that there is a way out. Death is far from the only salvation, so he decides to try to induce a state of suffocation in her. Having chosen the right moment, he proceeds to decisive action. Alexander decides to save her soul. He will not let her disappear. She deserves a second chance, a new life. He begs Dorothy to give him the chance to make things right. The main character casts a spell. He sets himself up for their success in advance. The protagonist tries to influence the outer shell. The girl slowly regains consciousness. The young man gently hugs her and asks with concern if Dorothy is okay. The heroine suddenly notices that she is completely naked and asks him what he has done to her. The girl realizes that everything is much worse than she thought. She never returned to her master at the appointed time. The hero notes that this is just his assumption, but it seems that her mentor does not care about her at all, using her for his own purposes. He wants her to sacrifice herself for the sake of destroying his enemy. The girl calmly replies that she is aware of this, because this is her mission. However, the guy confidently insists, this is wrong. He claims that she will eventually die without ever tasting real life, so he will never let her risk herself. He confesses that he dreams of seeing her smile again, to give her true happiness. That's why he will do everything he can to make her smile more often. But on one condition, Dorothy will also participate in this and make an effort. For the first time in a long time, the girl felt the ice in her heart gradually melting. The protagonist visits his mentor Doris. He tells her that she has been working hard all this time, and now she has finally gained freedom. Hearing this, the protagonist notes with sincere joy that this is wonderful news. The mentor is ready to promise anything, just to be left alone. However, the hero assures him that he will personally take care of everything. It is finally time to deal with the craftswoman Dorothy. The man is completely unaware of what is happening around him. He feels as if he has been left somewhere on the sidelines of the big world. He wondered what exactly the angel had done. The girl asks him to look her in the eye and listen carefully to her every word. The man brushes her off and begins to curse. The angel glances at his rank and says with a smile that he must have been a terrible man. Then the man, hesitant, asks if he has really been tried before death. The angel replied to him that for his actions in this life, he would be reborn as a pig or a cow in the next. The husband angrily orders her to be quiet. The girl calmly asks him, let him act according to his conscience in the next life. The angry master exclaims that he is not going to die. He begs her to stop. Angela says goodbye to the protagonist, noting that her mission is accomplished. The young man thanks her, admitting that without her support, he would never have been able to master himself and find a new path for his soul. He apologizes for asking her to appear so unexpectedly. The girl assures him that there's nothing to worry about. The hero can contact her at any time of the day or night. The protagonist shows Dorothy a document with her master's signature. From now on, this paper frees her, and she is no longer obliged to serve. The girl admits that she seems to have been defeated by the man who summons an angel with just a light touch to his chin. The protagonist cannot hide his surprise. The events are moved forward several days. The young man and his bride wake up to a new morning. The young man looks thoughtfully out the window. He notices Dorothy and greets her. Curious, he asks if she slept well in her new place, or if she may have never used the room he had prepared for her. Dorothy replies that she slept very well. She loved to fall asleep in the attic. This surprised the hero quite a bit. Then the fool explained. There was dust everywhere, and there was almost no space for comfort. She says she's already used to living in a room like this. The young man wonders, how much longer will she stubbornly deny the obvious? He was sure that the girl would be happy to be free from her master. But it seems that everything is much more complicated than he imagined. Perhaps she is held back by fear of the unknown future. Despite the fact that the girl was once used as a mercenary, the young man is well aware that now he must conduct a magical test. Only in this way will he be able to find out her current rank and determine the strength of her magic. Today he is determined to train his bride a little and test her magical abilities. The hero also invites Dorothy to join them. The girl really wants to do this but is forced to refuse. She cannot go out into the light. The girl would have gladly joined their training, but the master strictly ordered her not to appear during the day. Alexander notes that after so many years of obeying this prohibition, it will not be easy for her to change her usual lifestyle. It is not so easy to take it like that and suddenly leave everything behind. He asks the girl to wait a bit and assures her that he will be back soon. The young man hands her the dagger, explaining that it was forged from the scales and bones of a monster of evil. He also added a little of the creature's blood to enhance the weapon's magic. The girl carefully examines the dagger, assessing its craftsmanship with an experienced eye. She asks if she can have this knife. The young man replies with a smile. Of course, he is convinced that this knife suits her perfectly. He suggests that she try it out right now. The girl cuts through the shadow. The hero explains that the shadow is a kind of totemic space, so he assumed she could train there. After that, he invites her to enter. The hero asks how I like the idea of training. If we stay in this shady place, the sun's rays won't get in here anyway. Let's think about it. In the end, she agrees to the proposal. Alexander says it's time for him to go out, because his girlfriend is tired of waiting for him. He teaches Angie, noting that her magic is not yet powerful enough. Yet he watches her grow stronger and more mature every day, even though her magic seems to be faulty and irreparable. It will take a lot of effort to unravel the reason for this, and understand why her power has such a dark tinge. Suddenly Dorothy begins a violent coughing fit. Angie wonders why she came out of the ground. The girl replies with a smile that it's so cozy and warm here that she didn't want to stay underground. The hairline was surprised. Dorothy suggested, maybe you should check it out yourself. The protagonist decisively makes an important gesture. He decides to find out if her shell is still inside Dorothy's body. Alexander claims that the combination of phantom illusion magic, a component of shadow, allows you to change the properties of the spell and master the shadow. This circumstance, in his opinion, may be the reason for the instability of the magic. The girl agrees with his words, but if it is truly a spell, then there is a risk of losing the magic forever. Angie assures him that won't happen. Alex is extremely strong and will easily uncover the cause without even resorting to restoration magic, so there's no need to worry. The hero reassures her, assuring her that there is no reason to worry. Dorothy's magic is so powerful that the chance of losing her magical abilities is almost zero. He asks her to believe him. Oh, foolish heart. You have extinguished a ray of light again. Hydropower sometimes occurs not only in the shade, but also simply under the sun. The dragon, with a thoughtful look, asks the protagonist if he is ready to engage in battle with him. The protagonist confidently replies that he is completely ready. He won't be able to believe that a real battle with disaster awaits you ahead. Suddenly, Dorothy appears on the battlefield, taking everyone by surprise. Main character, what exactly do you tell her? Her strength grew stronger every day. Effort. It then goes on to say that all these magical properties seem to have switched places. The protagonist uses a special technique with the help of his eye. The dragon carefully watches his every move. The girl notices that the power is hidden in the eye. The young man understands where Herschel was hiding. The girl's true power is concentrated in her pupil. That's why she is able to conquer the shadow power. Those horrors serve her will. In principle, she could use this power in the same way as he, but her magical potential is almost exhausted. To maintain the balance between the forces, the girl needs to make much more effort. The girl wonders if it will really help. The protagonist assures her that thanks to this power, they will discover many new things together. Thank you, Dorothy. Suddenly, the main character stops looking. It seems to him that real angels are standing before him. He returns to where those mysterious silhouettes had just passed. An angel appears before him. She wonders why he called her so late. The young man explains. He asks to look into Dorothy's very soul. He frankly admits that he is afraid. If something suddenly happens to her consciousness, he may not notice it, and not have time to help. One careless mistake can shake trust in him. The girl wonders if he realizes the danger they are in. In the past, when she visited friends or just spent time with them, it was her favorite thing to do. They loved to dive into the lake and look into the soul of the person they were talking to. They often stole their clothes to force them to catch themselves and use magic, thus putting the wicked thieves at the mercy of the sorceress powers. It was fascinating, but she left these activities because of their danger and risk. She wonders if she really needs to cut this shadow with a knife. The girl immediately apologizes, even before the action begins. She finds herself in the shower path and is surprised by how much space there is. The girl pays attention to her. Angel apologizes for entering without permission. She delves into Dorothy's memories. It turns out that the girl was born with a D rating. She was found as a baby by Kirsty, who raised her, preparing her for the life of a mercenary. Is the girl really trying to escape her own past? The angel assures that he will carefully dig up and eradicate all dark memories in order to completely cleanse himself of everything bad. She explains to the girl that she needs to learn to balance everything with the shadow and master the magic that Alex uses. Only then will she be able to gain control over herself and rise to a new level of power. This sounds completely unexpected. The girl has a sincere heart, so there is no dark energy left in her. She is completely purified. The hero assures her that she understands everything perfectly. Her magic is capable of not only healing, but also saving people. So in the future she will be able to do many good deeds. However, the hero does not have time to finish his thought. The mysterious angel stops him in mid-sentence. She says that she has to purify the soul, not save it as someone else might imagine. It is not the same at all. She has no right to violate the order established by God. Those present have already witnessed her magic and are convinced of its power. Perhaps it is even better for everyone. The protagonist confidently declares that he has finally understood everything. In response, the angel says that in that case her mission is complete. She tries to get through the door, but she can't. The girl says that she used to pass through this door without any difficulty. She finds it strange that it has become impossible now. She assures that she doesn't want to blame anyone, but it seems to her that all this happened right after they met. The heroes consider this an amazing coincidence. The protagonist assumes that she has already tried to break through elsewhere. In his opinion, this time she will definitely succeed. The girl notes that it seems his rank has moved up a notch. When she created the previous door, her own power was much lower, so she was unable to pass through it. The angel cannot understand why everything happened this way. The hero notes that she helped them a lot both this time and during their previous meeting. The girl admits that she had no idea that this also applies to angels, but she is filled with joy. Now her rank has been raised, and she will no longer have to wander like an ordinary angel for the rest of her days. Amelia is given a task to support the Gobbers. The girl confidently assures that she must merge with the shadow. The protagonist agrees. This way they will test her abilities and make sure of her strength. This phenomenon seems to only affect those who have used these objects before Herschel. So there is a possibility that Amelia could acquire this ability. He hands her a knife that can cut them apart without any magical tricks. In the darkness, everyone can use the abilities of others, but only the Shadow Lord is able to subjugate this shadow, and with it, everyone who is nearby. The hero remains the only one on whom this magic has no effect. He reflects any abilities and turns them against those who dare to use magic against him. The girl, whom the hero looks at with admiration, admits that it is truly impressive. However, she doubts her own abilities and believes that she will not be able to help because her abilities are too weak. The hero objects, explaining, "The work of a maid is based not only on simple knowledge, because she uses magic even when wiping furniture or making fragrant tea. That is why her abilities will come in handy. Her experience and knowledge will be of great use," so the girl sets off with him. The hero notes that they will be very grateful to her. These words make the girl blush and blush. She claims that he is free to use her whenever and however he wants. However, the hero denies it. He is not using her, but only borrowing her power. Don't twist the words. He simply asked if she was okay. Suddenly, his daughter rushes to him and cheerfully reminds him that he promised to take his mother to the city. She asks the maid what she does. The father notices that his daughter is helping him with something. At that moment, the girl notices the shadow her father is casting. She admits that she also wants to go there. She wants to help her father. However, he strictly forbids her. But suddenly the girl also throws herself into the abyss. Rumor has it that in her past life she was a saint who saved many lost souls. Alexander does not fully understand all the subtleties of the power of the sun. He wonders if she can help Amelia, and if Amelia will turn against the company. Despite his doubts, he decides to give it a try. Young man, I wonder what skills Amelia will be able to master. His plan worked exactly as he had predicted. He could clearly feel her absorbing the energy. But was this girl really a saint? The hero calls down into the abyss, calling for Amelia to come to the surface. A maid appears from the depths. The hero thanks her and admires how skillfully her abilities work. The girl looks around in confusion. Alex, noticing her condition, wonders what happened. She admits that it was surprisingly warm inside his shadow, and this feeling brought her real pleasure. The young man raises his eyebrows in surprise. After all, Dorothy had once said almost the same words. Her impressions, however, were completely opposite. The daughter crawls out of the hole and says to her father, I feel so hot in your shadow, but it feels amazingly good. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. The hero thinks it's not that serious. The main thing is that everyone is safe and sound. In any case, you can use the magic of restoration. This helps them recover faster. Alexander inquires about their well-being. He explains that he used the power of Sanashan because it is a healing energy that helps restore strength. It is this ability that is called holy. The girl is surprised to learn about her own magic. Alexander asks if she really didn't know anything about it. The heroine confesses. She simply believed that her smile could heal people, not suspecting a special gift. Now the girl finally understands the true power of her magic. The action moves to the maid's room. One of the girls curiously asks her friend if it's true that she was with Alexander. The girl, smiling slightly, admits she felt surprisingly comfortable in his shadow. She's never felt so good. She admits that she seems to have fallen in love. The other maids also gather and appeal to Alexander, begging to be allowed to enter the shadows. The young man is confused and has no idea what is happening. He is surprised that the conversation has suddenly turned to his own shadow. Since then, Amelia has changed a lot. Her smile has become more frequent, and every time he appears, the girl's cheeks blush. It seems that the main character has understood everything. Such manifestations of sympathy do not predict betrayal. But there must be some reason behind such strange behavior. The young man confirms that since then the maid has been appearing more and more often in the shadows and nooks where Alex retreated. She has tried to take advantage of his energy, sometimes even getting too carried away by it. It was rumored that the maid began to clean with unprecedented zeal. One day, the Lord unexpectedly visits the main character. He notes with a smile that a lot of time has passed since their last meeting, and asks how he is doing. The young man wonders how he ended up here in the first place. Meanwhile, the man notices that several questions have arisen. He thanks the maid for seeing him through and says she is now free. He notices that the maid is truly charming. The protagonist wonders if they have met Amelia yet. The man explains that he just wanted to know if what everyone was saying was true. The protagonist, confused, admits that he has no idea what it's leading to. The man replies that many people believe that maids are more likely to be at home, and that the young man has recently become surprisingly gentle, especially towards the owner himself. In his opinion, it is not only the guy's appearance that is at issue, but also his warm attitude towards those around him. The hero assures that he did nothing of the sort. In fact, it is entirely Amelia's merit and strength. The man adds that the maid who met him is indeed a very nice girl. He remarks that the tea prepared by the young man is simply unsurpassed. But Alexander modestly keeps quiet about his own talents and does not dare to admit the obvious. The guys sincerely don't understand. Isn't modesty a true virtue? However, the man objects. It's useless to deny your own abilities. On the contrary, it's worth acknowledging your strengths. He decides not to hang around anymore, and immediately declares that he wants the hero to lend him his maid for a while. The young man asks if he doesn't have maids on his estate anymore. The man replies, of course he does. But have extra maids ever been a problem? He is right to a certain extent, but the boy still doubts that this is really right. The man assures that he doesn't see anything wrong with this, so he suggests reconsidering his request. The hero is sure that no one will dare to leave the estate. Meanwhile, the man says goodbye to him. Since he had confided in the maid at home, letting her in on his dark experiences, his life had changed noticeably for the better. He was much happier than before. Perhaps this theory he had discussed with Dorothy really worked. If so, his power would only grow with each passing day, but he still didn't know the limits of this magic. If his soul level increases, the energy will likely become more powerful. So it's no wonder that the maid's magical abilities may increase. The young man sincerely hopes that their lives will finally change for the better. Suddenly, an angel appears next to him. She says that he is right. The hero doesn't recognize the girl at first and asks if they really know each other. She explains that after her rank increase, her appearance has also undergone significant changes. Alexander confesses that he wants to share important news with her. The girl responds by saying that the world will soon find its balance. She wonders if he has ever felt pressure or a strange calling from his own energy. This estate is home to numerous high-ranking souls with extremely powerful energies. The hero wonders if there is a way to change something. The angel replies that when energy reaches a critical level, the world begins to look for any way to restore balance. In other words, the world is falling apart because of people who can be the product of numerous wars. Heaven is a completely different dimension. In the human understanding, angels exist separately, isolated from the outside world. The girl claims that if this is not done, the earth could be in great danger. Therefore, in her opinion, it is necessary to destroy a certain number of people. The hero realizes that he already has enough worries. He finds it hard to believe that a sudden surge of artificial energy could so upset the balance of the world. The girl involuntarily overhears their conversation. The hero turns to the angel with a question about whether the philosopher's stone can be of use to them. At that moment, the words of that person appear in his memory. Alexander wonders if the heavens are truly surrounded by a barrier protecting their world. The angel nods in the affirmative, confirming this. The hero notes that in that case they will also have to erect a barrier. The terrified angel asks again. Alexander explains that he was reborn with memories of his past life, and therefore has not lost the ability to create such barriers. He adds that he can try to restore them. He hands the angel various things and asks him to look at them carefully. In the hands of the hero shines one of the most powerful metals. It is from this artifact that the master forged a special sword for him, with which he is able to create a protective barrier. In order for the protection to cover the entire territory of the estate, he needs to stand in a certain place. The hero finally comes across this place. He touches the ball to the stone and announces that he is beginning to create a protective barrier. He summons a magical barrier, raising a protective wall around himself. To create this ball, you need to spend several times more energy than the magical power required for its appearance. The hero feels that the air here is exactly the same as in heaven. If the young man's body had not been endowed with divine power, he would simply not have survived and died. He feels completely exhausted, but the entire estate is finally safe. Angel calls it a true miracle, but in reality, it is not. The events unfold right during tea time. The heroes are gathered at the table. The girl, smiling, sings something to tea and notes that it's been a long time since they spent time like this. Together, talking. Alexander picks up on her words, agreeing with her. The main character remarks that her friend looks absolutely gorgeous today. Dehae responds with a smile, noting that she and Alex have already showered her with compliments. The maid apologizes and hurriedly prepares to leave. The girl turns to Eliza and explains that she invited her precisely because of issues related to the maids, in particular, because of their behavior. She claims that Amelia met Lisa before the events involving the shadow and energy, to which the girl replies that she cannot remember. The main character wonders how she manages to remember such events. Eliza, who rules an entire country, could hardly remember a simple girl like Amelia. Eliza admits that her memory seems to be clouding when she's with Alex. A slight blush covers the girl. The lady asks what happened and why she was called. The young man, visibly confused, replies that he doesn't understand what the matter is. He notes that it seems to be his shadow. It was thanks to her that his rank increased. The girls are surprised to hear this. Suddenly, the Lord approaches the girl and asks if she is really the protagonist's lover. Alex denies it, saying that it is not, but admits that she is an extremely important person to him. That is why he invited her here. The hero apologizes for interrupting them, but insists that it is important for him that the girl share some more information about the shadow. She agrees to tell more. The main character notices a shadow suddenly appearing. The young man picks up a dagger from the floor and tells her that it was thanks to this blade that the maid used to get inside every day. The owner is surprised and asks if this really happened every day. She rushes headlong towards the protagonist and fervently asks for permission to hide in his shadow. Their mutual friend also doesn't object. The protagonist agrees, but asks the girls to be careful. Both heroines dive rapidly inside. They feel that it is surprisingly warm and spacious here. It would seem that it should be cramped and dark in the shade, but there is bright light all around. The heroine feels a gentle warmth, as if she were in Alex's arms. Her friend calls Eliza, but a strange, incomprehensible feeling settles inside them. The girls are surprised and ask what is happening and why they feel so incredibly good. None of them even imagine that they would be able to experience such pleasure. Eliza feels jealous of Alex's maids who, moreover, experienced similar emotions. The main character cannot understand what is happening around him and why he is shaking so much. The girl slowly walks past him. Exhausted, she collapses onto the sofa. The young man watches her closely. The heroine is surprised by the surprise that has happened. The young man anxiously asks if she is okay. She assures him that everything is fine, but were all these maids really under his protection? The hero steadfastly answers, not one was left out, every last one. The girl notes that it's not just about rank. His words of encouragement inspire them, so they give their all. Meanwhile, the girl stares into her cup of tea with pain in her eyes and quietly admits that she would rather remain in his shadow today. She looks up, her eyes clouded with tears, and begs him to let her do it. The hero does not hesitate and gives his consent. The girl is delighted with Alex's shadow. She literally drives everyone crazy. The man emphasizes that this is their first meeting with Alexander. The aristocrat intends to give his own daughter to a maid. The protagonist again addresses him with the same question. He was convinced that the Duke had summoned him on a serious matter, but he could not foresee the real reason. The man realizes that this may seem disrespectful to the protagonist. Alexander asks if the girl is really his adopted daughter. To this, the man shakes his head in the negative and answers, "No, she is his own child." This statement really takes Alexander by surprise. If he gives his daughter to a maid, her position will instantly decline. What is this man thinking? Frankly, he is embarrassed to admit this, but his daughter knows absolutely nothing. The man thought for a long time about how to properly raise E. Once he heard His Majesty speak enthusiastically about the achievements of the main characters. Their girls are educated to the highest standards. Any girl who finds herself in his service turns into a real hostess and a beautiful person. Moreover, the training goes extremely quickly. The main character cannot understand why even His Majesty could praise his maids. Nevertheless, he says that he understood the man's request and is happy to help. His father, who has found him, sincerely thanks him. The protagonist asks to hear him out to the end. He points out that his daughter will be in the same conditions as everyone else, and asks if her father would mind treating her like the other maids. The man sincerely replies that he completely agrees with this, and thanks him again from the bottom of his heart. The young man worries whether everything will be okay. His relative only laughs merrily and notes that among the main characters there are more and more noble young ladies. He expresses admiration for his son-in-law. Someone among those present jokingly wonders if the hero should also be entrusted with raising his granddaughter. The young man hurries to calm them down, to prevent unnecessary excitement. This was to be expected. Other aristocrats also did not hesitate to join in. Although he refused to take their daughters as wives, he assured them that he would certainly lend them a helping hand. That is why he took their maid to himself, to teach her everything necessary. Usually those who grew up in noble families turned into terrible people, so in their next life they were destined to be born in a humiliating position. But if they were given the chance to be maids, perhaps he could help them avoid such a fate. Everyone assures him that this is wonderful. The more girls become his servants, the braver he will be. Could it be that the emperor's daughter will one day become his servant? Everyone only jokes and laughs merrily at this idea. Alexander wonders why they are smiling so slyly. Suddenly, someone from the crowd turns to him to apologize and says that he has brought him something else. The protagonist immediately recognizes this familiar voice. After death, people learn about this law. Everything they received in a previous life will affect their next fate. The events unfold in heaven, 15 years ago. The angel declares that she has been waiting for this soul. She calls out its number. The soul does not like this at all. The girl apologizes to her, but her soul does not want to hear the name she was called in her previous life. She has not yet realized her own death. The angel gently explains that this is the afterlife. It is time to determine the level of the next reincarnation. The soul begs to wait, only asks not to be condemned to slavery. It is ready to incarnate into anyone, even a beetle, just so as not to become a slave. The angel reassures her that everything will be fine. During her lifetime, she joined the partisans, participated in the Sluj uprising, and, sacrificing herself, saved about 3 slaves. This could secure her a high position, but her murders of merchants and aristocrats will likely lower her rank. The angel asks, "What about the nobleman's daughter? If she could achieve such a rank next time, it was quite possible that she could become the ruler of some small country. However, now she was destined to be born as the daughter of a noble family. Her soul was ready to accept any conditions. The girl writes it down exactly like that. It seems that her soul will forever remain a narcissistic egoist, and there is nothing you can do about it. Her friend approaches the angel and praises her for a job well done today. She jokingly asks if she's heard that recently. More and more people like her are being sent to Earth to work as maids. Recently, the goddess foretold that in a few years, many girls from noble families would become maids. However, this would in no way overshadow their happy lives. Angel was amazed. Everyone around her was clearly looking forward to seeing these girls try on the role of maids. It seems that the angels are not even dreaming of a vacation anytime soon. Every era has its own peculiarities, but the present time is distinguished by a special quirkiness. Alex's birth marked the beginning of a new era, a time when aristocrats become servants. A whole galaxy of noble girls and maids will appear, who, unlike those who lived before, will taste true happiness. 13-year-old Angie looks at Alex and says it's time to go. She's standing by the window. They're both another year older and closer to adulthood. Alex, Angie's age, assures her that he understands her perfectly. In response, the girl allows someone to enter the room. A maid enters the room, smiles, and asks politely if he slept well today. Angie is delighted by her sister's arrival and asks excitedly when she got back. Her sister replies that she just got here and brought some souvenirs. Then she looks at the boy, and a thought suddenly pops into her mind. The girl narrows one eye and jokingly asks Alex to take care of her a little longer, calling herself his mistress. The young man only smiles in response and happily agrees to this role. Everyone stands in the yard. Alex suggests that Angie go first. She agrees. Her sister bows to them and wishes them a safe journey. After a recent request from Duke Oin, grateful young ladies began to be sent to his care as servants, even though he himself is a grown, bearded man. Even Eliza expressed a desire to try herself as a maid. According to her, everything was going well, so she wanted to take a break. Deciding to use this pause to experience the life of ordinary people firsthand, she proved once again. This is the real Eliza, as Alex believes. Amelia was asked if Eliza was doing well in her duties, and she nodded in agreement. Eliza had risen to the rank of head maid that spring. Meanwhile, the protagonist was gradually preparing to take on the role of his father's heir. When Eliza changes into her maid uniform, she seems to transform perfectly. No hint of her true origins. She amazes even herself when she realizes how naturally she manages it. The old maids already know about Eliza's true origins, but there is no point in them revealing this secret to the others right now. Still, you never know when rumors might get out, although everyone sincerely hopes that this will not happen. The girl asks if he's worried. Then why shouldn't he watch her work? The guy admits that he doesn't mind, but he's worried about distracting her. Maybe someone has an idea how to do it without disturbing anyone. At first, the girl happily turns to Eliza, inviting her to play, but she, sweeping, replies that she is busy with work. The second maid asks if she is wiping the plate well. Eliza assures her that everything is perfect. At the same time, after this, it is forbidden to pick up the dishes with bare hands. Otherwise, when the owner uses them again, stains will certainly remain on the plates. She promises to be careful from now on, thanks Elise, and suddenly a living eye peeks out from around the corner. The hand rests calmly on the screen, which transmits the image from the eye, and has no difficulty moving it at all. She shares advice with another maid, and the girl watching this thinks to herself, "Her Majesty the Empress is so indulgent. She allows us to communicate freely. Besides, I have no complaints about her work. It's even a pity that she's the Empress." The main character admits that he doesn't fully understand this himself. However, it's hard to argue with his words, because the most important thing is that she does everything right. All three are watching the screen intently when suddenly someone stops the girl and asks if she's new here. She silently stares at the person she is talking to, and they repeat the question again. "Who are you?" This annoys her, because she herself is unable to give an answer, because she has no idea who she really is. The girl confesses that she is the eldest daughter of Duke Oin, the very one her father asked Alex to take as his maid. They don't know what family she comes from, but she is quite capable of working. The main character understands this. It is obvious to him that she doesn't know. The Duke's daughter points to the girl and invites her to join her company, but the girl just looks at her in surprise. She states that if they hadn't ended up in such a place, she wouldn't have known about her existence. So she allows her to join her team, let her appreciate this generosity, and obey her orders. That is why she seeks to establish her own faction. Because many newcomers try to gain influence, relying on the privileges of their lineage. Alexa believes that if she knew the truth, she would definitely lose consciousness. However, she turns away, pretending that she is not interested at all. She's grateful to be here, remembering all the trials she's had to overcome to become Alex's maid. It's time to put aside her doubts about giving orders and focus on becoming the Lady of the Mountain. The Duke's daughter orders her to get up, but it's time to return to her duties. Who is she anyway? She is the Duke's own daughter. It was her father who forced her to become a servant. Meanwhile, her vision gradually fades. In the end, the matter ends up in the boy's hands. He is convinced that Eliza is quite capable of handling things on her own, but such behavior can only create unnecessary problems. He would like to ask her to look after her, but he feels like he has only caused unnecessary trouble. Oko assures him that everything is fine. However, it becomes obvious that the younger sister treats Alex tenderly. The number of servants only increases each time. There is a cheerful commotion in the house. Laughter is heard. Suddenly, one of the servants unexpectedly sneezes. Alex's scream comes from the house. He exclaims in despair that this is terrible. It all happens suddenly, right in the middle of broad daylight. Everyone gathers together, looking warily in one direction. Alex becomes uneasy and asks what happened. The girl replies that the seal is gone. The protagonist realizes everything, and the girl explains. It is the locust seal. The monster that accompanies her asthma destroys all vegetation, devastates every village, leaving behind only decay and death. His magic proved useless, so he locked her in a bag with sinister claws. She mysteriously disappeared, leaving the maid in thought, who now looks at the Duke's daughter. She orders her to explain everything, and the girl cowers in fear as she suddenly points a finger at her and sharply exclaims that it's all her fault. It was a dirty bag, and it was her own fault for not explaining how valuable the item was. But no maid had the right to touch her master's belongings without permission, even if she had not been told of their significance. He asks her not to insist, and to let the situation go. She's about to object, but the protagonist interrupts them both, stopping the argument. The priority now is to find the locust as soon as possible. Discarded waste is usually taken straight to the incinerator, but it has not yet been found, so that is where we should focus. She couldn't have gone far. Suddenly something gigantic appears. The Duke's daughter screams in horror. The main character comes to her defense, remembering that before she was unaffected by either magic or a sword strike. But this time, divinity awakens in him. Now he is able to stop her furious attack. With a decisive swing of his sword, he strikes her. Something unexpectedly falls from the sky. The monster suddenly explodes with a frantic scream, and the Duke's daughter carefully watches this scene. The main character lands successfully, and joy reigns around him. Everyone is delighted that he finally managed to accomplish his goal. He found himself next to her quite unexpectedly. Is she unharmed? Chosen calmly assures her that she is fine. Then the stranger smiles mysteriously and says, "That's even better. But let her never dare to do that again." She understands perfectly well how terrible it would be if something happened to her. But even though it was her fault, he continues to worry about her. The young man asks the maid how his chosen one is feeling. She seems to be thinking about him while simultaneously carrying out her punishment, sweeping the floor. Even if she obediently does everything that is asked of her, it seems that this does not mean that the problem is solved. Sometimes there is still a glimmer of discontent in her eyes. However, if she had explained everything properly then, there would have been no problems. The girl sincerely regrets this. She bows deeply in apology. She notices an egg and wonders if she would like to have a pet. But it turns out that the egg belongs to a locust, the creature she believed was her killer. He defeated her, but it turns out that she has the ability to turn into an egg. When the battle was over, I never imagined that in the end, all that would remain of her was an ordinary egg. The father, full of anticipation, only remarked that it was quite in her style and looked pleased. So now the question arises, if the egg hatches, will the locust not be reborn again? Perhaps he is hesitating. Can he just destroy this egg? He can just let him eat it. The man is glad that P decided to help. But suddenly the egg unexpectedly cracks. Suddenly, the paws of a monster appear from the darkness, and then it itself sits down in front of them. Everyone is filled with joy. The birth has happened. It is a baby locust. Both stare in astonishment at the baby locust, a newborn disaster that strangely resembles a funny puppy. The boy hastily covers his mouth with his hand, as the air is saturated with a pungent miasma. The kid apologizes, guiltily hiding his face behind a piece of eggshell, and sneaks a glance at them. He sincerely thanks everyone for being able to contain him. All the events that have occurred up to this moment, up to the moment when he was sealed, flash through his memory. So his memories remain intact? He nods in the affirmative. After a while, he will regain his former self. So, without hesitation, he decides to run away from them as quickly as possible, and is about to say goodbye. But suddenly Alex anxiously asks him to stay. The young man breaks into a scream, ordering all the maids to grab him, but the girls only stare at the creepy creature in confusion, not daring to approach. They gather their thoughts, wondering if it's really enough for them to just catch this guy. They suggest asking him to surrender without resistance, but suddenly they notice how miserable and exhausted he looks. They still manage to catch the monster, but a cloud of miasma begins to eat away at their clothes. The monster begs not to approach him and to let him go, but the girl gently touches his face and softly replies that they cannot do that. They insist that all this is being done for the sake of their master, and are convinced that Alex will never harm him, so let him just accept it. The guy assures them that everything is fine and there is no point in running away. He asks the girls, concerned, if everything is okay with them. The young man admits that he was worried about them, so he has a good heart. The girls are impressed by his kindness and are sincerely happy to help. He invites them to sit in the shade under his care and rest. He claims that after his rebirth he needs a new name. Miasma is just an intuitive word. But if everything remains as it was in the contract with San, then from now on, having received the blessing, he will choose the name for him. He ponders what name he would like. The monster does not want to burn him, and the boy confidently declares, from now on his new name is Lotus. This is the name of one color. Its appearance is possible only on the soil. It will not appear in clean water. However, the flower, when it blooms, amazes with its beauty and remains pure, like a baby. From now on, he is a lotus. A glow flashes around the monster, and it understands that the mist has finally disappeared. The boy admits with a satisfied smile that now he won't have to worry about them anymore, and the monster sincerely thanks her. The monster asks if there is anything he can do to help, and the young man gives him a puzzled look in response. He would like to thank him, but there is no need for that. The locust has caused a lot of trouble. Although at first it was obedient and gentle, then he turns to Lotus with a request. He asks to take the sword and try to pierce his shadow. Lotus instantly understands what is wanted of him. All he has to do is hide in the shadows, and the job is done. Then the boy can use her powers. He says, let him take as much as he wants. The protagonist realizes, this is the power of the lotus. Miasma was a part of it. However, the abilities go much further. When he uses this power like this, the flame bursts right into his palm. This means that his magical energy has been restored, as if it had blossomed into a lotus. So, if this power was used properly, it would be unstoppable. The energy would never run out. It was the most powerful ability Alex had ever encountered. The ancient dragon turns to its master and asks what wish it wishes to express. The protagonist confesses that he needs another body part, this time a scale. He agrees and gives it to him. The boy picks up the object and enthusiastically remarks how magical it is. The dragon asks why he wants the thing. The dragon replies that he would like to create a piece of jewelry from it, a necklace or earrings. The dragon proudly declares that he looks best when he wields a sword, and this statement surprises the main character quite a bit. He realizes that he can help the sword, and the boy imagines it as a dragon. He is pleased to feel useful. As soon as he thinks of melting the scales and creating some kind of coating from them, he immediately begins to use his sword as if he were working with these very materials. The weapon mysteriously emits light, and the dragon, enchanted by the glow, admires its beauty. He feels a powerful energy emanating from the object, wondering if it has acquired magical properties. The hero notes that the magical effect is quite predictable. The artifact independently absorbs and fills itself with magic, and one has only to hold it in one's hands. Every second it sucks out a tenth of the owner's magical energy. The dragon wonders, if this is not really a curse, then why would he do such an action? At this moment, Lotus, his new companion, appears on the horizon. Alex gently runs his hand over the blade, and explains that this will replenish the sword with the magical power it has absorbed. Like muscles, the more you use your strength, the more powerful it becomes. Magic improves on its own, once you start using it. The dragon remarks that this is the behavior he expected from his master. Let him continue to take care of the baby. He will also do his best to help. Suddenly, Eliza beamed with joy. She had just noticed Alex. The guy asked what happened. It turned out that she was in a hurry to share important news with him. She has no idea why he's shining like that. It's all about the dragon scales. He's done this before. Oddly enough, things made from his scales somehow attract the opposite sex, as if they're bewitching them. Eliza is sure that this will not be an obstacle. He will try to control himself. The dragon wonders if she had a specific reason for the visit, and the girl suddenly remembers. She solemnly hands him a letter sealed with wax and informs him that the message came from the Empress herself. The boy realizes that he is facing the Empress herself, but she insists that she is just a simple servant. Alex realizes that this disaster will not affect her. The letter is about falconry. In one eastern country, there lives a falcon, and it is there that a fascinating spectacle has become wildly popular. Hunting wild animals with the help of a specially trained bird of prey. As it spread across the country, the tradition changed slightly. Now hunters could use not only a sword, but also magical powers. This will be their Empress's first experience. Previously, such events were held about once a month, and the husband was also invited. He understands very well that such an event is not worth missing. It seems that this time, it is about Eliza. Alex will finally see his father in all his glory, but he will not stay away. He will definitely take part in the battle. This time, he will have the opportunity to surpass even his own father in the fight against monsters. Alex must prove what he is really capable of. The Duke's daughter ponders falconry, while her father turns to the boy, expressing the high hopes he has for him. The main character is ready to do everything possible, because this is his chance to prove himself to the Empress, although in reality, he does not really want to. On Falconry Day, someone loudly announces the start of the hunt. Having invented his own training method, Alex decides to test his strength in this exciting pastime. The girl on stage happily announces to everyone that the moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. The long-awaited falconry hunt begins. All eyes are on the presenter, who in response calls on everyone to show their strength to the extent they deem necessary. The man smiles, and the next one is Cho-hee's family. Alex notices that Hosen has also joined the competition, although he shows no interest at all. The father explains that Hosen is not one to brag. However, this opportunity to transform into a true martial artist is too valuable to turn down. Only after thinking about it did the boy realize that he had never seen Hosen fight before. At that moment, the beast rushed at him. However, the man only watches the monster with a smile and calmly warns him not to get carried away. After that, both young men draw their swords and rush to attack the beast. The defeated beast is knocked to the ground. Alex notes that he himself did not participate in the battle. He only created powerful pressure and allowed his subordinates to act in his place. The host enthusiastically notes that this is exactly what was expected of the Empire's strongest warrior. As a reward, she wants to offer him a reward, even though he has already passed on the title of strongest to someone else. The girl says, "The next family is Carlyle." The protagonist is surprised by the surprise, but everyone immediately guesses. It is about the Vice-Emperor, who has already grown up. The main character is asked if he is ready. He confidently replies that he is always ready, so they begin immediately. When Hosen, who was standing behind the box, was asked what she was doing in such a strange place, a giant black monster with wings and a human body suddenly appeared. Everyone around is stunned and asks what this is, because it wasn't on their lists. Alex, surprised, turns to the chosen one. What does all this mean, and why did she bring him here? The girl calmly points out that it's not just a train. It's a soul eater. A normal monster would never let outsiders see what it's truly capable of. Smiling, the girl asks to demonstrate her exclusivity to everyone. At this moment, the main character suddenly hears someone scream. When two girls are attacked by a terrible monster, a boy rushes to save them. However, instead of thanking him, the girls loudly ask if he can handle this monster. The main character, without hesitation for a second, confidently shouts that, of course he can, and bravely jumps straight at the enemy. The monster disappears in a puff of black smoke, and a joyful commotion rises around. Everyone enthusiastically praises the main character. Meanwhile, the boy asks how the chosen one is feeling. He feels like he has inadvertently agreed to her plan. Suddenly, someone's scream is heard again. A monster emerges from the darkness, and the child suddenly grows wings. The protagonist realizes that children affected by the miasma are turning into soul eaters. It is a creature that reproduces by consuming the souls of children, those it has already devoured. The girl, sobbing, begs to save her child. The protagonist confidently asks to pass it on to him, because the same method he used to save Dorothy from turning into a beast should work in this case too. So it's worth a try. Alex closes his eyes and sinks into his own thoughts, focusing on the task at hand. He decides to create a homunculus and transfer the souls into this new container, leaving their bodies lifeless for a while. Without further hesitation, he carries out his plan. The main character notices that the soul eaters have disappeared without a trace. Now all that remains is to return the souls to the children. The children look around, filled with amazement. The girls hug the children and sincerely thank the boy for saving them, because this was something to be expected from the Emperor's deputy. He was glad that everyone was okay. The host admits that it was great, but still doubts that they will be able to win after this. She notes how incredible he was in that moment and sincerely thanks him for protecting the children. The presenter orders to immediately find out what happened. Those present agree, and someone turns to her. She listens attentively to Alex, who claims that she actually already knows how everything happened. He expresses his hope that they can trust that. The final decision is up to him. The culprit has been chosen. The girl suddenly hears his voice in her mind. He is addressing her directly, using magic. He asks permission to resolve this issue with her on his own, without involving outsiders. He doesn't want others to know about it. She understands him and trusts him to resolve the situation. Inside the building, Alex addresses Chosen, noting that he understands her intentions and that she acted for his sake. However, he rebukes her for putting everyone around her in danger with her actions. As punishment, he temporarily bans her from performing her maid duties, and she is stunned to learn that her father has already agreed to shelter her. It is all a staged plot by Amelia. However, she wants to stay with him. It's too much for him. But he is sincerely happy about this attitude on her part. Despite this, it was extremely difficult for him to fulfill his duties in this state. He feels some sympathy for her, but he believes that Amelia handles situations like this very well. That is enough. The guy asks her to let go of his thoughts for a while and focus entirely on her duties as a maid. She admits with regret in her voice that she understands everything. A few days pass. The protagonist visits the girl, and she, with a pleased look, informs him that his magical power has noticeably increased. Apparently, her training is bringing excellent results. She had only received help because of her talent. But why did she show up today? The girl had intended to ask a question. It would be difficult for him to refuse her any request. She was a bit shy. The girl shouts out her request to be accepted for an internship. The guy has a sharp sense of déjà vu. He understands. Something bad has happened, so it's time for an internship. It is said that people who have lost their villages are joining the army, guilds, or noble estates, seeking new paths where they can gain the experience they need for life. Magic schools train the Empire's mentors and send students on internships. When one of them leaves his place, several angels take his place. Alex realizes that she is already gone. He is overcome with nostalgia for that first meeting. A real disaster. But no matter what, he is ready to accept her whenever she returns. Someone asks if Alex is there. He confirms and invites them in. The maid reports that soul eaters have appeared in the villages of Psyche and Ritunera. Alex decides to go there immediately without delay. The girl wonders if these are the same monsters that were there during the falconry. He answers in the affirmative and adds that only he is able to deal with these creatures, although they appear in different places. She notes that if there were multiple copies of him, he could solve this problem in different places at the same time. A new idea occurred to him. He thanked the girl and took her hand firmly. A blush filled her cheeks, and she was genuinely glad that she had been able to help him. In the village of Ritunera, the protagonist, having arrived late, apologizes and asks where the children have gone. He is told that they have already been swallowed. It's a good thing they're still alive. He'll restore them to their former appearance. In the meantime, he gets some mysterious sphere. People pick up a strange object and wonder what it is. He suggests they test it by throwing it at their enemies. Although they don't understand what it's for at first, they throw it at the monsters anyway. The bullet shatters into pieces right in the air, and an unconscious child suddenly appears in place of the monster. The mother is glad that he was saved. The boys ask Alex what happened. He promises to tell them everything later, but for now he encourages them to throw balls at them. This item is capable of blocking spells. It has absorbed the magic of demon extermination, so fighters against Soul Eaters are left without this power. He asks not to worry too much about it. During the conversation, he remembered how this device cooled his room. It seems that it can really be used like this. Besides, if that dragon shows up, they can turn them against him. While that won't completely destroy the Devourers, it will reduce their numbers considerably. The girl picks up the ball, and the main character sincerely thanks Xiaomi. But she only smiles mysteriously, and replies that thanks are not necessary at all. Agnes looks at the thoughtful Alex with curiosity and asks what is bothering him. He confesses that they have created so much, and now he is worried about whether these developments will find applications somewhere else. She asks curiously if he means a magic tool. The man nods confidently in response. Perhaps there is magic that will come in handy, and that can be spread throughout the villages. He asks if it will make people's lives easier. The girl thinks for a moment, agrees with him, but suddenly notices some kind of scuffle at the gate. The little girl persistently asks to be allowed to meet Alexander. She wants to talk to him. However, without a prior appointment, this is impossible, and this surprises Alex quite a bit. Chosen notices that her mentor doesn't have enough time for her, so she decides to find him herself. The protagonist watches with a warm, barely perceptible smile. He sighs and asks Agnes to bring the girl to him. She seems to be from the village of Ritanera. Agnes wonders what to do with the chosen one. The boy turns around and says that now that she is under her father's care, she should turn to him and tell him everything. Agnes understands everything and approaches her chosen one. Alex surveys the situation and notes that the issue of the Soul Eaters is still unresolved. He adds that the punishment for the chosen ones will have to be extended. Lily Canada approaches him, apologizes, and with a sincere smile admits that she's glad to meet him. She drops to her knees and sincerely thanks him for what he did for them that day. The guy smiles and asks not to worry. Did something happen in the village? A thought flashed through her mind. Speaking to him, Lily loudly declares that she wants to be of service to him. He is surprised and asks what exactly she is talking about. He points to the maid and asks if that's what Lily meant. The girl replies that she has nothing against such work, but emphasizes that even as a maid, she needs a salary. Lily confesses to Alex that she has always dreamed of serving him, but she never had the opportunity to fulfill that wish. She is embarrassed. The protagonist understands that she is sincere with him. The maids are busy at the moment, so he reasons that it is quite possible now. He has no reason to refuse, it doesn't contradict him. However, there are two conditions. Lily wonders what the conditions are, and without hesitation agrees to everything. First, she should stop addressing him as Sir. Second, if she's going to get down to business, the fee should be commensurate with the work done. She accepts those terms. The protagonist asks Agnes to take Lily's measurements for her new uniform. Soon she tries on the new outfit, and Alex looks at her with a smile. He tells her what fits best, specifies the size, and it turns out that this is exactly what is needed. He hands her the contract, and she goes to the rest to discuss everything with them. Several days pass, and the maids teach Lily in detail how to properly wash windows. The girl wonders, what will happen if the owner suddenly finds himself near dirty glass? She explains that the owner won't see the face, so everything needs to be cleaned up by the end of the shift. Lily is focused on her work when Agnes offers to make her tea after her shift. Lily happily accepts the offer. The main character doesn't go into details, because the main thing for him is that she's okay. The girl apologizes, explaining that she needs to return to the castle. The guy praises her for her excellent work today. At the same time, the girl wanted to raise the issue of what she asked about the new maid. He suspects that something happened to Lily. She is capable and grasps everything on the fly. Has he really looked into her soul? He nods in agreement. The girl gets a B rank. This surprises him a little. He has already shared with Eliza that he can see people's souls. But Eliza only smiles and remarks, it is precisely such girls who always gather around him. There are many new girls in front of him, each of whom seems eager to attract his attention. So she wants to give him some important advice, and resolutely places her palm on the table. She suggests that the boy return owing after listening to the Empress's advice on what to do next with her. In the village of Sonnet, a little boy jumps from a high tower straight to the ground. 3 spectators watch the spectacle with delight, applauding merrily. There is an old tradition in the village, a coming-of-age ceremony. As soon as a boy turns 10, he must fearlessly jump into the water from a tower, proving his courage. Courage decides this. Alex's father thanks the Viscount for the invitation, to which the Viscount politely thanks him in return. Those who pass this test are considered adults and are granted the right to marry. The girls choose their own partners, because no one wants to be the last to get the furthest house in the field. This is a real test for everyone. So, Alex decided to invite Kukufa here. She would probably support Joy. The guy asked his father how his chosen one was feeling. She, taking advantage of the moment, tried to get closer to him. He asked her to stay at the estate. Why does he ask if the punishment is over? Eliza advised him to return her to her parents, but he cannot do that. If he did that, people would start to doubt him. But this was exactly the decision the Empress herself had advised him to make. He soon has to make a choice when they suddenly notice two children. The man wonders if there is a boy among them who has successfully passed the test. It seems like he's declaring his love for her, and indeed, they look great together. But suddenly the girl disappears from under his feet, falls, and wings suddenly grow from her back. She turns into a killer and rushes at the main character, but suddenly someone's hand protects him, shielding him from danger. Chosen covers her with himself, calls the monster impudent, grabs the girl by the arm, and abruptly pulls her away from the spot where the blow was supposed to hit. The transmigration of souls occurs. A girl emerges from the womb of the devourer and falls helplessly to the ground. Everyone around her bursts into joy, expressing sincere gratitude to the Deputy Emperor. Chosen proudly declares that this is quite a common thing for her owner. The boy, exclaiming excitedly, asks what it all means and what she was doing in the village of Sonnet. She says he ordered her to serve my master. But in reality she still recognizes only him as her true master, so she couldn't have gone far. He gave her to his father's care. Doesn't that mean she disobeyed his will? Chosen assures her that's not what she meant at all. Alex understands that if he pushes her away, she'll risk her life to get even a little closer to him. It was senseless of her. Moments flash back to her selflessly defending him. She has excellent manners, so if she had mastered the job of a maid, things would have been different. Maybe he would have reconsidered firing her, but she is impressed that he is giving her a second chance. He seeks to teach her the skills of a maid, choosing a gentle approach to do so. From now on, he and Amelia will persistently but carefully instill in her all the necessary skills. Alex asks her with a smile if she can become a real maid. The girl, a little confused, still agrees. The father pointed out to his son that he hadn't helped, to which Alex apologized. He didn't even discuss it with him, but he calmed down, because she was just his maid. Finally, someone showed up. Alex and her father are confused and wonder if they are just guests here. The chosen one politely asks permission to introduce them. These are her younger sisters. The protagonist wonders, if this is really the case, then why do they themselves aspire to become his maids? They have just received the approval of his father, and the mere opportunity to be with him brings them real joy. Don't they share these feelings? The father agrees with everything. The protagonist declares that from now on, Chom will be under his care. The grandfather asks to take care of her, entrusting her fate to the boy and sincerely relying on his care. Everyone is excitedly discussing that she will be the companion of the Vice Emperor himself. The old man calls on those present to remain calm. Alex is basking in popularity and is sincerely grateful to fate. She alone has the honor of becoming his only intern. He easily picks her up in his arms and abruptly rises into the air. He asks her to hold on tighter, but suddenly, while still in flight, something below catches his attention. He stares thoughtfully at what it could be. They saw the robbers with the two girls and realized they had to intervene. The criminals indignantly declared that they were causing them unnecessary problems. But that's enough. Enough of them. Let them just surrender. One of the girls is clutching her sword tightly in her hands when suddenly an unexpected command to stop is heard. Blades and bells clash in a duel. The robber stares at the mutilated sword in bewilderment, and Alex confidently stands before the girls, holding the weapon. The girls ask in confusion who he is. Without wasting a moment, the young man utters a spell of binding, and the robbers instantly find themselves in magical bonds. The frightened girls do not hide their surprise. One of them is watching warily, but Alex calms her down. They were just passing by and have no intention of getting into a fight. Alex promises that they will simply put the robbers to sleep without harming them. The girl asks if he is the real Alexander Carlyle and demands proof. He hands them a document, and upon reading it, everyone around them cannot hide their surprise. She apologizes for her abruptness, and gives her name, Zira Bureo. Zira explains that they were headed to him because they needed help rescuing her mistress, the Lich Princess Silvermoon. Alex asks if her kingdom is subject to the Empire. She confirms. Their state has been serving faithfully for 100 years, having sworn allegiance to the Empire a whole century ago. But the current king doesn't care. He doesn't think about obedience. His goal is freedom and independence. The princess does not seek to break ties with the Empire. Above all, she wants to secure her kingdom. Those who live in the royal lands are endowed with eternal youth. At one time, the previous emperor tried to seize these territories, but the gift of immortality belongs exclusively to representatives of the royal dynasty. Now they see this situation as a good opportunity. More and more people are rising up against the Empire, but their army can crush any resistance. If war breaks out, casualties will be inevitable. Many people will die. Their time is limited. The former emperor had conquered neighboring states by force. With Eliza's accession to the throne, power weakened, and those like Grey Moon dared to rebel. Just as you find out what she's thinking, Eliza suddenly appears from under the ground and announces that she overheard every word. The girls are stunned by his words. He says she is his servant, and he has promised that she will keep their secret. The Emperor guarantees them shelter, and if the Silver Moon does indeed start a war, they will only meet as opponents on the battlefield. For now, Alex will shelter them with him. They will be safe there. He calls her Licha, and she involuntarily tenses. The guy explains. The name somehow escaped her about 100 years ago, as if she really remembers it all with her own eyes. She is Licha Silver Moon, and she seems to be 256 years old. The protagonist returns with the three girls and turns to Agnes. He is already here. She asks if he has brought any guests. The guy informs her that the girls will be staying with them for a while, and asks if anything special has happened in his absence. Agnes talks about the plumbing problems. The guy gloomily notes that everything is very bad, and the girl asks with a smile if she can help, because with her ice magic, it's quite possible. The girl realizes that this is someone from Agnes's group. The guy asks if she knows her. She explains that she used to visit one of the Viscone members from time to time. He has changed a lot. The princess suddenly feels sick. Zira lifts her into her arms. Alex, alarmed, asks what happened and asks Zira to give him the princess. She takes a sip of some kind of potion. This is the water that flows from the sacred ground spring on weekends. It is a sign that eternal youth has its dark, dangerous side. Escaping seems like a crazy risk, but they understand perfectly well what they are getting themselves into. He intended to inform the Emperor about this, but the transmission of the message could take several days, and time did not wait. The delivery of this water had to be expedited immediately. Alex announces that these rooms are available for use, for which they sincerely thank him. After the help already provided, asking for more would be redundant. However, Alex does not stop there. He offers support himself. Carefully takes the sword and sprinkles it with holy water. Here he realizes that this source hides enormous power, and decides to look for something similar near the capital of Silvermoon. After some time, he finally finds what he was looking for. Now it remains to connect the pipe to the source and direct the powerful energy through it. Silver drops of water dance around the girl. The young man drew his strength from the sacred land, created a special protective barrier, and finally managed to recreate this holy place. The girls cannot hide their amazement. The girl informs the owner that they have already reached the Silver Moon Kingdom. At this time, they were riding in a carriage. Queen Aurora Silvermoon extends her hand to the boy and asks him to accept her greetings. They have appeared at the Lychee's estate for a specific purpose. Yesterday, the girl had delivered a message from the Empress. He thanked her, asking what the Empress had said. The girl had passed on her words. The Empress trusted him in this matter. Alex explains that if this issue were recorded on paper, it would have to be resolved officially, and therefore, the uprising would have to be suppressed with the participation of the Imperial Army. He calls for calm. However, events will unfold differently. The first thing to think about is, they cannot grant independence because this will create a precedent. Other vassals will also dare to follow this path. They will have to think a lot and sit down for a calm conversation about the future. When the situation finally calms down, the first thing they will do is suppress the rebellion in the kingdom. As she said, the army has not yet moved against them. This gives them a chance to deal them a surprise blow and significantly weaken their military power. Who would like the idea of fellow countrymen clashing in a fratricidal struggle? He decided to act from the shadows, making efforts to stop the uprising and minimize the number of casualties. The king is the main character, so it is up to him to decide what to do with them. The princess puts all the responsibility in his hands, and Nash, looking for a reason to get to the kingdom, remembers that this land is famous for its golden apples. The princess nods in agreement. These fruits grow only on sacred ground, always stay fresh, and become even tastier with time. He wants to personally present them to Her Majesty, so he must go there himself. Before Alex stands a tree covered in golden apples. He gazes in awe at this extraordinary beauty. He has never seen anything like it before. However, deep down, the boy feels guilty for wanting to pluck at least one of these magical fruits. The girl asks if she can try it. She is allowed, and the guy hands her an apple. He is asked why he entrusted this task to the maid. The young man explains, of all the people, she is the closest to the Empress, as no one knows her preferences. So it is up to her to decide what is suitable. Hearing this, the maid gratefully thanks him. The girl takes a bite of an apple. She likes the taste, so she enthusiastically notes that it is really delicious. The main character turns to the king, saying that if so, then the Empress will definitely appreciate it. The young man carefully puts the apples in a bag, taking care not to let insects eat them, but he is not doing it for himself, but for another person. Then he turns to the girl, encouraging her to try again. She takes a bite and immediately drops to her knees, blushing. She feels as if she is about to melt with pleasure. The king wonders what happened, and the man explains. Time passes much faster in the sack, so nothing spoils, and the fruits always remain fresh, gradually gaining even more flavor. He had acquired this power through a divine gift. It was hard to even imagine. Now he would hardly have to worry about suspicion, even if he stayed here for a while longer. Somewhere on the sacred ground, night has fallen. A conversation is going on at the table. After Alex's appearance, they have a suspicion that their plans may have been revealed. But apples are incredibly delicious. They will give him as many as he wants, as long as he remains in a good mood. In the meantime, they have instructed to continue the preparations. Someone has already gone ahead. The protagonist thanks Elise, then turns to the girls, allowing them to exit and remove their capes. They couldn't imagine that they could move around while hiding in someone else's shadow. It's incredibly convenient because no one will notice them that way. Alex asks Dorothy how the situation is going. Thank you. Dorothy reports that they are already preparing supplies and weapons. They will set off as soon as they find the princess. The young man gratefully accepts the news. She is his spy. Their intentions are unchanged. They are preparing for an uprising. So they will have to deliberately fall into the trap and be held captive for a while. The girls are genuinely surprised by this. The main character sincerely thanks them for everything. Not only for the apples, but also for taking care of his safety. It is about protecting Mr. Kokufu. The king asked to convey his sincere wishes to Her Majesty the Empress. Alex agrees, so they say goodbye and leave. As soon as they are out of sight, a stranger addresses the king. He is informed that Liz has been captured, and this news surprises him greatly. He examines the girl with curiosity, whose hands are tied behind her back. Leche asked what had happened to her, and Dorothy watched it all from behind the bushes. 2 days later, the boy called again to ask if she had heard any news. The kingdom has gathered an army of 3,000, ready to go on the offensive. They are going to pass right by. The boy sincerely thanks her. Her help has been extremely valuable. He gently strokes the girl. For her it is a trifle. And the girl, standing by the bed where the princess sleeps, cautiously asks if she is sure of her own safety. Thoughts of his intentions haunted her, haunting her again and again. Having given her away, he tries to reassure her. There is no need to worry, because the true soul of the Count remains unchanged, and the body is just a shell created as a homunculus. If something threatens her, he can instantly call her to him. What is the value of an army of 3,000 soldiers to an entire kingdom? Only 1,000 are left to defend the lands. That is practically all their forces. Against the backdrop of the empire, such an army seems insignificantly small. It turns out that the Lich had every reason to be afraid. The Silvermoon army is facing devastating losses. They must be stopped immediately. The girl asks the owner what he plans to do next. It might be easier to neutralize them, but he can't afford to interfere in matters of such importance. He would prefer to keep his intervention a secret. It would only create difficulties for the Empress, although she is not at all embarrassed by it. However, she adds that this is exactly the reaction she expected from the Empress. The young man realized that she had essentially repeated his words. He would start with a civil war. He holds his hands on a flaming sword. Now he will influence the minds of the warriors. A battle awaits them, in which there will be no victory. However, they will manage to liberate the kingdom. Everyone seems to be overcome by their own doubts, so he orders everyone to head back home to the sacred lands. The natives do indeed express their willingness to return. Those among them who remain on the sacred land belong to the Lecce clan, and it is up to them to reconquer this territory. The girl asks what he did. The young man replies, he sent them an imaginary order to turn back. Whispering words on the wind, he directed the army to retreat, because now they cannot risk their strength. Then a civil war would break out. If there were too many wounded, it would be impossible to raise a new army. He tried to convey to his compatriots the idea that unnecessary bloodshed should be avoided. As expected of Alex, he had accurately predicted their actions. However, managing so many people was extremely tiring. He would do well to train his magical abilities even more diligently. The stage is set, and he would prefer to end it here, but it is too early for that. Lecce is still a prisoner. It is time to move on to the next phase. On Mount Ekitai, which lies at the opposite end of the empire, someone approaches the snake and says that he has finally found it. She strikes, but the boy deftly dodges, and at the same moment strikes the snake with his sword, apologizing for his action. The snake dies. Alex peels its skin off and realizes that he must hurry now. A loud shout echoed from the inn, which stood on sacred ground. Someone was persistently demanding permission to look, but even with words of promise, there were limits. What had happened? They assure her that everything is fine, and the pain is only temporary, caused by the ointment. The girl with glasses clarifies again about this ointment. People scream when using it because of the unbearable pain. So maybe it's worth giving up this remedy? However, its effectiveness is truly impressive. The boy who was shot in the eye now sees clearly. Many people suffered during the Civil War. Everyone is sincerely grateful for this healing ointment. The girl remembers Alex's story about that incident. He obtained snakeskin and used it as medicine. The procedure was painful, but the wounds healed quickly. Alex deliberately made this remedy as sharp as possible, not sparing the pain. He sent this to both sides. With such unbearable pain, they would not be able to continue the fight. They desperately needed Lecce for their next move. They find a quiet place and summon Lech to return her soul to her mortal body. After that, the girl gradually opens her eyes. Lace asks in surprise where she is, and Alex wonders if she will recognize him. Recognizing the guy, the girl realizes that she has returned to her own body. The girl with glasses worries if there will be problems. Zira may be nervous if she notices that her body has disappeared, but everything is under control. He explained why he will definitely call her back. Liz asks if everything is ready, to which Alex replies in the affirmative. It's time to act on the plan. The girl realized that this hospital was using an ointment that caused unbearable pain. The uterus noticed someone nearby and asked what she had forgotten. The answer was simple. She had come to help the sick. Here is Lisa, smearing her own blood on the boy's body. If she hadn't been caught, he wouldn't have noticed that his hand didn't hurt at all now. The people around her make a noise, whispering, "Is it her blood, or is it the power of the royal family?" Someone in the crowd exclaims that one should not take her word for it. He suggests that this could be a ruse. They say, "Are they really the ones spreading this ointment?" Lies calmly replies that she understands their distrust. She herself was recently a prisoner. But, watching people around her fight for their country, Lias could not stay away, so she decided to escape. She is pained by the deception of her people. He admits that he did not believe these words. Some tried to seize the sacred lands, but she claims that these are only rumors. She asks herself if she would have really shown this in the city if it were all true. When she arrived in the city, she was shocked to see that everyone was suffering from this ill-fated ointment. She created this a long time ago, but someone snuck into her room, stole it, and distributed her work to others, even though it was still unfinished. If you mix the ointment with her blood, the pain disappears without a trace. Although she was unable to create a large quantity due to her loss of faith, it was her hands that produced this remedy. She decided to take responsibility and help all those who were expelled by donating her blood to them. However, she cannot ignore the suffering of others. The girl understands that she must reach out to her father, convince him to stop this war. She wonders, Did any of you really want to fight from the beginning? You could tell right away that there was no reason for it. If only the people of this country could believe her. She would prove to them that she could even convince her own father. The young man on the bed says he trusts her, and after him, everyone else admits it too. Everyone suddenly sides with Li Shay, and this makes him blossom with joy. The girl with glasses notes that Lise now sounds extremely convincing. Many will follow her. The ointment probably contributed to this, dulling the desire to resist. It's all written on her face. Victory is almost in her pocket. The third extra one won't be a problem anymore. Thanks to the ointment, almost all the casualties have been avoided, so everything is going according to plan. They didn't expect anything else from Alex. The Empire is currently governed by a calm government that is sincerely trying to avoid rash decisions. However, other kingdoms still burn with resentment and are not about to forget old scores so easily. Alex assures Eliza that he is always ready to come to her aid if she suddenly finds herself in trouble, but let her not forget that she is the ruler of the Empire. After that, thanks to Leech, everything finally fell into place. Eliza sincerely thanks the guy. A few days later, she invited him to the sacred grounds to thank him in person. It seems that now everyone knows who Eliza really is. Now she lives in his shadow. It seems to him that the world is confidently moving forward, but someone persistently denies this obviousness. The boy looks up at the girl floating in the air and immediately recognizes her voice. She addresses him, reminding him that he has saved tens of thousands of people, but at the same time emphasizing that this is the real problem. She tearfully pleads with him, choose, either to die here and now or to open up to true desire and continue living. The main character finds himself at a crossroads. Either end it all now or accept his hidden desires and continue living, listening to the secret call of his heart. Eliza wonders if she can find out all the details. She is allowed to because the Empire also has something to do with it. She asks why she has to die. The answer is simple. Her soul has been given a new status. Curious, she asks again what this means. As soon as a reincarnation occurs, the soul's test begins. During the new life, the rank constantly changes, rising or falling. Even for someone like her, who possesses an Sss-Rank soul, there are no exceptions. Despite being only 13, she has already surpassed her predecessor and achieved the rank of SSSS. Considering what Alex has achieved, this is quite natural. The only difficulty is speed. They have no idea what will happen if the growth continues. They are looking for a way out, trying to decide what to do next. The girl wonders why he emphasized the word "we" so insistently. They have no idea what kind of threat it could indirectly carry. Eliza asks if that is why she wants him dead, to throw him off balance. It would be the quickest way to solve the problem, but he's not sure he's capable of such cruelty. Although the girl believes that because of her small stature, she is constantly causing trouble for someone. This does not necessarily indicate something bad, just like in the story of her father, the previous emperor. He was also not really evil, although he allowed himself to break out into unworthy acts under the influence of wine and women. If he had 10,000 girls, he would embrace them without any remorse, without considering himself associated with evil. He could lower his status to the bottom of the sea. And, quite possibly, there would even be real angels on this list of chosen ones. If they were so desperate for help, it must be a very serious problem for them. He sincerely wanted to help them in any way he could. Alex apologizes. He has no right to die or live only for himself. There is still so much unfulfilled ahead. Li Shay is waiting for him. The winged girl begs him to stop. Suddenly, darkness gathers around. Eliza asks in confusion why everything is covered in darkness. The angelic girl looks around and, with anxiety in her voice, shouts to the boy to run away immediately. Suddenly, the unexpected happens. Eliza loses her balance and falls. Alex rushes to her when something aggressive suddenly attacks them. The protagonist asks, confused, "What is happening?" The girl with wings warns, "Don't come near, because this is punishment from heaven." Suddenly, a beam of light rapidly descends from the sky and hits the main character directly. He is suffering. His skin is burning with fire, and his insides are frozen with icy cold. It is an all-encompassing torment that he can barely bear. Eliza wonders what exactly she means by divine punishment. But in response, she explains that it is the sentence of the Lord himself, and she has nothing more to add. Eliza understands. If this continues, Alex is doomed. More precisely, he is destined for forced rebirth. Divine punishment follows him relentlessly. The main character remembers everyone who was truly dear to him and contemplates reincarnation. He will not allow this. He will never allow this to happen to him. He stubbornly resists. Suddenly the boy reflects a divine ray. The girl, terrified, hides her face in her hands. He falls to his knees, exhausted to the brim. The girl with wings looks at the boy in shock, not believing her eyes. He managed to stop the divine punishment. Were they really going to kill him? So what does it all mean? She turns to the guy, wondering if he's okay. It's hard for her to believe he survived it all. Instead of answering, the guy worries about Eliza. How is she? The force has affected Eliza so much that she has fainted. She needs to be cured immediately. Meanwhile, the girl begs Alex not to move because the real miracle is that he is still alive. However, he is forced to act. So he approaches Eliza and confesses that he cannot use healing magic right now. All his mana has already been used up. The girl asks him to rest, because then his soul will be absorbed. But he understands all this perfectly well. An absorbed soul cannot be restored. It inevitably disappears without a trace. In his condition, this is extremely dangerous. He tears his hand until it bleeds, and this picture strikes the girl to the core. In front of her is a medicine that can turn human blood into magical energy. The boy swallows the medicine. He feels dizzy from the loss of blood. He wipes his mouth and prepares to cast the spell. If it weren't for the Lotus's mana recovery, I would have had a hard time, especially once I was on my feet. Alex asks if she's okay. She answers in the affirmative. Yes, everything is fine. Even her clothes have returned to their previous appearance. If they could learn about divine punishment now, he wouldn't insist that she tell more. She needed to take care of her dignity and be careful about her role. Suddenly they saw several angels approaching them with spears and blindfolds. One of the opponents attacks the main character, but he skillfully repels the blow. Staring at his opponent in surprise, the hero drops to one knee. He feels as if something is pulling him to the ground. Fortunately, the blow does not reach him with full force. Angel rushes to attack again, but Alex manages to deftly jump back. The boy realizes that he can't dodge forever, so he rushes to attack the angel. Unexpectedly for himself, he wounds his opponent, and this surprise reveals to him the truth. These angels are not real. Eliza suggests retreating. He won't last long. The divine punishment will appear again. These angels are too powerful. Their punishment is more terrible, so they will certainly use it again, although they cannot do it often. Even if he manages to escape, he still cannot hide from God himself. He must first get rid of his pursuers. Therefore, he turns to the Sword of Wisdom with a request to tell everything he knows about the four-winged angels. Four-winged angels are true warriors. Without a soul, each wing performs a special role. The first one keeps orders. The second one is responsible for attacks. The third one provides protection. And the fourth one absorbs souls. For Alex, all this remains a mystery because they lack a soul. But if so, then the main character reacts instantly. He cuts off one of the angel's wings, and he falls helplessly to the ground. The girls were already glowing with joy, but they got back to their feet. Their wings began to regenerate. They froze in place, and Lisa finally understood. These creatures were waiting for a command. Alexander cut off the wing that had been giving them orders until now. So now they follow him. Alex relentlessly exceeds Eliza's expectations, and that's a real honor for him. The men are surprised to see that these angels are now subservient to him. This shows that they are weaker than the goddess. He would rather destroy gods than angels, otherwise his story would be too boring. He resolutely chases his father and everyone else out of the room. The young man lets the angel go and asks if she was too cramped. She replies that it was quite warm. Since no one can predict when new attacks will start, they informed Lecha that the meeting would have to be postponed. Everyone had already returned home. Alex believes the next attack will happen in a week, according to an ancient creation legend. According to legend, God created the water and land by sending down lightning from the sky. It struck 7 times, and so it went on every 7 days, for 49 days. From the perspective of higher wisdom and the lightning of divine punishment, these things are essentially one. Therefore, no blow will fall on them before 7 days have passed. It is worth deciding how to deal with her in the coming days. Discussing her fate may even turn into threats to God himself, but that is useless. The most important thing now is to protect yourself from heavenly punishment. The boy doesn't understand why God is so determined to demote him, but at the same time isn't going to kill him. Eliza wonders, why not? Alex says that he likes this world. Here, good people are rewarded and bad people are punished. Everyone strives to help each other to make life better. He likes these people, and he likes the idea that if he defeats God, the whole system could collapse. So all he has to do is come up with a cleverer strategy for self-defense, and there will be no more obstacles. As Eliza closes the door behind her and announces her intention to return to the palace, she is reminded of someone's words about how no one really understands the real reason for his exile. Maybe even God himself is afraid that Alex will surpass him, and his authority as a higher being will be threatened. How low of him. Alex is much more suited to the role of God. Standing in front of Eliza, he tried to control himself. He needs to become more powerful because God has truly terrible power. If he tries to defend himself again, the damage he will cause to everyone around him will be considerable. The girl who met him wonders if something is bothering him. He replies that it happens rarely and very little, and she is convinced that there is nothing she can do about it. Then he asks why she doesn't watch Angie practice magic. She would be full of joy if it weren't for his anxiety. The guy doesn't hide it. Everything is fine now, and if they behave as usual, it will be easier for him to concentrate. Today, the girl is practicing turning someone else's mana into her own. An idea comes to his mind. He asks Angie to cast a healing spell on him. Although her magic is not as strong as his, the boy insists, and the girl agrees to fulfill his request. He is hit by a barrier of poisonous magic, just as he imagined it would be. The young man thanks her, and the girl gives him a surprised look. 7 days later, everyone gathers together again. Eliza solemnly announces, the decisive moment has come. Angela asks anxiously if everything will be okay. The protagonist turns to Eliza with a question why Angela is here. Eliza, in turn, wonders why he didn't tell her anything. And Alex just sighs, and admits that he didn't want to worry her again. This may be true on his part, but it is these words that cause concern. He then apologizes to Angie, but she only assures him that no apology is necessary. Suddenly, something happens. Everyone looks up. The main character loudly exclaims that everything has begun. They need to get out of here immediately. The guy raises his sword, preparing for battle. The girls examine the flowers and wonder what kind of plants they are. If they bloom, Eliza reasons that it is probably the release of pent-up energy from the sky. The owner turns to Astaroth and asks her what she thinks. Without hesitation, she replies that it is truly impressive in its grandeur. Then they gratefully entrusted it to her. It was a real honor for her. They observed that if a force was too powerful to contain, one could try to turn it into something useful. At first, he had sought to fill the earth with generosity with her support. And now Eliza understood why the flowers had suddenly bloomed around him. It was she who had inspired him with this idea. 10 days later, the third punishment arrives. This time, the time has been changed, hoping to catch him by surprise. Ironically, Eliza thinks, because the very thing that should have destroyed him, he turns into food for himself. Their anger only grows, but it only adds luster to his good deeds. He didn't even think about it. He just acted on his heart. Eliza is sure. He will definitely find a way out. When the fourth punishment never came, everyone realized that this tactic was useless. Eliza emphasizes, these creatures are extremely rude and ill-mannered. Those who have already tasted honey and want to get it for free should not hope for a happy fate. The boy doesn't get the part where she calls God vulgar, but everything else she says sounds quite convincing. Eliza adds that if the punishment is repeated, it will only increase his good deeds, but she confidently assures him that it won't happen again. So we should think about our next steps in advance and carefully weigh all the options. Angie apologizes that the things are heavy and hands him the bag. He thanks her. The girl wonders if it is food and asks why he needs it. He suspected that the stockpile was created just in case. The provisions here would be enough to feed all the inhabitants of the Alliance territories for several years. Then dirty water is poured into the bag and the girls realize with horror, the food is gone. This is a real waste. He has ruined the food for hundreds of thousands of people. Eliza realizes the horror of his act. No matter how luxurious her life may be, she would never dare to do such a thing. Alex uses the divine check. His rank is lowered. By doing so, he will be able to control his status. Now he must consider what to do in case of serious difficulties with provisions. The angel thanks him, and Eliza remarks that it shouldn't have gone that far. After all, just lowering your rank a little would be enough. That's quite enough. Besides, even if they try to kill him, he still won't leave anyone in need in trouble. The Empress listens intently to his every word. Alex, who had become the owner of the Sss-Rank, did not think about rewards or recognition. It was just an unexpected consequence of his sincere actions. He acted out of his own desire to help others, not seeking fame. Instead, those in power only do what they can, holding on to their seats, afraid of losing their status. The longer they delay, the greater the gap between them. And she is happy because she can finally go home. Eliza asks what else he's going to do, because even his good deeds aren't enough, and he has absolutely no new ideas. Wouldn't it be easier for him to spend his money on a luxurious life and squander his fortune in social splendor? However, he decides almost everything on his own. He believes that wasting his own money is not a sin, so he doesn't particularly worry about it. However, the conversation is not only about this purchase. She will explain everything tomorrow. Let him appear at the indicated place himself. The woman hands him a sheet of paper with the address. The main character asks Eliza why she is dressed like that. The girl asks him not to give her away with just one look, but he recognizes her regardless of her appearance. This time she has even changed her hair color. She replies that it doesn't matter. The main thing is to get into the carriage when they are called. The girl, without hesitation, declares that they are heading to a brothel. He will buy himself a wife because he considers it a sin. The thought would never even occur to him. She explains that he usually doesn't think about things that haven't occurred to him before. Alex wonders if she's going with him. She jokingly replies that she's his companion now, but if she's not around, let the others boldly try to take him with them. She doesn't mind, so he doesn't have to worry. During the day, one of the building's residents invites 2 guests to take their places, the heir and a girl named The hostess welcomes them into her modest home with a warm smile. The main character, Aneza, is genuinely surprised by the made-up names, but reassures him that it's just a precaution. The girl suggests that the guy choose any girl he likes. Eliza announces that now everyone will make their own choice, because they have gathered here to get lost in a moment of luxury and decadence. The protagonist glances at the girls and notices how they are eagerly watching them. Turning his eyes to Eliza, he suddenly realizes. Of course, he himself came here with the same intentions. Alex, comfortably seated in a luxurious chair, declares that he definitely will not dare to choose anyone. The girl looks at him in confusion. Smiling, he lightly points to the table, generously laid with delicacies, and suggests that they drink tea together. For this meeting, he has chosen the best tea leaves and exquisite dishes, so the treat looks truly luxurious. Eliza asks him to stop. He asks if he's really doing something wrong by taking advantage of her offer and money, but not having anything to do with the girls. She's not sure if it'll even work. At this moment, the main character encourages the girls not to be shy and to boldly choose any dishes they like. Joyful smiles shine on their faces. One of the girls accidentally knocks over a cup of tea, and the hot drink spills on the protagonist's hand. He cries out in unexpected pain, and the girl hastily apologizes, bowing in confusion. Faintly, she admits that she doesn't have enough experience yet. The hero wonders if she also works here. The girl Beam did not give an affirmative answer. She asks to be allowed to demonstrate all her abilities. She approaches him and offers to use her as he pleases, apologizing in such a strange way. The guy awkwardly asks the girl to stop, and she decides that, apparently, he doesn't like it at all. The main character wonders if she wants to be liked by someone, and the girl frankly admits, yes, because it opens up a way for her to earn money. The girl explains that it's not just about money. She wants to earn enough to be able to attend school, because her greatest desire is to learn to read. The main character asks why. The girl replies that she wants to read books. There are many fascinating and touching stories in their world, and she dreams of getting to know each of them. He realizes that above all else, he wants to learn to read. Sana also dreams of learning to write her name properly. Studying at a local school is a real luxury that not everyone can afford. However, she is determined, ready to work just to get this opportunity. Her thirst for knowledge is insatiable. The main character hands her an apple and offers to taste it. The girl asks with interest what kind of fruit it is. It shines golden and looks extraordinary. Alex explains. It is the fruit of knowledge, and one bite is enough to immediately master reading and understand the meaning of many words. The girl is pleasantly surprised, so much so that she can hardly believe it all, but she doesn't dare to accept it right away. The main character admits that he is her client and that he likes her. Isn't that enough? At the same time, he still holds the apple in his hands. She understands everything and accepts the apple from her hands with sincere gratitude. After taking a small bite, the girl suddenly begins to glow, looking in surprise at the fruit she is holding. The girl holds her head. A strange feeling overtakes her. The guy hands her a sheet of paper with written letters and asks what it says. The girl strains and still makes out Alex's fake name, Eris. She is incredibly happy that she can now read on her own. What is written on the pages is already clear to her. The main character also does not hide her happiness. From now on, books will no longer be an obstacle for her. At this moment, applause is heard. Eliza raises a finger at Alex and reprimands him. If she had only looked away for a moment, he would have plunged back into helping others. The main character realized his mistake, and it was at this moment that the girl he had taught to read bowed low and sincerely thanked him. Alex points out that doing evil is not really that easy. Eliza sighs heavily and thinks out loud. If this path is closed, maybe she should just skip work. For example, going out with someone, spending money on gifts. All this, in her opinion, should earn him some sin points for greed. However, this is just her vision. Alex feels that there is nothing so terrible about it. Eliza notes that he is a light-hearted person, so everything should work out great, and he agrees. There are still a number of events ahead. When he manages to collect a new bag of good deeds, they will decide together how best to use this achievement. He is sincerely glad that she is next to him, and the girl, with her eyes closed and a smile on her lips, quietly replies that she feels the same way. The girl asks them to wait a bit. Feeling tired, she sincerely expresses her gratitude to Alex, despite the fact that she was fired. Now she has the opportunity to devote time to her studies and read many books. And it's all thanks to him. The girl once again sincerely thanks him. The protagonist silently meets her gaze, trying to understand how it happened that she was released. She is asked what she plans to do next. She says she is going back home because she has to take care of her family. Now that she can read, more opportunities are opening up for her. Alex realizes that she has great potential. He wants to talk to her about something else. The protagonist asks if she would mind if they stopped somewhere along the way. Eliza, focused and carefree, agrees. The girl thinks about it, and agreeing with this, decides to try writing her name. So she takes out a pencil and a piece of paper, preparing to leave an inscription. Her name is Marie Curie. She manages to get the name on the sheet. Then she returns home and tells her sister about her return. Her sister starts to turn around, but something terrible happens to her face. It seems to have blurred and lost its shape. She tries to say something, but without saying a word, she suddenly runs away. She hides behind a tree, incredulously asking who he is and why she brought him here. Marie assures him that everything is fine. The boy helped her, but still politely asks him to leave. The main character wonders if she has had this feeling since birth. Marie answers in the affirmative, adding that it is probably a curse for sins committed in a past life. What fascinates me even more is the high level of her soul. You rarely meet such people. She does a lot of good deeds. I am sure that something incredible awaits her in the next life. Eliza wonders what happened. Marie says that her sister has always supported others, even though she often suffered because of it. She admits that she sometimes wonders if it is hypocritical to do good deeds if you secretly hope to be rewarded for it in the next life. From behind a tree, the sister shouts so that no one will find out, and then instantly hides in the shade again. However, this is not hypocrisy at all. The main character approaches and offers to heal her. Her soul rank indicates that all sins have already been atoned for. The man draws his sword. The heroine raises a sword to her face, shining with a magical light. She should be feeling joy right now. He calms her down, promising that everything will be fine. Suddenly, the incredible happens. The girl's face blossoms with extraordinary beauty. Marie shines with joy and rushes to her sister, who is frozen in shock, unable to believe her eyes. She hugs her tightly, admitting that she is happy, although she does not fully understand what has happened. She is handed a mirror, but at first she turns away from it. The girl is stunned and cannot understand how this is even possible. The protagonist replies that this is her real face. Confused, the girl asks who he is. Suddenly her face began to distort again, but then disappeared. Eliza wonders if this strange distortion has finally passed. The protagonist deliberately avoids giving a clear answer, allowing her to properly examine her reflection. Eliza realizes that the state has been cleansed, and he has rewritten the outcome. From time to time, the curse will resurface, but eventually it will disappear for good. Each time, its influence will weaken more and more. Considering all the good she brought to others, it would only be fair if something good finally happened in her life too. The girl imagines them all in tears, even though the weather outside is beautiful, clear. Marie lends her shoulder to her sister. Eliza admits that tears still come to her eyes. She had to endure so much. Alex understands why Marie had to work for a living. Seeing this house, one can only imagine how people treated them. Sister Maria turns to Alex and, barely restraining her excitement, asks permission to express her gratitude to him. She is ready to do anything he asks. Maria picks up on her words, joining in the gratitude. She admits that until now she has lived as if in hell. For her, he is God, who rescued her from the darkness, and now she is ready to fulfill any of his words, if only he allows her to do so. The hero agrees and carefully monitors the development of the curse. Meanwhile, he announces that at first, Marie will act as his secretary. The girl asks again if she understood correctly. The secretary acts as a scribe for the nobility. She has already memorized all the letters and can practice writing. He needs her support, so Marie enthusiastically agrees to help. Sister Marie gives her name, Lily. He expresses his desire to introduce her to someone, and then suggests that the two girls pack their things and move to his estate. These words astound the girls. She already knew he was an aristocrat. It was obvious from the places he frequented. But she had just realized he had never told her his name. The main character introduces himself. "I am Alexander Carlyle, just Alex." Hearing this, the girls were speechless with surprise. Was this really the same Mr. Carlyle in front of them? Both sisters freeze in amazement upon seeing the luxurious Carlyle estate. Stunned by its enormous size, the main character turns to Agnes, who carefully catches her every word. He asks to take the two to a spare room and asks if they would be more comfortable together or apart. Marie replies that they would be better off alone, so Agnes agrees to take them together. Alex tells Lily that he wants to introduce her to someone important, so he asks her to come with him. He promises to call her, but for now, he suggests they wait in the office. The two pass each other in the hallway. One of them turns to the stranger, asking if she is Mr. Alex's guest. He refers to her as Lika. He gently takes her hand and happily says that he is pleased to meet her. This is Al, an old friend of Mr. Alex. The girl remembers that she has seen him before. He points to himself, convincing her that it's really him. Lika must recognize him. She admits that she was scared, because this transformation was truly masterful. She adds that if she's looking for Alex, then he just went to the office. She appears before them like a ghost and asks Alex who the young lady next to him is. Alex explains that the girl will be living with them. Lika is curious about her name and is happy to meet her. Suddenly, Lily's face contorts in pain, and she begs not to touch her. Like anxiously asks if she's okay, asks Lily to stay put, and immediately begins to chant a spell. After that, he informs Alex that the treatment is not producing any results, and then asks her to calm down and carefully watch as her face disappears. The young man would watch the situation, and it might happen again, but there was no reason to worry. Lily, seeing the curse, didn't hesitate at all. She just apologized for the trouble and asked the name of the person she was talking to. Lily introduces herself, and Lika replies with a smile that she is very happy to meet her. Alex knows what she's doing, so she should stay calm. She goes to Kara Midi. The protagonist tells her that Lika is his future bride. They're not engaged yet, but she's the one who's going to be his wife. Lily asks if he wanted to set them up, but he says no. Another maid, Mia Bell, enters the room. Lily introduces herself by name and asks Alex if he just mentioned her. He confirms it. Mia often accompanies him to various social events. Flashback. Someone asks to prepare Mia for a date. Unfortunately, there is a widespread belief in this world. Serving a beautiful woman is considered a sign of nobility. To avoid possible trouble, you should accompany Mia on all her dates. Her appearance is impeccable, that's what she told him. Now he wants her and Lily to live up to that ideal. Alex asks Mia to share with him everything she has been through. Lily wonders if she can repay him in this way. Of course, she has nothing to fear now. She has already suffered enough, and all the difficulties are behind her. Extending his hand, the protagonist assures her that soon she will be completely free from all defilements. She will remain herself, but she will sincerely thank him for it. The girl smiles, listening attentively to him. Mia suggests starting with makeup. Lily, hesitating a bit, asks if she can ask for something. Mia clarifies with interest. What exactly? Lily explains that she decided to get a haircut because now she doesn't have to hide. It's time to start over. Alex asks if he can ask me to do the same, and she agrees. Having understood what is going on, Alex has to leave the room. He asks why this is necessary. He has explained that it is completely inappropriate to peek while the girls are changing. Now he has realized everything. Marie suddenly bursts into the room and announces that there is a library of her own. She promises to show it to her later. Suddenly, something catches her attention. Lily has cut her hair. The girl scolds her sister, saying that she shouldn't be rushing here and there so hastily. Marie marvels at her own beauty. Lily can now see her sister's face more clearly. The two girls smile at each other. Alex appears with Eliza and declares that Lily is a real find. They wonder who is standing next to him. The protagonist replies that it is the Empress who is hiding with him. Marie and Lily are stunned by such an unexpected revelation. Marie is delighted with this library. She is amazed by the incredible number of books around. Is it true that she can read them all? They wonder. Alex points out that even he hasn't mastered all of these books yet. He leads her to her desk and insists that she get down to business immediately. She asks permission to rewrite the contents of the sacred imperial text about the department and assures her that she understands everything perfectly. Alex's father asks if the girl is a secretary. She politely bows and introduces herself, but the man, having discarded the formalities, asks her not to be distracted by conventions and to focus on the case, since she works specifically for Alex. The protagonist asks if they want anything. In response, they inform him that they would like to discuss with him issues related to this girl's possessions. This really arouses considerable interest. Suddenly, she tells her father that she heard from him about a girl who is very good at letters. Marie is amazed that she addresses him as her father. She is just beginning to master the modern alphabet, but she notices that she also comes across ancient letters that were used when she was born. It occurred to her how wonderful it would be if someone could teach her to distinguish between them. San loves writing and feels a real passion for it. He wonders if he can ask her for help. The girl is genuinely surprised because she herself is just starting her writing journey. In this situation, she suggests studying the material together because she herself is fond of old books. She hugs her and thanks her, but because of her work, she can only make time for it during breaks. The protagonist draws attention to the girls, noting how quickly friendship has developed between them. He advises the father to leave. Then the conversation turns to the events that have occurred in the village. Suddenly, a girl bursts into the room and tells Josen that she has been looking for them everywhere. She is in a hurry with important matters that urgently await her. She is asked to stand up. One girl says to the other, "Straighten your back and tread carefully and quietly." She notices that her friend is swaying from side to side and advises her to keep her abs tight. Suddenly, a girl approaches them and admits that she seems to have just arrived here. Everyone looks at her in confusion, as if they don't understand where she came from. She says that she decided to get closer to her mentor by ostentatiously ignoring her. So she challenges her. Lily ponders the ordeal and urges Josen to calm down. She assures him that she is ready to do anything for the master, for only those with such determination can walk beside him. She wants to thank Alex. It's her sincere desire. Having confessed her feelings, the girl accepted his job offer. She adds that she also has a mentor by her side who firmly believes in her potential and strictly guides her towards development. He treats her sister with care, has incredible strength, and never complains about difficulties. He constantly supports her, although he can scold her for work. The girl believes that perhaps this is because of her habit of constantly changing jobs. Lily assures her, he saved them both. Sure, he's always ready to help. Suddenly the girl grabs Joseph's hand and she's quite surprised. Lily suggests that they join forces and work together for Mr. Alex. She happily accepts the offer. The third girl watches them in amazement. Suddenly, Joe approaches her and asks her to come back, because that's how it all happened. She also hands her a letter, for which she sincerely thanks him. The main character wonders if the girl was able to help Josen. She supposedly has a real rod, but the maid Lily does not hide her surprise when she sees Teska for the first time. The girl asked if this letter was about the current state of the Silver Moon Kingdom. He confirmed, yes, everything is true. It seems that Risha is skillfully managing her army. As the previous king and his entourage prepare to hand over power, Rish is actively preparing to become the new queen. She is already planning a thank you visit to personally express her gratitude. The young man assured her that he had done nothing of the sort, and looked at the letter with a thoughtful expression. It turned out that she intended to arrive that very day. This news greatly surprised the maid. The girl bows and thanks Carlyle, sincerely expressing her gratitude for the constant support he has given her lately. Alex thinks she's exaggerating and asks her to raise her head. At the same time, she admits that no matter how much she thanks him, it won't be enough, because he's saved so many lives that she can't even imagine how to thank him for it. The main character is interested in someone's personality. The girl, with hope in her voice, asks if she herself can become this gratitude for him. She realizes that he is much older than her. But when the main character asks her to calm down and asks if she has thought about it, the girl confidently answers in the affirmative. She thought she could become a maid since they were accepted. But in reality, that was impossible until the country was at peace. That was all she could hope for at the moment. Richa thoughtfully wonders if the age difference between them is too great, although rumors spread like wildfire. After all, she is already 200 years old. She is definitely attractive, even more so. If the kingdom needs her help, she will definitely do her best and thank me for it later. If she can show her a revived country, that will be enough. What will be her response if she agrees? It's been a long time since they last walked together. The protagonist admits that he has indeed spent a lot of time traveling. Today he has a date with Anger. Since the curse incident, he has been increasingly resorting to questionable antics. One of them is dating several girls at once. The girl buys them a drink, but he says it's not the time. Seeing his wife, how could that be a bad thing? He missed work, so it's all good. All he had to do today was fill out a few papers, so he put everything else off until tomorrow. The girl smiles softly at this. She feels awkward when no one is around. She likes the atmosphere, full of energy and cheerful voices, that everyone creates together. It's gotten even more crowded here. It would be difficult if there weren't one but. Everyone sincerely adores Master Alex. There are kind, sincere people around, and she feels that as a wife, she should follow their example. She should make even more efforts to grow alongside them. The guy assures Ange that she is already trying hard enough. She smiles at him gratefully. Today, a real little miracle happened for her. Alex asked her out on a date. The girl suggests that the guy go on dates more often, and the main character readily supports this idea. In fact, Grandpa would like him to meet someone. Even though the person lives on his land, allowing outsiders to enter against his own beliefs, he still doesn't think it's right. A man wearing glasses enters the room and announces that the head of state is present. He apologizes for interrupting them and notes that there is no need to conduct these actions here. This is not a public space. Grandpa finds this offer quite generous and wonders why she won't just name herself. The man calmly introduces himself. His name is Cloud White, and he is a wizard. The main character wonders what exactly is required of him. The wizard has come to ask for a favor. The old man instructs him to tell Alex all the details of their research. Cloud asks if the head of state knows about the magical vault. Alex replies that he's heard of it. It literally takes magic from people and stores it so that when the need arises, the government can retrieve it and use it. Magic schools also use magic storage. It's a kind of insurance in case of danger. That's what he thought. In other words, you can put even your own physical strength in reserve. The protagonist symbolizes both people full of vitality and energy, and those whose resources are already on the verge of exhaustion. His condition reflects the differences between healthy and exhausted. The contrast between strength and weakness becomes palpable in his every movement. Sometimes he wonders, where do they get so much strength, so much energy? They are exhausted, but sleep does not come to them. If there were a way to extract life force, as if by magic, that elixir would probably be the best medicine in the world. Alex wonders if this research is exciting. Cloud replies that he is currently trying to find a way to obtain energy, but due to limited funding, he has not been able to progress further in his research yet. The old man asks if they can use this data, hesitating whether it is really worth becoming a sponsor. His doubts are not unfounded. This information is indeed very valuable. The character is asked what he is holding in his hand, and he replies, "It is life energy." That's what they were trying to do. You mean they've already succeeded? If the Philosopher's Stone is to be believed, this magic was created and disappeared along with hundreds of less powerful ones. Cloud thought this was a completely new idea. If he could grasp it, the research would be over by now. No, he could indeed gain power through magic. But not everyone had such abilities. This theory was explored to preserve someone's life, as if having a reserve just in case. If the owner suddenly loses a life, it is automatically taken from the reserve, acting as a kind of replacement. How is this even possible? There is no answer yet. But it is worth observing their reasoning and finding out if it aroused any interest in them. He believes that it will take a lot of time. However, he intends to become a sponsor of this case. If he has to take it on, he will definitely do it. The decision has been finally made. Marie wonders what kind of book this is. It's an ancient tome of black magic, and its pages are devoted to the art of using plants. He told her about his involvement in life-saving research, and it unexpectedly became a great start to their conversation. He has a lot of knowledge, but he believes that this is not enough. It is important to constantly deepen and improve it. He sought to organize his own thoughts, but it seems that Maria does not belong to his sphere of knowledge at all. The philosopher's stone has become a sword, and with it, he has gained access to a multitude of different skills. However, the depth of this knowledge is limited only to what already exists or has existed in the past. The future has not yet come. An idea appears to him. He suggests starting and closes the book. They approach the door, hoping to find him at home. He seems to sense the presence of others. A young man comes out to meet them. The protagonist asks if Mr. Howard Robinson is there, but the man abruptly cuts him off. "Shut up." The man with the cigarette remarks that there is no place for children here. Alex asks if he has become like Robinson. He notes that they will not be given food. Alex realizes that he has a tough war ahead of him. In this matter, he is a leader, a true guide in his direction. The boy exhales and asks who he is. Alex introduces himself in response. He is Lord Carlisle's eldest son. In fact, he only came to find out how your scientific research is progressing. The boy invites him inside. The girl curiously examines the house. Alex realizes that this is the same grimoire they used before. The formula of light is woven into it. This is a reusable spellbook. Alex wonders, if he creates something that will be useful without witchcraft, then his research is already complete. As soon as the information is no longer relevant, he immediately stops working on it. The boy wonders where this spell comes from and tries to figure out who really grants this magic. It's not difficult to start this thing. The main thing is to have enough magical power to recharge it. It's like a small battery. You fill it with energy and just turn it on. At that moment, a gust of wind rises, and the guy casually remarks, "Are you really that comfortable? This bottle will only last you a month." If this were to spread throughout the world, people would be constantly hunting for magic. Sorcerers and creatures capable of doing amazing things would be captured, given to others, and ruthlessly used for their magical power. Suddenly something unexpected happens and all three freeze in shock. The young man turns to Alex. If he is going to go to heaven, then let him say a word first. He apologizes for being abrupt and says that he already understands. He is now in the village of Carlisle. Alex asks why he brought it here. The protagonist sits down next to the flower and wonders if they will recognize it. The young man wondered, "Is this not magical nectar?" Before him is a solar flower, ancient, shrouded in the secrets of the ages. Does it really create miraculous nectar? Despite its bright, sunny color, this flower is distinguished by the nectar full of magical power that flows sweetly from its petals. Once upon a time, all such plants were destroyed because monsters hunted for their magical energy. He collected the grains along with the remnants of genetic material. If they could create a coherent magical field based on them, it would provide them with a constant and inexhaustible flow of magical energy. The young man bursts into enthusiasm again and suggests checking to see if they have resumed their research. He's not sure if Alex will take care of the flowers, but he's ready to take on the task himself. The very idea of turning this plot into a luxurious magical field is appealing. The guy accepts his offer. This really needs to be done. A thought flashed through his mind, and he thanked his interlocutor. So when they finally make a decision, they have to tidy up the house and pack everything they need. Are they sure they're going there themselves? Or maybe they've been given a helper? But is this guy really a child?